Chapter 4:15. Gu Jiao didn't have anything else to do, and it wasn't too late. Prince Ning's mansion and Hanlin Academy were in the same direction. After treating Princess Ning's illness, she could pick up Xiao Lulang on the way. Gu Jiao said, "Okay, wait for me first. I'll pack my things." The female officer smiled and said, "We've prepared the carriage. After treating Princess Ning's illness, we'll take you wherever you want to go." Gu Jiao shook her head. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll take the medical center's carriage." The female officer responded, "We'll listen to Dr. Gu." Gu Jiao got on the carriage with a small basket on her back. The small basket contained her medicine box, some commonly used Chinese medicine, and some travel items. The basket didn't look big, but it could hold a lot of things. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage. Their carriage followed Prince Ning's carriage, and they arrived at Prince Ning's mansion without any obstruction. It was the first time Gu Jiao entered an ancient prince's mansion. Last time when she sent Princess Ruiwang home, she didn't go in. This time she could take the opportunity to see what the prince's mansion looked like. Prince Ning's mansion covered a large area. There was a whole street that belonged to Prince Ning's mansion. Of course, it was just a small street, not a commercial street like Chang'an Street and Xuanwu Street. On both sides of the street were the residences of Prince Ning's mansion's servants. The closer they got to the mansion, the stricter the security became. Presumably, the people living there were not ordinary people. The status of doctors in Zhao country wasn't high, and the status of female doctors was even lower. It was reasonable to say that they weren't qualified to go through the main gate. However, Gu Jiao's identity was special. The female officer of Prince Ning's mansion still took her through the south gate. However, she didn't open the main gate in the middle but the side gate. This was the rule of the royal family. Only the prince, Princess Ning, and the legitimate bloodline of the royal family could go through the main gate. Otherwise, the emperor, empress, and empress dowager could go through the main gate. Even if Princess Shuang came, she could only enter through the side gate. The maid told Gu Jiao that her surname was Yao. Gu Jiao made an O sound in her heart. She had the same surname as Yao Shi. What a coincidence! The landscape of Prince Ning's mansion was more standard than expected, which complemented Prince Ning's temperament. But some details of the design, such as pavilions, waterside corridors, birdsong and fragrant flowers, were obviously designed by Princess Ning. Maid Yao took Gu Jiao to Princess Ning's courtyard. Recalling that Ning Wang had once said that if she, Xiong Batian, was willing, he could give her a separate courtyard, Gu Jiao was suddenly a little curious as to where Ning Wang had originally planned to settle her down. "Dr. Gu, we're here," female official Yao said to Gu Jiao at the entrance of the courtyard. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over the threshold into Princess Ning's courtyard. This was a three-section courtyard, but it was much larger than an ordinary three-section courtyard. In fact, Gu Jiao felt that rather than calling it a courtyard, it would be more appropriate to call it a sleeping chamber. It seemed that the emperor's love for his eldest son was beyond words. Gu Jiao came to the door of the upper room. A maid guarding outside the door saluted to female official Yao and opened the curtain for female official Yao. Female official Yao personally welcomed Gu Jiao into the room. Princess Ning sat on the chaise lounge with her back against the cushion and a thin mattress covering her body. She held a book in her hand and was reading it attentively. This was not the first time that Gu Jiao met Princess Ning, but that was in a dream. Princess Ning was knocked down by a white cat that scared Xiao Lulang, causing a miscarriage. Xiao Lulang was the scapegoat. The white cat was taken away with the help of Yuan Tang. It did not scare Xiao Lulang, nor did it offend Princess Ning. But Princess Ning still had a miscarriage. Consort Ruiwang said that Princess Ning had 3 miscarriages. It was not difficult to understand why her complexion was so bad, and there seemed to be a faint sadness between her eyebrows. "Princess, Dr. Gu is here." Female official Yao walked forward and reported softly. Princess Ning raised her head. She held the half-read book with one hand and stretched out the other hand. The little maid on the side seemed to have understood the meaning of this action. She hurriedly presented a bookmark with both hands. Princess Ning put the bookmark in the book and closed it. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "You are Dr. Gu? I heard the prince mention you. Imperial grandmother likes you very much." Her eyes swept over the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, but did not stay for too long. She did not show any surprise or mind. This was the cultivation of the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family and the princess of a country. She would not embarrass the guest on the spot. Although Gu Jiao was a female doctor, her status was destined to be higher because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's love. Princess Ning said, "We are all family. Don't be so reserved. Sit down." Her words were also very particular. She did not give a seat, nor did she speak in a tone of charity. She spoke as if she was treating a real guest. Gu Jiao sat down beside her. Before sitting down, she took down the small basket and put it on another chair. "Princess, what are you reading?" she asked. Mentioning this, Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Some poetry books. Do you want to read?" She handed the book to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't understand poetry and I don't like it." Princess Ning laughed again. "I don't like it either." Gu Jiao said, "Then why are you reading it?" Princess Ning smiled faintly. "It's boring in the mansion. I just want to pass the time." Although she said that, Gu Jiao felt that she was not just killing time. Instead, it was more like she was forcing herself to do something she did not like but had to do. Gu Jiao said to her, "Let me feel your pulse." Princess Ning reached out her hand. A maid came forward and wanted to put a handkerchief on Princess Ning's wrist. Princess Ning said, "No need." "Yes." The maid took the handkerchief and left. Gu Jiao began to feel Princess Ning's pulse. The room quieted down. Princess Ning's pulse was as Gu Jiao expected. Gu Jiao asked, "How is your sleep? Is it difficult to fall asleep?" Princess Ning smiled bitterly. "A little bit." Gu Jiao looked directly at Maid Yao beside Princess Ning. "How long do you usually fall asleep after going to bed?" Maid Yao looked at Princess Ning. Seeing that Princess Ning did not stop her, she said honestly, "At least an hour at most. She may not sleep all night." Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, "How's your appetite?" "Not very good." Maid Yao replied, "I can't eat it. When I finally eat it, it's hard to digest." Gu Jiao nodded and took back her hand. She said to Princess Ning, "Judging from your pulse, you have a weak spleen and stomach. It's not a difficult disease. With your condition you can get better in 1 or 2 months. Have you seen a doctor?" Princess Ning said, "Yes, I have. It's the same as you said. She will be fine after taking medicine. If she stops taking medicine, she will relapse." So the crux of the problem was not the spleen deficiency, but the heart disease. Gu Jiao said to Princess Ning, "Please ask others to leave." Princess Ning did not hesitate. "You can leave." Only the two of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao made a comprehensive evaluation and diagnosis of Princess Ning, and found that she was slightly depressed. It was not to the extent that Yao Shi had been in the beginning, but if she ignored it, it was very likely that it would develop into a more serious state than Yao Shi. Gu Jiao didn't say to Princess Ning, "You have to take it easy." For patients with depression, taking it easy was the same as drinking more hot water. If you took it easy, you wouldn't be depressed. If you didn't take it easy, you were really sick. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. Since Yao Shi recovered, there was no antidepressant in the small medicine box. Today it appeared again. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants. She opened them and put them in a porcelain bottle. She handed it to her. "One in the morning and one in the evening. Try to take it before you go to bed." Princess Ning took it and asked, "Is this the medicine for spleen deficiency?" Gu Jiao said, "No, it's the medicine that can let you sleep well. You can continue to take the medicine for spleen deficiency." Princess Ning sighed. "I don't want to take the previous one. It's too bitter." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'll have someone send a few bottles of pills to Princess Ning later." The Miracle Hand Hall opened their own medicine workshop. Other than making the wound medicine that the military needed, they also opened a few pill production lines. Among them were pills that strengthened the spleen and stomach. "Is it bitter?" Princess Ning asked. Gu Jiao said, "I put honey in it. It's not bitter." Princess Ning sighed. "That's good." A high and mighty Princess Ning was actually afraid of taking bitter medicine. This understanding made Gu Jiao feel that Princess Ning was not the same as she thought. After this, Gu Jiao reminded Princess Ning of some things to pay attention to in her daily life. The main things were the taboos in her diet and that she had to come out more often to bask in the sun, take a walk, and move her body. After doing all this, Gu Jiao planned to leave. I'll have someone send the medicine to Princess Ning in a moment. Princess Ning said, don't bother. I'll send someone to get it. That's fine. Gu Jiao did not refuse. Princess Ning wanted to pay Gu Jiao's consultation fee. Gu Jiao said, His Highness Prince Ning will pay. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Okay. This was the first real smile that Gu Jiao saw when she entered the room. Did she only smile like this when Prince Ning was mentioned? Gu Jiao packed her things and Mei Diao walked her out. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of Prince Ning's mansion, they unexpectedly met Prince Ning, who was getting out of the carriage. Your Highness. Female official Yao hurriedly bowed in greeting. Prince Ning nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao. He showed a gentle smile. It's Dr. Gu. I didn't expect you to come. Mei Diao said. Princess Ning had a bit of chest tightness in the afternoon. I remembered that Your Highness said Dr. Gu's medical skills were excellent, so I went to the Miracle Hall to invite Dr. Gu over. Prince Ning nodded approvingly. You did well. You can leave. I want to talk to Dr. Gu about Princess Ning's illness. Then I'll go to the Miracle Hall to get the medicine, Mei Diao said. Mei Diao got on the carriage. Prince Ning pointed at the mansion. If Dr. Gu is not in a hurry, why don't you go to the reception pavilion? Gu Jiao said, I'm in a hurry. If Your Highness has something to say, please say it quickly. Also, since we've met, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to pay the consultation fee. Okay. Prince Ning took out a 50-tael banknote from his pocket. 100 taels, Gu Jiao said. The Princess of Xinyang gave 100 taels, directly breaking the upper limit of her consultation fee. Prince Ning paused. For a moment, he inexplicably felt that Gu Jiao's exorbitant demand was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, I said before, the consultation fee isn't cheap. That's right, Gu Jiao had kindly reminded him. Prince Ning hadn't haggled at the time, so it was even more impossible for him to haggle after she finished treating Princess Ning's illness. But Prince Ning hadn't expected that the price she said wasn't cheap would be this high. Prince Ning's heart felt stifled. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was an unspeakable stifling feeling. In the end, Prince Ning still paid the 100 tael banknote. Gu Jiao took the banknote. What does Your Highness want to ask? Speak. Spending money really was different. Her business attitude was even better. Prince Ning was startled by her suddenly good tone. He opened his mouth and asked, It's about Princess Ning's illness. I want to know what's wrong with her. Gu Jiao said, her spleen and stomach are weak, that's one reason. She's overly worried, that's the second reason. Prince Ning's brows furrowed. Overly worried? Gu Jiao made a sound of N. It's depression. In the words of ordinary people, it's a heart disease. I've prescribed medicine for it. But Your Highness Prince Ning should take care of Princess Ning's mood. Is it because of the child? Princess Ning and I have been married for many years. We've always wanted to have a child of our own. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill our wishes. This time the child couldn't be saved. He used the word again. It seemed unintentional, but he was telling Gu Jiao that this wasn't the first time Princess Ning had a miscarriage. Gu Jiao had heard from consort Rui Wang that Princess Ning had had 3 miscarriages, so she wasn't surprised. She had always been calm, so Prince Ning didn't think her reaction was suspicious. Prince Ning asked, Can Princess Ning have children in the future? Gu Jiao said, It's hard to say. The most important thing now is Princess Ning's illness. Prince Ning nodded and said, Then, does she know? Gu Jiao said, I didn't say anything about the depression. Prince Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you didn't say anything. I don't want her to worry about her illness. I'll pay attention in the future. Gu Jiao nodded. Goodbye. Prince Ning stopped her. I heard yes? Gu Jiao looked back at him. Prince Ning said with gentle eyes, Dr. Gu went to the palace yesterday and saw consort Rui Wang and Crown Princess. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She said frankly, Is there a problem? Prince Ning smiled. No. It's third sister. It's third sister-in-law who mentioned Miss Gu to me. It's not the first time that third sister-in-law has been with Dr. Gu. You two seem to have a good relationship. If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come and accompany Princess Ning more often in the future. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, I'm a doctor. I only need to accompany patients. Prince Ning laughed. I'm being rude. Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and left Prince Ning's mansion. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to Hanlin Academy. Unfortunately, Xiao Lulang was called to work overtime again. Kong Mu knew Gu Jiao and knew that she was Xiao Liulang's wife. He said to her, he went to the cabinet. I heard that Grand Secretary Yuan needed more people, and personally selected this year's 3 cauldrons to go over. The 3 cauldrons were Xiao Lulang, Royal Prince and Ning Zun. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Grand Secretary Yuan had a good reputation, and he might be a future relative. He wasn't a bad person. She didn't need to worry about her husband. Xiao Sanzi asked, Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center or to Clearwater Alley? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Let's go back to the medical center first. Gu Jiao returned to the medical center and put a banknote of 100 taels on the counter. Shopkeeper Wang looked at her in surprise. What's this? The consultation fee. Gu Jiao said. No, you only went out to see a doctor once. How did you bring back so much consultation fee? Shopkeeper Wang said. He remembered that last time, she had also mysteriously brought back 100 taels from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Shopkeeper Wang blinked. Miss Gu, you didn't go to rob someone, did you? Gu Jiao looked at him lazily. Who are you looking down on? Shopkeeper Wang smiled embarrassedly. You're right. Miss Gu is a gentleman. Why would you rob someone? Before he could finish speaking, he heard Gu Jiao say, What's so good about robbing 100 taels? If you want to do something, you should do something big. Shopkeeper Wang was speechless. Gu Jiao didn't stay in the medical center for long before Consort Rui Wang came over. Gu Jiao didn't see any patients today. Consort Rui Wang went to her courtyard with ease. Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs. Consort Rui Wang walked over and happily called out to Miss Gu. Consort Rui Wang? Gu Jiao greeted her in surprise. Consort Rui Wang gasped. You left too quickly. If you were half an hour later, we would have met at Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Jiao asked, You went to Prince Ning's mansion? Consort Rui Wang said with a serious expression, I heard that Princess Ning wasn't feeling well, so I went to see her. That's strange. She was fine when she went to the palace in the morning. Why did her chest feel tight and uncomfortable when she went back? What's wrong with her? So Princess Ning was fine in the morning but felt uncomfortable in the afternoon. Did something happen to her? People with depression couldn't stand being stimulated. However, it wasn't only stimulated that would cause the illness. Sometimes the patient's mood would suddenly become low, and they couldn't control it at all. Gu Jiao wouldn't talk about the patient's condition with people other than the patient's family. She chose her words carefully and said, Her spleen and stomach are weak. She hasn't completely recovered after the miscarriage. Her body needs to be carefully nursed back to health. She may feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Sai's sister-in-law is so pitiful. Fortunately, eldest brother is a good man and has always loved her. Ah, right, I met the hostage of Chan State today. Consort Rui Wang's expression became serious. So he was the man who met the crown princess in private behind the rockery. Chapter 416. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After coming out of the medical center, Gu Jiao got in Xiao Sanzi's carriage and went to Lu Yixing's house. Lu Yixing's house was as poor as usual, but Lu Yixing wasn't sitting in the yard as usual. Only the mute boy named Anu and another old nanny were working in the front yard. One was weaving baskets and the other was scrubbing. The two of them recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I'm looking for Lu Yixing. Is he here? The old nanny was hard of hearing and couldn't hear. Anu pointed to a room inside. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked her and stepped into the central room. Then she turned and walked into the other room that Anu pointed to. This was a study room, which was also Lu Yixing's bedroom. It was about the same size as the west room in Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong. The furnishings were very old and simple. The paint on the cabinet was peeling off, and the table was lame and made of stone. There were also some broken furniture. She didn't know if it was picked up from outside or smashed by someone who broke into the room. In short, it was full of holes and cracks. Lu Yixing was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He sat behind the desk and read a book attentively. Gu Jiao recognized that this was the book she gave him last time. He really began to read. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door. Lu Yixing was immersed in the sea of books and didn't notice Gu Jiao's arrival for a moment. It was only when the old nanny outside accidentally knocked over a stool that he raised his head in shock and heard a loud crash. Then he saw Gu Jiao leaning against the door and looking at him calmly. Generally speaking, it was very awkward to see someone being caught red-handed, and one would subconsciously look away. Gu Jiao didn't. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did I disturb you?" "No, it wasn't you." Lu Yixing hid the surprise in his eyes and opened the window beside him to take a look outside. After making sure that the old lady was fine, he felt relieved. "Why are you here?" He closed the book and cautiously looked around his room. It was unknown if he was checking to see if there was any dirt or mess in his room that could not be seen. Fortunately, he didn't. Nanny and Anu had just cleaned up this morning. He hesitated for a moment. He wanted to invite the other party in, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he stood up and said, "Let's go to the central room." Gu Jiao nodded. The guest had to follow the host's wishes, so it didn't matter where they sat. Although there were 2 servants in Lu Yixing's house, one of them was old and hard of hearing, while the other could not speak. Lu Yixing would personally entertain the guests. Of course, there had never been any other guests in his house, and Gu Jiao was the only one. Yuan Tang could not be counted as a guest. "Sit." Lu Yixing pointed to the chair and said. Gu Jiao sat down. A white shadow rushed over and jumped onto Gu Jiao's legs. Its fat body was curled up into a furry ball, and it obediently let Gu Jiao stroke it. Gu Jiao poked its soft belly with her fingertips and said amusedly, "You still remember me?" This white cat was the one that almost scared Xiao Lulang and bumped into Princess Ning. Yuan Tang caught it in time. Seeing that Gu Jiao liked it and the white cat also liked Gu Jiao, Yuan Tang lied that it was an ownerless cat and asked Gu Jiao to take it home. However, Gu Jiao did not take it away. Of course, Gu Jiao had guessed that it was Yuan Tang's cat after the incident, and she clearly exposed it in front of Yuan Tang. She thought that Yuan Tang would take her cat back. "You're still here." Gu Jiao curved her lips and stroked the cat comfortably. Lu Yixing saw that she was playing happily with the white cat and could not help asking, "Since you like it so much, why don't you take it back?" Her husband was afraid of cats. This man was not afraid of anything, not even death, but he was afraid of cats. Gu Jiao did not answer his question, but said, "No, you raised it well." She paused and turned to look at him. "Don't you like cats?" Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and said, "No, I like it very much. Can catch mice." After it came, there were no mice in the house. Gu Jiao poked its belly. "Are you so capable?" The white cat meowed proudly. "Does it have a name?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Lu Yixing was asked. It was just raising a cat. Did it need a name? Gu Jiao actually had no experience in raising pets, but little Jing Kong had to name the 7 chickens one by one, so she subconsciously thought that this white cat should have a name too. Lu Yixing looked a little embarrassed. She said that she liked raising cats, but she did not even give a name to the cat. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed and he said, I thought of a few names, but I don't know which one is good." Gu Jiao looked at him. "Let's hear it." Lu Yixing, who knew nothing about naming, was speechless. Lu Yixing had an idea and he said, "Why don't you give it a name? After all, it's your cat, and it's just temporarily in my care." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded, thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Little Sure." There were 9 mythical animals in the house, and this one was the 10th. "Okay, let's call it Little Sure." Lu Yixing had no objection at all. "Are you here to see Little Sure today?" he asked, and stood up to pour water for Gu Jiao. "I'm here to see you too," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing's hand shook, and a drop of water spilled on the table. He took a handkerchief and wiped it without leaving a trace, and put the tea in Gu Jiao's hand. "You really have nothing better to do." Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out a few thick books from it. "Here." Last time she gave Lu Yixing the 4 books. This time she gave him the 5 classics and 2 arithmetic books. They were all annotated, and were very suitable for self-taught scholars. Lu Yixing wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Jiao could almost imagine what he was going to say. I know you can't afford these books, but I'm not giving them to you for free. These are Little Shure's food expenses. Little Shure is so fat, and it's obvious that he can eat a lot. The white cat meowed bitterly. Lu Yixing sighed. You'll regret it if you lose the bet. He would never be conferred the title of marquis or minister in this lifetime. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he accepted the books. However, he secretly remembered the value of these books, and he would return them to her one day. Lu Yixing stroked the covers of the books and said, I'm borrowing these books from you. I'll return them to you when I earn some money. It's up to you. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly. It was just a few books and she didn't lack money. However, she didn't refuse him on the spot because she wanted to take care of his incomparably strong self-esteem. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that one day many years later, Lu Yixing really did return the money for these books, but he didn't use money. One book, one city. A total of 11 cities, and he returned her half of the country. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Gu Jiao said confidently when she saw Lu Yixing flipping through the 2 arithmetic books. Okay. Lu Yixing humbly asked for advice, and took out a pile of 8-part essay drafts from his room. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Or you don't have to ask me. Lu Yixing. Gu Jiao stroked the cat for a while, and in the end she wanted to sniff the cat, but she restrained herself. Actually, I came here today for another matter. She was so busy stroking the cat that she almost forgot about the important matter. What's the matter? Lu Yixing asked. It's about Yuantang, Gu Jiao said. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuantang's voice sounded from the other room. What does it have to do with this prince? Gu Jiao frowned strangely. Lu Yixing explained. He came here just now, and he's sleeping in the woodshed. Gu Jiao looked at Yuantang with a puzzled expression. You don't want to sleep in the imperial palace, but instead sleep in the woodshed. What's wrong with you? Yuantang covered his face with a folding fan and yawned. He strode over and sat down across from Gu Jiao. As long as I'm close to cousin, what's wrong with sleeping in the woodshed? Lu Yixing said to Gu Jiao. I thought he wouldn't wake up, so I didn't tell you. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to suddenly mention Yuantang. If he had known, he would have reminded her. After all, it was quite embarrassing to be caught talking about someone behind their back. Lu Yixing thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't embarrassed at all. Gu Jiao made a sound and said to Yuantang, You came at the right time. Yuantang smiled. What's wrong? Do you miss this prince? Lu Yixing's eyes turned cold. Yuantang hurriedly said to him, Don't be angry, it's just a joke. I only have cousin in my heart. There's no room for anyone else. Lu Yixing was obviously used to his shamelessness and glib tongue. He coldly turned around and ignored him. Yuantang smiled and said, Dr. Gu, what did you want to say to me just now? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She directly reached out and grabbed Yuantang's chin. She turned his face to the left and sure enough, she saw the scratches and swelling under his hair. However, it was probably because he had applied medicine, so it wasn't as obvious as what Rui Wang had said. However, she could still see the marks. Yuantang didn't resist. He playfully looked at Lu Yixing and said, Cousin, she was the one who took liberties with me. I didn't take the initiative to seduce her. Shut your mouth. Lu Yixing said unhappily. Gu Jiao asked, How did you get the wounds on your face? Lu Yixing raised his eyebrows and said, You care about me that much? Lu Yixing coldly said, Don't talk nonsense. Yuantang helplessly shrugged. He used his folding fan to point at the big white cat on Gu Jiao's lap and said, How else could it be? It scratched me. Gu Jiao looked at the white cat on her lap and asked, You scratched me? The white cat closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Lu Yixing said, It scratched me. I saw it. Gu Jiao asked, When did it scratch you? Lu Yixing said, Last night. He climbed over the wall to enter the house. The white cat thought it was a thief, so it scratched him with its claws. She didn't expect this little thing to be so fierce. Yuantang looked at the white cat with hidden bitterness and said, It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten who was the one who raised you. Lu Yixing wouldn't lie to her. According to Gu Jiao's observation, the marks on Yuantang's face didn't look like finger marks. They looked more like scratches and scratches caused by sharp claws. Of course, she couldn't rule out another possibility. The slap didn't leave too big of a mark, and the swelling immediately went down with ice. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao, who was deep in thought, and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Are all of you people from Zhao so strange today? First, Consort Rui Wang saw me and screamed in shock because of my injured face. Then you held my face and touched me." Lu Yixing was annoyed to death and said, "Who touched you? If you continue to talk without thinking, don't come again." Yuan Tang immediately cowered and said, Okay. I won't say it. It wasn't Yuan Tang. The direction of this matter was a bit strange. Although it had nothing to do with her, who when Lin Lang met privately with, she had exposed the other party's secret. If the other party found out, it was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to her and Consort Rui Wang. Therefore, it was better to find that person as soon as possible. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang without blinking and asked, "Do you know the crown princess?" Yuan Tang said, "Which country's crown princess are you talking about?" Gu Jiao said, "The crown princess of Zhao country." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows meaningfully and said, "Oh, that Zhao Du's young marquis's fiancée. I know her. What about it?" "She's his ex-fiancée. They don't have anything to do with each other anymore." Gu Jiao corrected Yuan Tang and asked, "Did you go to see her yesterday?" Because he was asked, Yuan Tang didn't pay attention to why she corrected him. Yuan Tang spread his hands and said, "Why would I go see her? I'm not familiar with her." "Wait, why do you ask? Are you suspecting that I have some kind of unclear relationship with her?" This Yuan Tang wasn't stupid. Yuan Tang laughed. After laughing, he raised his finger and said solemnly, "Cousin is here, so I might as well be frank. I did assassinate your Zhao country's emperor, but I have absolutely no relationship with your Zhao country's crown princess. I swear to God. If I'm lying, I won't be able to bring cousin back to Chun country for the rest of my life." "What kind of oath was this?" Lu Yixing said indifferently, "If you're lying, I won't let you be the Chun country's crown prince." Yuan Tang looked hurt. "That's too vicious. Are you still my cousin?" Yuan Tang didn't look like he was lying. However, in terms of motive, martial arts, criminal record, and other aspects, Yuan Tang was the most suspicious. Just as Gu Jiao was about to ask him for his alibi from yesterday morning, a strange noise came from outside the room. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She picked up the teacup in her hand and threw it outside the door. With a clang, an arrow was knocked to the ground by the teacup. The mute slave in the yard stood up, grabbed the old mama who didn't hear anything, and carried her into the room. The moment the two entered the room, Yuan Tang got up and closed the door to the central room. He also bolted the door. Almost at the same time, the sound of an entire row of arrows hitting the door rang out. One of the arrows even broke through the door halfway and almost pierced Yuan Tang's stomach. Yuan Tang looked at the arrow that almost cut his stomach open and the corner of his mouth twitched. "No way, cousin, what have you been doing recently? In the past, those people from Zhao country only came to your house to mess around. Now they want to kill you?" As soon as Yuan Tang finished speaking, another arrow flew through the air. This time it came from the back door. The back door couldn't be closed because there was no back door, however. The person this arrow was aimed at wasn't Lu Yixing. For a moment, Gu Jiao thought that the arrow was aimed at her, until the arrow accurately pierced Yuan Tang's folding fan. If the fan hadn't blocked it fast enough, he would have been cut open. Yuan Tang was stunned. "What's going on? Is it aimed at me?" Several more arrows came from behind, all aimed at Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao looked deeply in the direction of the back door. Her eyes moved. "Okay, you're eliminated as a suspect." Yuan Tang dodged the arrows and ran around the room. "What do you mean?" Obviously, someone wanted Yuan Tang to be the scapegoat so that Yuan Tang wouldn't be able to testify. Chapter 417. Yuan Tang was being chased all over the place. How could he care about washing off suspicion? In fact, he usually brought his subordinates with him when he went out. It was only when he came to Lu Yixing's place that he was always alone. This was because Lu Yixing didn't like to be disturbed. He didn't even want to see him, let alone his subordinates. Who would have thought that after so many times without incident, he would suffer a setback today? The assassins came in a menacing manner, and each one of them was powerful. He almost couldn't handle them. At first, the assassins only wanted to kill him, but after missing, they no longer cared about whether there were other people in the room. Several arrows almost hit Gu Jiao and Lu Yisheng. In order not to implicate the two of them, Yuan Tang gritted his teeth. "I'm leaving first." As Yuan Tang left, the surrounding assassins gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were chasing after Yuan Tang. Lu Yisheng's expression became very ugly. Gu Jiao didn't know if he was recalling something, or if he was simply worried about Yuan Tang's situation. Yuan Tang's situation was indeed not good. This time, the other party seemed to be determined to kill him at all costs. No matter where Yuan Tang fled, he could feel that group of people chasing after him. His martial arts were not on par with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but he was at least one of the top 10 experts in the state of Chan. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to this group of assassins in a one-on-one fight. However, there was a saying that when outnumbered, the direction back to the palace was completely blocked. It was obvious that the assassins didn't want him to return to the palace to call for reinforcements. How despicable! Don't let this prince find out who did it, or else this prince will skin you alive. Yuan Tang had no choice but to escape in another direction. He didn't know how long he was chased until night fell, until he left the lights of the homes far behind him, until his internal energy was exhausted and he couldn't escape anymore. He was cornered in an empty street corner. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the full moon hung high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on Yuan Tang's sweaty cheeks, and his eyes emitted a sharp and cold light. "Who are you? Who sent you to kill this prince?" he asked coldly. However, no one answered. The dozen or so black-clothed assassins only clenched their long swords and charged at him without a word. Yuan Tang's folding fan turned and activated a mechanism. Countless blades appeared and blocked the swords that were coming at his head. At this moment, a sword attack came from the side of his body. Yuan Tang's left fingertips caught the sword just in time. However, everything was not over yet. A wave of terrifying attacks came from behind him. Yuan Tang's brows twitched. "I can't hide anymore." In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and the black-clothed assassin that attacked him from behind let out a pitiful cry. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. People were always filled with curiosity and fear towards the unknown. Because they didn't know how powerful it was, they didn't dare risk their lives. The other assassins froze for a moment. Using this time, Gu Jiao threw out a few more black flame beads, forcing back the other assassins that wanted to kill Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came back to his senses and used his internal energy to push back the 4 assassins around him. After pushing them back, he collapsed. Gu Jiao quickly moved forward and held his arm. Yuan Tang knew that he couldn't show any weakness at this critical moment. Otherwise, they would chase after him. Yuan Tang stabilized his mind and did his best to not collapse. He stared at the murderous assassins and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Thank you. I owe you my life today." Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. "Is your life valuable?" Yuan Tang said, "I'm the future crown prince of the Chan kingdom. Do you think it's valuable?" Gu Jiao, "Oh, what did you use just now? Why was it so powerful?" "A hidden weapon." Yuan Tang, "I know it's a hidden weapon, but can you tell me what kind of hidden weapon it is?" "Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to quickly take care of this group of assassins." Just now, 3 of them had been injured by Gu Jiao's explosion, but there were still 11 of them left. The worst thing was that Yuan Tang had already used up all his energy on the way here. He could barely stand, but he had no chance of winning if they really fought. Yuan Tang said helplessly, "We can only rely on you, Dr. Gu." "Stand back," Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang took a few steps back and stood by the wall. There were 11 of them. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to take care of them alone. She only needed to stall for time. Once he caught his breath and recovered some energy, he would be able to rejoin the battle. What Yuan Tang did not expect was that before he could catch his breath, half of the assassins were already down. "No way. Is this girl really so good at fighting?" Gu Jiao used a stick. There was no blood. She only knocked the person unconscious. She used the move that the old Marquis had taught her before she left. She did not expect it to be so useful. The old man was pretty good. She was good too. "Wow, if this goes on I won't even have to fight, right?" Yuan Tang crossed his arms. He felt that this girl could take care of everyone on her own. The next second, Yuan Tang realized that he had been happy too early. Stop, or I'll kill him. With a harsh shout, a masked man in black walked out with a sword pressed against Lu Yixing's neck. Yuan Tang's eyes darkened. Cousin. Gu Jiao threw away one of the assassins in black. She looked indifferently at Lu Yixing and the masked man in black. A dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Let him go, Gu Jiao said. Her tone was unquestionable. The man in black was shocked by the fact that a little girl could emit such a powerful aura. But it was only for a moment. He said coldly, You dare to hurt so many of my brothers. You've got guts. Hand that brat over. Leave one of your hands behind, and we'll let this matter rest. Lu Yixing said expressionlessly, If you were the ones being captured today, I wouldn't have done anything. Stinking brat. Shut up. The masked man's sword suddenly moved an inch closer to Lu Yixing's neck. The blade was pressed against his white skin. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold as she said, If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll have you pay with your life. Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang were both stunned. The two of them didn't expect Gu Jiao to say something like this. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him. Lu Yixing closed his eyes without hesitation. At the same time, Gu Jiao shook her arm and a dagger slipped into her sleeve. No one saw how Gu Jiao moved. By the time they reacted, she had already thrown the dagger. The masked man saw that the dagger was about to hit his forehead. He hurriedly waved his sword to block it. The dagger was blocked, but Lu Yixing took the opportunity to run away. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Yuan Tang couldn't come back to his senses. What just happened? Did that girl suddenly attack? Or did she give his cousin some kind of signal? Otherwise, why would his cousin close his eyes? Speaking of which, wasn't his cousin afraid that the girl would make a mistake? Yuan Tang was jealous. Even his cousin didn't trust him that much. Lu Yixing quickly walked towards the two of them. The masked man was about to swing his sword at Lu Yixing's back. But Gu Jiao's black flame pearl blew him back several steps. He obviously knew how powerful this thing was. Several of his brothers had been injured by it. Gu Jiao also quickly walked over to help Lu Yixing. Are you okay? Gu Jiao asked. I'm not. Lu Yixing didn't finish his words. He suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace. His other hand blocked the back of Gu Jiao's head. A sword slashed down and Lu Yixing's little finger flew out. Cousin! Yuan Tang cried out involuntarily. Hot blood splashed onto Gu Jiao's neck. She grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and saw the bloody wound on his little finger. Her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, everyone felt that Gu Jiao's aura had changed. It was as if the fight just now was just a casual fight. She wasn't really angry. But now every strand of her hair seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the dream of returning to the manor meant. She only knew that it was getting harder and harder for her to separate herself from the dream. Lu Yixing was the person who would bury her. He was the person she would protect for the rest of her life. It didn't matter if this strong emotion came from the person in front of her or the person in her dream. She only knew that there was a voice in her head that said, No one is allowed to hurt him. Gu Jiao tore off a piece of her dress and wrapped it around Lu Yixing's wound. Then she pulled out the dagger at her waist. Everyone was shocked by her sudden outburst of aura and murderous aura, to the point that they didn't even move as they watched her bandage someone's wound. When Gu Jiao made her move, everyone finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward. She threw the dagger into the air and grabbed it. The moment she landed, her dagger fiercely stabbed into the heart of the assassin who had attacked Lu Yixing. Another stream of blood spurted out, splashing onto her face. She wiped it away and her eyes became terrifying. Everyone was stunned by this scene. She had fought for so long and had only used a stick to knock them unconscious. They thought that she didn't have a weapon, or that she didn't know how to use a weapon. They even thought that she was timid, kind, and indecisive. After all, she was just a young girl in her teens. However, it was this timid, kind-hearted, and indecisive little girl who had stabbed an assassin in the heart with her dagger. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When the masked assassin recovered from his shock, all of his brothers had fallen. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His martial arts weren't weak. If he really fought to the death with Gu Jiao, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But he had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's methods. Was this really a young girl? He's a god of death, isn't he? Gu Jiao's face was covered in blood. But it wasn't her own. Her dagger was also dripping with blood. The ruthlessness in her body was stirred up by the blood. She grabbed the dagger and walked towards the masked man step by step like an Asura who had returned from purgatory. The masked man's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground on his butt. Don't come over. Don't come over. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stepped back. He pointed his sword at Gu Jiao with the other. But his words couldn't even be considered a roar. At most it was a hollow roar. Lu Yisheng and Yuan Tang naturally noticed that something was wrong with Gu Jiao. They called her several times but she didn't seem to hear them. Dr. Gu. Lu Yisheng called her again. Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuan Tang walked over and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Enough. That's enough. Gu Jiao pushed Yuan Tang away with a backhand. Yuan Tang staggered a few steps and bumped into the corner of the wall. He almost broke his ribs. What's going on? Is this girl possessed? Lu Yisheng stood behind Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao's back. Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao raised the dagger and swung it down. Lu Yisheng closed his eyes in pain. Gu Jiao took out a match and found the severed finger on the dirty ground. Lu Yisheng leaned against the wall and sat down. She knelt in front of Lu Yisheng and opened the small medicine box. She took out the disinfectant and surgical instruments, washed her hands and put on gloves. Gu Jiao cleaned Lu Yisheng's wound, injected anesthetics, and stitched up the severed finger. During the stitching process she didn't say a word. Lu Yisheng didn't ask either. Yuan Tang, on the other hand, looked at her small medicine box and the things she took out from it with a very strange gaze. Hey, what are these? Will it really heal if you reconnect it like this? What did you just do to my cousin? Why doesn't it hurt? Hey, say something. You're very scary, okay? Yuan Tang waved his finger in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao didn't respond. She didn't deliberately ignore him, but she really didn't seem to see him. Yuan Tang looked at Lu Yisheng strangely. Cousin, Lu Yisheng gave him a look that told him to shut up. Yuan Tang shut his mouth resentfully, but he couldn't help looking at Gu Jiao. Was this girl really bewitched? Why couldn't she hear or see him? Gu Jiao's surgery was very meticulous. After the last stitch, she cut off the thread and wrapped it with gauze. The next second she blacked out and fainted. Gu Jiao actually lost consciousness a long time ago. She completed the surgery for Lu Yisheng based on her obsession. After the surgery she didn't need to hold on anymore. She couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Gu Jiao fall to the dirty ground, Lu Yisheng almost instinctively reached out and supported Gu Jiao's swaying little body with his arm. He gently pulled back his arm and Gu Jiao fell into his arms. The girl's fragrance mixed with the strong smell of blood penetrated the tip of his nose. He had never been so close to anyone. His body stiffened. However, before he could get used to the existence of the young girl in his arms, a robust figure descended from the sky and snatched Gu Jiao from his arms. Who is it? Yuan Tang suddenly blocked in front of Lu Yisheng. He reached out to snatch Gu Jiao back, but he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes. Who are you? Lu Yisheng supported himself against the wall and coldly stood up. Just when the two of them thought that the other party was another assassin who came to assassinate them, the other party suddenly hit the southeast roof with his palm. Miserable screams came from the roof, followed by more than 10 figures falling down. Yuan Tang's complexion changed. When did so many assassins appear in the dark? If it wasn't for this person, he feared that the three of them would have met with misfortune. Who was this masked man in the end? Was he an enemy or a friend? If he was an enemy, why did he help them? If he was a friend, why did he kidnap Gu Jiao? Chapter 418. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found herself lying in a strange yet familiar room. It was strange because this was definitely not her West room, nor was it the small courtyard of the medical hall. It was familiar because she seemed to have been here before. Awake! A woman's voice came from the direction of the window. Gu Jiao turned her head and saw Princess Xinyang in plain clothes sitting in front of the window practicing calligraphy. Gu Jiao remembered. This was Princess Xinyang's room. So, she was now in that house on Vermilion Birch Street? But why was she here? She didn't have the slightest impression. Princess Xinyang finished practicing her calligraphy and put it aside with satisfaction. She took another one and continued to practice. Long Yi picked you up and put you on my bed. Her tone was full of disgust. She used the word picked up. It seemed Long Yi acted on his own initiative and was not sent by Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao didn't ask how Long Yi found her. Asking was useless. She said, "Then you cannot let him put you." Humph. Princess Xinyang coldly snorted. "I actually want to." Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had already changed her clothes, so she didn't know whose they were. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "Eugen's clothes. Do you think I would give you my clothes to wear?" Gu Jiao. How can she know what I'm thinking? Princess Xinyang opened her mouth again. "Are you a death warrior of Yan country?" N. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, "Your whole body is covered in blood, but not a single drop is yours. Don't tell me you took a bath with blood." Gu Jiao strangely asked, "What does this have to do with death warriors of Yan country? It seems you really don't remember at all." Princess Xinyang finally looked at Gu Jiao, but it was only a glance and then she looked away. "When you came, you looked exactly like a suicide soldier who had lost control. By the way, only the Yan kingdom has men of sacrifice. Long Yi is also from the Yan kingdom." Gu Jiao said with absolute certainty, "I'm not a death warrior." Princess Xinyang paused and nodded. "That's true. Even the men of sacrifice don't have as much killing intent as you do." Gu Jiao. "Can't you greet me before insulting me? I thought you were going to say it." "That's right, you are Ding and Marquis Fu's precious daughter." Gu Jiao did not know how long she had been unconscious or what time it was. She only knew that she was very hungry. Not long after, her stomach began to growl. After Princess Xinyang finished writing the last word, she put down the brush. She still didn't look at Gu Jiao. Instead, she looked at her newly written notebook. "Are you eating alone or with me? What are we eating together? Dinner? What time is it now?" Princess Xinyang still hasn't eaten. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said, "If it's convenient, I want to eat by myself." Princess Xinyang put away the notebook and got up to leave. Not long after, a maidservant came in carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 dishes, 1 soup and a small plate of fruit. There weren't many dishes, but the quality of the dishes was very rich. The maidservant first placed the tray on the table. Then she took a clean small table that was specially placed on the Kong bed, and placed it on the bed where Gu Jiao was. Gu Jiao originally intended to say that she could get out of bed and eat by herself. But since she had already gone to this extent, Gu Jiao did not want to disappoint her good intentions. "This servant will wait outside. If Miss has any orders, call this servant at any time." The maidservant said and respectfully retreated. Gu Jiao prepared to eat her dinner. Who would have thought that in the next second, Long Yi would enter the room? Gu Jiao's hand trembled. The chopsticks that she had just picked up fell out of shock. It couldn't be that he came to find her again. Gu Jiao trembled with fear and stared for a long time. But seeing that Long Yi didn't take out his charcoal pencil, she secretly sighed in relief. Didn't seem like it. Then what did he come to find her for? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi's hands were behind his back. His eyes were fixedly staring at the food in front of Gu Jiao, as if he was very much looking forward to it. Gu Jiao's eyes spun. "Do you also want to eat?" Long Yi didn't move. "Guessed wrong?" Gu Jiao thought for a bit. "Are you reminding me to eat quickly?" Long Yi's aura still didn't change. "Guessed wrong again." Shadow Guard Long didn't know how to speak. She had to guess everything. Gu Jiao couldn't guess what Long Yi wanted to do this time. She mused for a long time, then said strangely, "You shouldn't be thinking of feeding me, right?" Long Yi's eyes were ready to move. Gu Jiao looked at the hands behind his back. She didn't think too much. Wasn't it just being fed? Seeing that he had saved her, she would allow it. "Okay." Gu Jiao put down her chopsticks. "You feed me." She had never been fed by a shadow guard Long before. It could be considered a unique experience in 2 lifetimes. Long Yi happily took out the cutlery hidden behind his back. Gu Jiao stared and almost fell. "People used a spoon to feed, why did you use a spatula?" Are you serious? Next door, Princess Xingyang was eating. Gu Jiao walked in without a change in her expression. I thought about it. Eating alone isn't very polite. It's better if I eat with the princess. Princess Xingyang didn't say yes or no, so Gu Jiao took it as a tacit agreement. She sat down across from Princess Xingyang. There was originally another set of cutlery on the table, but Gu Jiao didn't sit on the chair corresponding to that set of cutlery. Instead, she chose to sit beside it. After she sat down, she didn't take the cutlery. Eugène's eyes flashed. You also sit down and eat, Princess Xingyang said to Eugène. Yes. Eugène gave Gu Jiao another set of cutlery, then sat down on the chair corresponding to the original set of cutlery. She looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. She wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had coincidentally seen through her plan to accompany Princess Xingyang to eat. Gu Jiao buried her head in her food, as if she didn't care about anything other than eating. Eugène's expression relaxed, and she also began to eat slowly. It wasn't that Gu Jiao didn't care about other things. She just didn't show it on her face. As she ate, she secretly observed Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang's movements were very gentle, and there was a sense of nobility and elegance that came from her bones. Gu Jiao almost couldn't help but think of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was the same. Even when he was in the countryside and wore patched clothes, it was still difficult to hide the elegance between his brows and his movements. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Xiao Lulang before, so she didn't feel like Xiao Lulang was a completely different person like the old chancellor. In fact, no matter how much a person's temperament changed, their style of writing changed, and their habits suddenly changed, some small movements and expressions wouldn't change. Deliberate changes were all things that one could realize, but some things that one couldn't realize naturally couldn't be changed. Xiao Lulang himself didn't know that when he ate something good, his eyes would quickly blink twice, and when he ate something bad, his left eyebrow would twitch. Princess Xingyang was the same. However, there didn't seem to be anything she liked on the table. The three of them quietly finished their meal, and Princess Xingyang went next door. Eugène considerately asked Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, are you full? There are still snacks in the kitchen. No need, I'm full. Gu Jiao didn't have a big appetite. Today, because she had used up too much energy, she only ate 2 bowls of rice. Normally, 1 bowl was enough. Eugène smiled and politely asked, Dr. Gu, do you like tonight's dishes? Gu Jiao said, I'm not picky. In other words, she didn't like it very much. It wasn't as good as the red braised pork that Princess Xingyang had prepared for her. Unfortunately, Long Yi held a spatula, so she was scared and ran away. Eugène didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward. Normally, people would politely say that they liked it, that it tasted good, and thank you for your hospitality. Gu Jiao said again, I see that Princess Xingyang doesn't like it very much either. There's no meat on the table. Eugène was very surprised. You can tell? Princess Xingyang didn't show her preferences on her face. She seemed to be very indifferent to everything. Even the servants who had served her for a few years couldn't tell whether she liked something or not. Eugène paused, then said, the princess is a vegetarian. Here comes another vegetarian. Old concubine Jing was also a vegetarian, but that woman was probably faking it. Why was Princess Xingyang a vegetarian? Gu Jiao thought for a bit, then asked, does she also have meat allergy? Eugène was stunned. What kind of question was that? Was there anyone in this world who had meat allergy? Eugène couldn't keep up with Gu Jiao's unconstrained thoughts, but she didn't change the topic. She hesitated for a bit, then said, the princess isn't always a vegetarian. In the beginning she also ate meat, but in recent years she stopped eating. She said that she wanted to accumulate good karma for Little Master so that Little Master could throw himself into a good family in his next life. Gu Jiao didn't believe in this, but combined with her own matters, Gu Jiao felt that the end of science might really be theology. People might not be able to reincarnate, but they might be able to step into another parallel spacetime. When the brain waves travel through spacetime, it would be affected by the magnetic field and lose its past memories. Therefore, there was a saying that drinking Mengpo's soup would cause one to forget the past. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's own wild guess, without enough scientific evidence to support it. Today Long Yi persisted in using a spatula to feed Gu Jiao, the little patient, and didn't let Gu Jiao stop writing. Late at night, Gu Jiao intended to return. Before leaving, she went to thank Princess Xingyang. Princess Xinyang was practicing calligraphy again. Gu Jiao didn't know why, but an image suddenly appeared in her mind. The young princess of Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy under the sun's rays, and little Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her. Princess Xinyang said, "You're not allowed to eat until you've practiced 1,000 characters." Little Xiao Lulang picked up the brush with hidden bitterness, resigned to his fate, and began to practice calligraphy. Why did she have such thoughts? Wasn't it because Xiao Lulang always forced her to practice writing? She seriously suspected that he had been tormented by Princess Xinyang when he was young, and now he was tormenting others as he grew up. Gu Jiao gathered her thoughts and said to Princess Xinyang, "Thank you, Princess, for today." Although Long Yi had picked her up and brought her back, but it was not easy for her to not throw him out. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "No need to thank me. Your life is very valuable. After all, you still have to treat my illness." Gu Jiao, "What you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Goodbye." Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. Princess Xinyang was practicing her calligraphy when she suddenly opened her mouth and called, "Girl, in." Gu Jiao stopped and looked at her in confusion. "Princess, is there something else?" Princess Xinyang asked, "How can a person like you become a doctor?" It wasn't a questioning tone, nor was it a disdainful tone. It was pure curiosity. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "What kind of person am I?" Princess Xinyang said, "Don't ask me, ask yourself." This was the second time tonight that Princess Xinyang had said strange things to her. She didn't think that Princess Xinyang would come to this conclusion just because she was unconscious and covered in blood. Could it be that she had done something when she was unconscious? And then her secret was discovered by Princess Xinyang? Shadow bloodthirsty. There had always been such a saying in the organization, so generally no one dared to provoke her. But only her godfather knew that she wasn't bloodthirsty in the true sense. She just couldn't control herself. Blood made her excited. In her previous life, she had always trained herself through various operations. She had already controlled herself very well. Tonight's situation where she completely lost control was very rare. Who would have thought that Princess Xinyang would encounter her? To be exact, after being picked up by Long Yi, Princess Xinyang encountered her out of control side. However, it was also fortunate that she was picked up by Long Yi. If she had stayed by the side of Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang, perhaps she would have already. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Princess Xinyang. "You're not afraid of me?" Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "Why should I be afraid of you?" "Because I am a monster." "How did I give birth to a monster like you?" "Go away. Stay away from your sister." The woman held the baby in her bosom and fiercely pushed her to the ground. Her immature little face had just been slapped by the woman. Her cheeks were swollen like a steamed bun, but she didn't cry. Even when her mother pulled her to the ground and hurt her little butt, she didn't cry. She picked up the box that had fallen to the ground, stood on her tiptoes and stuffed it into the baby's bosom. A gift for my sister." The woman slapped the box away and looked at her with disgust. "Who wants your gift? Go away." The woman almost trembled as she dialed a phone number. She shouted herself hoarse, surnamed Gu. "Take your daughter away." "Jiao Jiao, Daddy will take you back." The tall and handsome man looked at the little girl in front of him and said with an awkward smile. In the dead of winter, she stood barefoot on the cold floor, holding the gift that her sister didn't want. She was very pretty but a little dirty. She asked the man, "Do you live in Daddy's house?" There was a moment of panic on the man's face, but the young girl didn't notice it. The man smiled embarrassedly. Daddy has a little brother at home, and there aren't enough rooms. Daddy will take you to Grandma's house first." "Oh." She lowered her head and touched the doll in her arms. It was a doll that she had sewn with her own hands. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. The man raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch her head. She looked up and obediently waited for the man to touch her head. She knew that her father was lying. Her father's house was very big, and there was only one brother. It was impossible that it couldn't fit. But if her father touched her, she would forgive him. If her father couldn't touch her, she could stand on her tiptoes. She tried very hard to stand on her frozen little toes. Hurry up and touch her, her head was ready. But the man swallowed his saliva, and his palm didn't actually touch her head. He just rubbed the top of her head symbolically and quickly withdrew his hand. It was as if touching a strand of her hair would cause a plague. The man revealed a loving smile. Daddy promises you, I'll come and pick you up after the new year. She waited from the age of 3 to 6, and after 3 years, no one came to pick her up. Later, she found out that the omnipotent, brave, and powerful father in her heart was also afraid of her. Chapter 419. Night fell. After working in the cabinet all night, the first of the 3 tripod lords finally finished their work. The 3 of them came out of the cabinet, and Commandery Prince got into his carriage to return home. Hanlin Academy's carriage was parked outside the cabinet. They planned to take Ningxian and Xiao Lulang home. Ningxian was exhausted. He really wanted to take Hanlin Academy's carriage home, but his horse was still parked in Hanlin Academy. If he didn't ride the horse back tonight, he wouldn't be able to come to Hanlin Academy tomorrow morning. It was too far to walk and it was too expensive to hire a carriage. Ningxian sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'll go back to Hanlin Academy first. I'll ride my horse back. Xiao Lulang looked at him. Don't ride the horse when you're tired. Ningxian waved his hand. It's okay. It's not too far. The carriage went in the direction of Hanlin Academy. Right? Ningxian spoke again. Don't you think Grand Secretary Yuan thinks highly of you? Does he? Xiao Lulang asked. Ningxian said confidently, of course. Grand Secretary Yuan said 3 sentences to me today, and 5 sentences to Commandery Prince and added together. He didn't say more than you. Xiao Lulang didn't pay attention to this. Ningxian continued, also, I noticed that he kept looking at you. Xiao Lulang gave him a confused look. Did you do your job well today? Ningxian sighed again. You and Commandery Prince did most of the work. To be honest, I didn't do much. Grand Secretary Yuan called them to the cabinet today, mainly to help organize some memorials about the laws of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom had been founded for 200 years. Some laws were set at the beginning of the country. They were in line with the national conditions at that time, but they weren't suitable now. Almost every emperor of the Zhao Kingdom would reorganize and revise the laws. Naturally, the emperor would not personally revise them one by one. The cabinet would draft them, and then bring them to the emperor for review. However, the cabinet needed to listen to the voices of the people before drafting, and the voices of the people had to be reported one by one through the local officials. What the 3 of them did today was to sort out the contents of these reports into standardized memorials. It was Ningxian's first time entering the cabinet. Not only was he nervous, but he was also a little unfamiliar. He was not as calm and experienced as Xiao Lulang and Commandery Prince N. In fact, this was the first time that Xiao Lulang and Commandery Prince N came to the cabinet to help. However, the 2 of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and had seen a lot. They knew how to deal with the cabinet officials and could handle the situation. Ningxian winked and said, Say, did Grand Secretary Yuan take a fancy to you? He wants you to be his grandson-in-law? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Don't talk nonsense. Ningxian said, I'm not talking nonsense. Wasn't there a rumor that Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter was going to marry Royal Prince N? Later on, for some reason, they did not get married and Jun Wang became engaged to the daughter of Ding and Marquis. I observed carefully tonight. The way Grand Secretary Yuan looked at Royal Prince N was not right. He must be angry at Royal Prince N for abandoning his granddaughter after seducing her. Xiao Lulang had never been interested in the affairs of outsiders. He said indifferently, I'm married. Ningxian said, I know you're married, but does Grand Secretary Yuan know? Last time, didn't the Minister of Justice come looking for you and want to betroth his daughter to you? Xiao Lulang glanced at him. You've been very idle recently. Gossip everywhere. Xiao Lulang did not take Ningxian's words to heart. Regardless of whether or not Grand Secretary Yuan really cared about him, it was definitely not to betroth his granddaughter to him. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were already secretly discussing marriage. Xiao Lulang returned to Jade Water Alley in the middle of the night. He was surprised to find a person standing at the door. He wore a light-colored gown and looked lonely under the cold moonlight. Xiao Lulang walked closer and recognized that he was Lu Yisheng, whom he had met once before. Lu Yixing was the orphan of the Lu family. In the capital, he was like a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. At the same time, he was also Gu Jiao's patient. Little Jing Kong and Prince Yu's son Ming-er had encountered human traffickers. It was Lu Yixing who courageously sent the two children back to the medical center. Prince Yu gave him a large sum of money to thank him and he accepted it. However, when Xiao Lulang also went to thank him, he was rejected. He said, "Dr. Gu treats me. If she doesn't charge less, she doesn't charge me at all. I owe Dr. Gu a favor, so I can't accept your gift." These words left a deep impression on Xiao Lulang of Lu Yixing. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Lulang walked forward and asked. Lu Yixing had already seen Xiao Lulang when he walked into the alley. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid him, but in the end he still chose to stay. He opened his mouth and said, "I." His sleeves weren't long. Xiao Lulang glanced at him and noticed that his hand was wrapped in gauze. There seemed to be faint traces of blood seeping out of the gauze. Xiao Lulang said, "It's already so late. If you want to treat your injury, you can go to the Miracle Hall. There's a doctor on night duty there." Lu Yixing wasn't here to treat his injury. However, it was very difficult for him to explain to Xiao Lulang why he was here. He didn't want Xiao Lulang to misunderstand. Just as he was struggling with how to phrase it, another carriage stopped at the other end of the alley. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and walked towards her house. She saw two handsome men standing at the door, facing each other in a strange atmosphere. For a moment she was stunned. This scene was a bit too pleasing to the eye. Xiao Lulang stared at her with a bit of curiosity. He thought that she had already gone to bed at this time. Who would have thought that she had just returned? Moreover, her clothes were clearly not the clothes she wore this morning, nor were they the clothes she wore at home. The curiosity in Lu Yixing's eyes was no less than Xiao Liulang's. Gu Jiao was unconscious when she was kidnapped, but now she seemed to have recovered? Was it really like Yuan Tang said? That the expert didn't have any ill intentions towards Gu Jiao? Was it really someone that Gu Jiao knew? "Husband," Gu Jiao called out to Xiao Lulang. "It's so late. What are you two doing standing here?" "You can ask him." A certain someone whose identity was announced was finally in a better mood. He said to Lu Yixing, "Let's go in and sit." Lu Yixing said, "No, I just want to ask Dr. Gu to take a look at my injury. I'll leave in a while." Xiao Lulang didn't force him. He turned around and went into the courtyard, lighting all the lanterns in the courtyard. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on his right hand. "Your hand?" Lu Yixing looked at his right hand wrapped in gauze. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao asked, "You stitched it up?" Lu Yixing looked at her in confusion. "You stitched it up? Don't you remember?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I seem to have some impression." Lu Yixing pursed his lips. Do you often do this? I mean, lose consciousness?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "Not often. Tonight was a special case." Lu Yixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. In the end he didn't ask. He said, "I'll send your medicine box and basket to the medical center." When the expert took her away, he only took her, not the things on the ground. He first went to the medical center to inquire about her whereabouts and residence. Then, he gave the basket and medicine box to the second boss. Gu Jiao smiled. "Thank you." Gu Jiao checked his injury. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to stitch it up in that kind of situation. The fact proved that her muscle memory was too strong. The operation could be said to be perfect. Gu Jiao also told him some things to pay attention to, and asked him to come to the medical center tomorrow to change his dressing. Lu Yixing suddenly looked at her deeply and asked, "What about you? Are you really okay?" "That expert. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He is my husband's friend." She couldn't expose the identity of Long Yi and Xiao Lulang. For the time being, she called them friends. Lu Yixing was completely relieved. "Then I'll take my leave." Lu Yixing walked out of Jade Water Alley and arrived at Xuanwu Street. There was an unremarkable-looking carriage parked there. Several shadow guards were lying in ambush around the carriage. Yuan Tang was sitting in the carriage. Just now, after dealing with those shadow guards, Yuan Tang immediately returned to the imperial palace and called the experts of Chan's state. Only he didn't know whether the other party was afraid of Gu Jiao and that masked expert. so they didn't make a move against him this evening. Lu Yixing got on the carriage. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "How is it? Is that girl okay?" Lu Yixing said, "She's fine." Yuan Tang lazily leaned on the cushion behind him. "I said she would be fine. When that expert rescued her, he was very cautious. Just like how I look at my cousin every time." Lu Yixing really wanted to kick this shameless guy out of the carriage. Yuan Tang patted his palm with his folding fan. But then again, who is that expert? When did such a powerful person come to Zhao State? Lu Yixing coldly said, "Rather than worrying about this, it's better to think about your own situation. Being chased and killed, you also implicated others." Lu Yixing wasn't referring to himself but to Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang said, "I know I implicated my cousin and he lost his finger. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will definitely find that bastard. I will chop off his finger to avenge my cousin. Cousin, does it hurt? Come, I will blow on it for you." Saying that, he really grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and wanted to blow on it. Lu Yixing was quite shocked and decisively pulled away from him by half a carriage's length. Gu Jiao was the type of person who only reported good news and not bad news. No, she didn't even report good news. She wasn't good at talking about her daily life and experiences with others. Perhaps due to the influence of her childhood, no one would like to hear what she had to say. Gradually she stopped talking, as if by doing so she could create the illusion that you don't know about me, not because you don't care about me but because I refused to talk. Even after she grew up, her personality didn't change. Back then, it was Xiao Lulang who dug up old concubine Jing's matter again and again. In addition, all kinds of stupid teammates took turns to expose her, so she had no choice but to confess. Xiao Lulang wouldn't ask Lu Yixing about it. After all, Lu Yixing was only one of his patients. To argue with a patient would make him seem petty. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen to boil some water for Gu Jiao, so it was a bit noisy. Gu Jiao followed him in and sat down on the small stool next to him. She turned to look at him. "You don't seem happy." Xiao Lulang, "No, I'm not." "Gu Jiao, are you jealous?" Xiao Lulang, "I'm not that petty." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiao Lulang, "Who's prettier, me or him?" Gu Jiao. After taking a bath, Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get some water. Xiao Lulang was still awake. He stood in the yard under the bright moon and stars, looking as elegant as jade, as if he was waiting for her. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gu Jiao put down the wooden basin and turned to ask. Xiao Lulang walked over and raised his hand. His warm palm landed on her head. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Why, I don't know." He put down his hand. "I just suddenly want to touch your head." It was as if he felt that she needed it, but he couldn't tell why. Gu Jiao blinked and stared at him for a long time. Then she shook her head and stretched it out. Then touch it again. She was like a good child waiting to be touched. Xiao Lulang chuckled. Okay. The next day was supposed to be the day that Gu Jiao agreed to attend the Chamber of Commerce's gathering with the second boss. But because of this sudden change, Gu Jiao had to confirm something first. Gu Jiao asked the second boss to go first. She would rush over after she was done with her business. Okay, remember to be there before dinner. After saying that, the second boss got into the carriage and went to the Four Seas Villa in the eastern suburbs of the capital. Gu Jiao went to the Rui Wang Palace. Rui Wang had gone to take care of business, so only consort Rui Wang was at the palace. Hearing that Gu Jiao was here, consort Rui Wang was so excited that she personally grabbed her dress to greet her. She didn't need to worry about Gu Jiao being stimulated and running. No, walking very quickly. She came to the entrance of the palace and said with a smile, "You're finally here. His Highness said that when you sent me back to the palace last time, he invited you to stay with me, but I've waited for so long and I haven't seen you come. What wind blew you here today?" Gu Jiao's eyes looked over consort Rui Wang and fell onto the corridor not far away. There were 2 hidden guards there. She had never seen them beside consort Rui Wang before. Gu Jiao asked, "Are those 2 the people Ning Wang sent to protect you?" Consort Rui Wang had talked to her about everything. She had also told Gu Jiao everything about Ning Wang sending people to protect her. "You saw them?" Consort Rui Wang turned around and said in a surprised voice, "They are hidden guards. They only came to see me once when they came to the palace, But after that, I couldn't sense their existence at all. I came to see you. Gu Jiao continued from where she left off. Come in and sit. Consort Rui Wang pulled Gu Jiao's hand and brought her into the palace. Rui Wang was not a favored prince, and the palace he was given was not very satisfactory. It wasn't even half the size of the Ningguang Palace, and there weren't many servants on the way. Consort Rui Wang did not seem to care about this. She happily invited Gu Jiao into her courtyard. She already had a lot of infant clothes in her room. Some were made by her when she was bored and some were sent by her maternal family. My Mimi came to stay for a few days. She was too noisy, so I had her leave. Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao sat down on the chairs and called a servant girl to serve Gu Jiao tea. She drank warm water. Consort Rui Wang's Mimi was Du Xiaoyun, the Crown Princess #1 fan. Gu Jiao had been praised by Du Xiaoyun several times. But when it came to noise, Gu Jiao looked at Consort Rui Wang. Weren't you two also noisy? Try this. Consort Rui Wang pushed a plate of osmanthus cake on the table in front of Gu Jiao. You don't know how miserably I was locked up 2 months ago. I even learned how to make desserts. Gu Jiao took a bite and was surprised to find that it was not bad. Is it good? Consort Rui Wang asked. It's good, Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang's eyes turned into 2 crescents as she smiled. Gu Jiao came today mainly to confirm a few things with her. Who did you tell that you heard the Crown Princess having a private meeting with someone behind the fake mountain, and that you suspected Yuan Tang was that man? Consort Rui Wang said straightforwardly, I only told you Rui Wang and De Gu. De Sa was in the carriage and might have heard a bit. Why are you suddenly asking this? Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang was attacked by an assassin. What? He was attacked by an assassin? How could that be? Who would want to kill him? Consort Rui Wang's expression turned grave. A moment later, she suddenly slapped the table. I know. It was Wen Linlang. She must have been worried that she would be implicated if the matter was exposed, so she decided to go all the way and kill Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao. Your prejudice against the Crown Princess is abnormally deep. It had to be said that Consort Rui Wang's guess gave Gu Jiao another train of thought. In terms of motive, the Crown Princess was suspicious. Thinking back carefully to their conversation, that man was the one who approached the Crown Princess first, and the Crown Princess slapped him. This was enough to show that the man had probably verbally offended her. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince consort was angry and hateful, or if she wanted to eliminate all future troubles, it was indeed possible for her to kill Yuan Tang. However, Gu Jiao felt that the man was also very suspicious. After all, making Yuan Tang a scapegoat was not something that anyone could think of, nor was it something that could be done under any circumstances. Casually killing a scapegoat would not help. However, it would be different if it was Yuan Tang. Whether it was status, appearance, or talent, Yuan Tang was worthy of her. Would it be convincing to find a passerby to say that this was the Crown Princess's secret rendezvous? Moreover, Consort Rui Wang had already closed the coffin on Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao quickly thought of another matter. She was also present when the other party tried to assassinate Yuan Tang. Moreover, she had killed so many of the other party's assassins. How would the other party view her relationship with Yuan Tang? Could the other party have already guessed that she knew that Yuan Tang was wrongly accused of being the man on the fake mountain? If it was her, she would be able to guess it. After all, Consort Rui Wang had gone to the medical center to find her after recognizing Yuan Tang. With her relationship with Consort Rui Wang, it was impossible that she did not tell her the gossip that Yuan Tang was the adulterer. Moreover, she was with Yuan Tang that night. It was hard to suspect that she had gone to find Yuan Tang to verify the truth. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Consort Rui Wang saw that Gu Jiao was suddenly silent and could not help but feel uneasy. Actually, her personality was not too unpleasant. It was just that she was always at odds with Wen Linlang. There were too many people who liked Wen Linlang, so it was inevitable that she would not get along with her. Don't tell me you also like Wen Linlang? She asked weakly. Gu Jiao shook her head. I like you. Consort Rui Wang immediately became happy. She held Gu Jiao's hand and said affectionately, I like you too. Rui Wang, who had just walked to the door and heard this confession, she suddenly felt that the top of her head was a little green. Chapter 420. Since the other party chose Yuan Tang as the scapegoat, his life wouldn't be in danger for the time being before consort Rui Wang appeared to testify. Gu Jiao left Rui Wang's residence. She sat in the medical center's carriage. She had just taken a few steps when the carriage was stopped. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came to the side of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said to Gu Jiao, "I went back to the palace last night and thought about it all night. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. You just asked me if I was related to Zhao country's crown princess, and then I was being chased. Tell me honestly, do you know something? Does this matter have anything to do with Zhao country's imperial family?" Gu Jiao said indifferently, "No comment. If I tell you the truth, you will reveal your whereabouts that day and make a perfect alibi. Then consort Rui Wang will lose her value in accusing you. Consort Rui Wang will be in danger. Therefore, for consort Rui Wang's safety, you, the great prince of Chun country, will have to suffer for the time being." Gu Jiao pulled the curtain and said with a smile, "There may be people coming to assassinate you in the next few days. Be careful." Then she lowered the curtain and said to Xiao Sanzi, "Let's go." The carriage sped away. Yuan Tang was so angry that he stomped his feet. Hey, make yourself clear. Who wants to assassinate this prince?" "Ah, this girl." She didn't finish her sentence. It was too infuriating. Yuan Tang exploded and roared, "Girl, don't think you can stay out of this. If that person wants to kill me, won't he kill you? Do you think you can escape? You and this prince have been in cahoots for a long time." Gu Jiao didn't really want Yuan Tang to take the risk. The other party's first assassination attempt failed, and they couldn't figure out Yuan Tang's trump card, so they probably wouldn't make a second move so quickly. Before noon, Gu Jiao arrived at the Four Seas Manor. The gathering lasted for 3 days. The most important days were the first and second days. They would be back by the afternoon of the second day. As expected, they bumped into people from Huichun Hall at the Chamber of Commerce. This was a very important Chamber of Commerce, and all the big bosses had come. Gu Jiao then saw the rumored stepson of the Hu clan's second master, Hu Hongtu. Just from his name, one could tell how much his parents expected of him. Back then, the second master had been pushed out by his family, so there was no hope for Hu Hongtu to have a deep brotherly relationship with him. Hu Hongtu looked at the second master with a smile, not concealing the contempt and disdain in his eyes. "Big brother is also here?" It seems that Big Brother secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall. These words were too harsh. What did he mean by the second master secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall? So the second master was an outsider, and the rejuvenation hall wasn't his father's business. Hu Hongtu might have forgotten that if it weren't for his appearance, the second master would be the first successor of the rejuvenation hall. Although the rejuvenation hall was a century-old pharmacy, the second master's mother had just married into the Hu clan when the Hu clan encountered an unforeseen event. The rejuvenation hall almost couldn't operate anymore. It was the second master's mother who invested all the money from her dowry into the rejuvenation hall that brought it back to life. But in the end, this poor woman didn't get anything. She passed away from a serious illness, leaving behind her young son to be bullied by others. A person's sore spot would only be poked when they were weak. Now that he had a strong backing, he didn't fear Hu Hongtu's provocation at all. "I came here based on my own ability. If we're talking about secretly learning, aren't you the one who secretly learned? I'm the legitimate son of the Hu clan." Hu Hongtu chuckled. "The former legitimate son of the Hu clan. Now you're just a stray dog." The second master coldly smiled. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see if the one who bites you to death is this stray dog." The two brothers parted on bad terms. Gu Jiao curiously admired the surrounding scenery. The second master said, "I've let you see a joke." Gu Jiao said, "No, it's pretty good." The more Hu Hongtu acted like a lowly person, the more ruthless they would be when they fought in the future. Gu Jiao asked, "Do you need my help?" The second master said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, "No need. He's just a mere stepson. I can still crush him to death." The second master was no longer the second master of the past. He was Niu Hulu's second master. Since the second master said this, Gu Jiao didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the two brothers. She stayed in the villa for a night and followed the second master to get to know many merchants in the capital. She also displayed her superb medical skills and proved the strength of the miracle hand hall to the Chamber of Commerce. The next afternoon, she returned as scheduled. She rushed back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival was the Mid-Autumn Festival in her previous life. It was a great day for the whole family to gather and admire the full moon. Last year, because of the autumn imperial examination, they couldn't celebrate the festival properly. This year everyone was there. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye came over early in the morning. Du Ruhan also came. However, he went back after lunch. Gu Jiao didn't manage to meet Du Ruhan. Gu Jiao invited Master Lu and Master's wife Nanxiang early in the morning. The two of them came in the afternoon and arrived at Jade Water Alley almost one after the other with Gu Jiao. Master Lu, Master's wife Nanxiang. Little Jing Kong warmly invited the two of them into the courtyard. His eagle and 7 chicks all had big red flowers on their heads. They lined up in the courtyard to welcome them. It could be said that it was very ceremonial. Master's wife Nan liked this little guy to death. She smiled and said, "You're Jing Kong, right?" "Yes, Master's wife Nanxiang." Little Jing Kong said cutely. The two of them chatted happily. Little Jing Kong enthusiastically introduced his chicks and chicks to Master's wife Nanxiang. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce Gu Yan's puppy. "That's Xiaoba. He's a little timid." Xiaoba straightened his back. How was he timid? He was the bravest shepherd dog in the entire capital. Woof! The new big yellow dog of the Zhao family next door rushed in. Xiaoba lost his cool in a second. He hugged the dog's head with his paws and hid behind the flock of chickens. Master's wife Nanxiang liked this place very much. The smile in her eyes didn't disappear from the moment she entered the house. Master Lu felt very gratified when he saw Nanxiang like this. Little Jing Kong considerately introduced the small vegetable garden at home to Master's wife Nanxiang. He especially proudly told her that he watered the vegetables in the garden. Nanxiang was amused by the little guy who shook his head. She couldn't wait to steal him back immediately. With little Jing Kong's introduction, Nanxiang and Master Lu also got to know Feng Lin and Lin Qingye. Unexpectedly, the four of them got along very well. Except for Lin Qingye, who felt inferior and embarrassed because he stuttered. Nanxiang smiled. She didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, she took off her veil. Lin Qingye and Feng Lin were stunned. Then Lin Qingye blurted out a complete sentence, "It's okay. Actually, Master's wife Nanxiang, you're very beautiful." Feng Lin patted Lin Qingye on the shoulder. Xiao Lin, you don't stutter anymore." Lin Qingye, I don't stutter." Oh, he still stuttered. However, with this interruption, the last trace of uneasiness in everyone's heart disappeared. No one would laugh at Lin Qingye's stuttering, and no one would laugh at Nanxiang's disfigured face. Xiao Lulang stepped into the courtyard at this time. He had just gone to Granny Zhou's small winery to get some wine. When Nanxiang came last time, only Gu Jiao was at home. Xiao Lulang had never seen Nanxiang, but he knew that Nanxiang and Master Lu would come, so he specially prepared the wine for them. "Lulang, you're back." Feng Lin waved at Xiao Lulang. Lin Qingye quickly got up and ran over to help Xiao Lulang carry the wine jar over. Feng Lin smiled and introduced Lulang. "This is Master Lu, and this is Master's wife Nanxiang." Xiao Lulang. "No, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider." Feng Lin said to the couple, "Master Lu, Master's wife Nanxiang. He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law." Master Lu and Xiao Lulang greeted each other politely. Nanxiang's expression was a little strange. She kept staring at Xiao Liulang's face, which made Master Lu, who was beside her, feel embarrassed. He pulled Nanxiang's sleeve and whispered, "Why do you keep staring at him?" Nanxiang said in a daze, I seem to have seen him somewhere." Master Lu was amused. "How could you have seen him? He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. He's from the county, and you've never been to the county. However, I heard that he looks very similar to the late young Duke of Zhaodu. Did you see the young Duke of Zhaodu when you entered the palace?" Nanxiang shook her head. "No, not in the palace, not in the capital either." Nanxiang stared at Xiao Lulang without blinking, trying hard to recall where she had seen him. "Ah, my book. My book is gone." Naughty! Little Jing Kong's cry came from the study. Little Jing Kong was good at everything, but he didn't know how to tidy up. She could always hear him looking for things all day long. Xiao Lulang didn't hear their whispered conversation. He only noticed that Nan Xiang kept staring at him, but as the host, he couldn't say anything. Mistress Nan, Master Lu, please excuse me. He went to the study to help little Jing Kong look for things after saying goodbye. If he didn't help him find it, the little guy would be so mad that the whole family would be restless. This was the first lunar festival that they officially celebrated in the capital. The old chancellor personally cooked, and Nanny Fong and Yu Yer were his assistants. They cooked a table full of dishes that they were best at: lamb scorpion spicy pot, hand-grabbed mutton, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, rock sugar pork knuckle, fried lotus root, cold tofu skin, crucian carp and tofu soup, vegetarian 3 delicacies, hairy crab and several seasonal vegetables. Of course, they didn't forget that little Jing Kong's Mid-Autumn Festival was especially vegetarian. He also had hairy crab steamed buns made of flour and tofu skin. Let's eat in the courtyard. We can also admire the moon, Feng Lin said. Little Jing Kong was the first to agree. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya went to move the table. There were too many people, and one table wasn't enough, so they put together 2 tables. Gu Jiao didn't participate in the cooking. She was making mooncakes in the small kitchen of the son-in-law's house. Xiao Lulang was also there. He wasn't very good at cooking, but he could still chop firewood to start a fire and carry water. Xiao Lulang hadn't eaten mooncakes before, but he could see that Gu Jiao made a kind of snack with fillings. The fillings were very rich. There were 5 kernels, red bean paste, salted egg yolk and lotus seed paste. Can you make date paste? He suddenly asked. I haven't made it before, but it should be possible, Gu Jiao said. It's just that there don't seem to be any red dates at home. I'll go buy some. Xiao Lulang stood up. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Sure Yi, she didn't see you like date paste so much. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang went to the nearby market to buy red dates. Under Gu Jiao's guidance, he washed, removed the seeds, and kneaded them into date paste. There was no oven, so the mooncakes could only be steamed. The taste was not the same as the mooncakes in her previous life, but Gu Jiao spent a lot of effort on the molds. The mooncakes she made were round, flower-shaped, and very cute patterns and characters. Little Jing Kong saw the cute little pig head on his mooncakes and was so excited that he cried out. Gu Jiao picked out a few sugar-free mooncakes and put them in the lunchbox. These are for Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the palace and couldn't come out. Gu Jiao planned to send them to the palace later. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang took the initiative to take the task. I'll send them to Grandaunt. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, okay. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, come and see. Little Jing Kong seemed to have discovered something new and dragged Gu Jiao out. When Gu Jiao returned to the kitchen, Xiao Lulang had already left with the mooncakes. Except for the sugar-free ones, he also took the date paste ones. Vermilion Bird Avenue. The entire street was filled with the festive atmosphere. However, the courtyard behind the peach trees was especially quiet. Because it was too quiet, one could clearly hear the laughter from the other houses. The windows were wide open. Princess Xinyang and Eugene sat facing each other by the window. The table between them was filled with sumptuous dishes. Eugene opened a plump crab and smiled warmly. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Princess, you don't have to eat vegetables. This crab was sent from the palace. Princess, try it. It's for you, Princess Xinyang said. Eugene sighed. The sound of children playing and adults laughing and scolding came from next door. It made their side seem even more miserable and desolate. Suddenly, someone knocked on the quiet courtyard door. Who is it? The little maid who was washing clothes in the courtyard asked. She was answered by another series of knocks on the door. Coming, coming. The little maid put down the half-washed clothes and stood up. Wiping her hands on the towel on the clothesline, she went to the door and opened it. Who is it? Eh? Where is the person? The little maid stretched her head out and looked left and right. Making sure she didn't see anyone, she scratched her head in confusion. I clearly heard someone knocking on the door. When she was about to close the courtyard door, She suddenly saw a food box at the door. Who put it there? She muttered. What happened? Eugene looked at the young maidservant who was behaving strangely in the corridor and asked. The little maid turned around and said to Eugene, Your Excellency Eugene, just now someone knocked on the door and put a food box here. Eugene was a very cautious person. She came to the door and looked at that tightly closed food box. She didn't immediately open it, rather called Long Yi and let Long Yi open it. Be careful. I'm afraid there are hidden weapons inside, Eugene said. She didn't know whether Long Yi could understand or not. But in the end, there were no hidden weapons in this world that could plot against Long Yi. Long Yi opened the food box, and a rich juju paste fragrance assailed his nostrils. Eugene was dumbfounded. She saw there were no hidden weapons inside the food box. It was clearly a novel and unique snack. Princess loved to eat juju paste cakes. But almost no one knew. What's the matter? Princess Xinyang walked over with an indifferent expression. The little maid hurriedly bowed to pay her respect. Eugene took the food box from the bosom of Long Yi and handed it over to her. This I don't know who put it there. Princess Xinyang picked up a mooncake filled with juju paste and stared at it for a long time. The little maid cautiously asked, Should I throw it away? Could it be someone poisoned it? Chapter 421. Princess Xinyang didn't say that she would throw it away, but she didn't say that she wouldn't throw it away either. She turned around and went into the house as if she didn't care. Eugene looked at her cold and lonely back. After thinking for a while, she still carried the food box inside. When Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley, little Jing Kong had just returned from the other end of the alley. He went to deliver mooncakes. Everyone took care of them, so Jiao Jiao also made mooncakes for the neighbors. Little Jing Kong was very happy after delivering the mooncakes. He was jumping up and down happily. At the door, he bumped into his bad brother-in-law. He immediately put away his cheerful expression and became serious and stern. Where have you been? I couldn't find you just now. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused by his fatherly tone. I went to deliver mooncakes just like you. Oh. Little Jing Kong was obviously not satisfied with this unspecific answer. He asked, Where did you deliver the mooncakes? In the palace. Xiao Lulang said for Grandaunt. There's more? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at him. Xiao Lulang said, Why do you think there's more after what I said? Little Jing Kong snorted. I just think there's more. The little guy's intuition was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Lulang composed himself and stroked his buzz cut. Let's go in. Is there more? Little Jing Kong asked. Why are you asking this? Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, I want to know who gave more mooncakes. Xiao Lulang made him laugh again. Why do you even want to compete with this? Childish. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. I'm not childish. At least I won't wet the bed when I'm as old as you. Xiao Lulang tapped his little head with a faint smile. Are you sure I'm the one who wet the bed and not you? Little Jing Kong brushed his hand away from his head. It's you, it's you, it's you. Ha ha ha. The little fellow stuck out her tongue, made a face at Xiao Lulang and slipped into the house. Xiao Lulang chuckled. And you say you're not childish. The whole family had a lively meal in the courtyard and admired the moon. Feng Lin and Master Lu drank until they were high. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders, almost calling each other brothers on the spot and becoming sworn brothers. Otherwise, Xiao Yulong's seniority would be a level lower. In the future, when he saw Feng Lin, he would not be able to address him as Feng Lin. He would have to address him as Martial Uncle Feng. Xiao Lulang promptly gave Feng Lin a piece of mooncake with 5 nuts stuffing, preventing this sudden swearing of brotherhood. Feng Lin drank too much. Take care of him at night. Xiao Lulang said to Lin Qingye. Feng Lin was still living in Lin Qingye's house and paid a friendship rent every month. I will. Lin Qingye said. It was getting late. Lin Qingye helped Feng Lin, who was completely drunk, to get up and bid farewell. On the other side, Nan Xiang and Master Lu were also preparing to leave. Master Lu was drunk and muddle-headed. He patted Xiao Liulong's shoulder and said, Your master's wife said she saw you. Nanxiang smiled and said to Xiao Lulang, "He's drunk. Don't listen to him." "It's okay." Xiao Lulang did not take it to heart. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan helped the drunk Master Lu into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan was worried that his master and mistress would go back like this. "I'll go over and take care of my master tonight." He was worried that his master's wife would not be able to handle such a drunk man. Nanxiang, who could handle 10 drunkards, smiled slightly. "Okay. It was not bad to kidnap her son. Xiaoshan will go back with us. I'll send him to class tomorrow morning," Nanxiang said to Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. The young couple had no objection. Little Jingkong waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Master Lu. Goodbye, Mistress Nan. Goodbye, Brother Feng Lin. Goodbye, Brother Qing." The whole alley was filled with his small voice saying goodbye. The next day there were no classes at the Imperial College. Gu Jiao took little Jingkong to the Imperial Palace to visit her great-aunt. On the way, they went to the Minister of War's mansion to pick up Su Tangsong, who was also on holiday, and took him to the Imperial Palace. Qin Shiyu's identity as a prince had been exposed on a moonless and windy night. Now little Jingkong and Su Tangsong both knew that he was the son of the Empress. In order to cover up his dishonest behavior, Qin Shiyu decisively changed the topic to little Jingkong. "The Empress Dowager is his great-aunt. He hid it for even longer than me." Little Jingkong was admitted to the Imperial College first. At that time, he had already called the Empress Dowager his great-aunt. Qin Shiyu was a transfer student. When it came to the history of deception, little Jingkong was indeed more experienced than Qin Shiyu. In fact, there was a difference between the nature of these two things. Qin Shiyu deliberately hid his identity, while little Jingkong did not know his great-aunt's identity at all. However, little Jingkong did not think about it. For the first time, little Jingkong, who was a logical person, encountered a situation that he could not refute. Fortunately, Su Tangsong was a magnanimous person. After a while, he covered up this matter and said, "Let's go play." The 3 bitches of the Imperial College went to the ends of the earth and wreaked havoc in the Imperial Palace again. The autumn air was cool and the sun was bright. Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang took the Phoenix carriage to the Imperial Garden to bask in the sun. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the princes and princesses went to the Imperial Palace to celebrate the festival. Naturally, Princess Ning also came. Prince Ning's 2 young commandery princesses went to the Imperial Palace with her. The 2 young commandery princesses were both 2 years old, which was an adorable age. Noble consort Zhuang liked them, so she let the young commandery princesses stay in the Imperial Palace for the night. Today, Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Palace to take the young commandery princesses home. The 2 young commandery princesses met the 3 bitches of the Imperial College by chance and went to play with them. Noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Garden to wait for them. Unexpectedly, they met Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. "Empress Dowager." Noble consort Zhuang stepped forward with a smile and bowed. She turned to look at Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao is also here." After learning that Gu Jiao was favored, noble consort Zhuang changed the way she addressed Gu Jiao. "Grandmother." Prince Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and nodded to greet Gu Jiao. "Dr. Gu." In comparison, the way he addressed her was much more normal. It was neither too warm nor too distant. It was mainly very natural. Gu Jiao also greeted him naturally. "Your Highness, Prince Ning." Later, Princess Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang also greeted each other. "Sit down," Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered, and the palace servants set up tables and chairs for them. Eunuch Qin said, "Empress Dowager, Miss Gu, sit down." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips. She, the noble consort, and Prince Ning, the prince, were here, but Eunuch Qin served an outsider first. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt sat down. "Don't you know how to help the Empress Dowager?" Noble consort Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao and whispered. She could see that the Empress Dowager was in good health and didn't need anyone to help her. "Empress Dowager, it's so sunny here. Why don't we go to the pavilion and sit down?" Noble consort Zhuang suggested. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm just here to bask in the sun." Noble consort Zhuang didn't speak. Prince Ning gently mediated, "Such a good sun. I'm afraid you won't be able to bask in it after winter. Mother, sit down. Noble Consort Zhuang sat down on the other side of Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Prince Ning and his wife sat down opposite the three. Eunuch Qin served tea and snacks. Eunuch Qin didn't know that he would meet Noble Consort Zhuang and Prince Ning, so he prepared all Gu Jiao's favorite foods. Noble Consort Zhuang looked at the table of spicy jerky, crispy peanuts, spicy beans. She frowned and asked, Eunuch Qin, can the Empress Dowager eat these? Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't eat spicy food before. This? Eunuch Qin wanted to say something but stopped. Noble Consort Zhuang ordered her little palace maid, go get some pea cakes and chestnut cakes. The little palace maid quickly brought a few plates of pea cakes and chestnut cakes from the imperial kitchen. They were bright in color and exquisite in appearance. At first glance, one could tell that they tasted extraordinary. Noble Consort Zhuang smiled and put a piece of pea cake on the plate in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, Empress Dowager, try this. Gu Jiao picked up a piece and tasted it. Noble Consort Zhuang looked a little unhappy. The Empress Dowager hasn't eaten yet. When is it your turn? Gu Jiao put down the snacks and said, it's too sweet. The Empress Dowager can't eat it. Noble Consort Zhuang's face sank. She put the chopsticks on the table and said, it's better than these spicy things. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Noble Consort Zhuang impatiently and said, I'm not asking you to eat it. You talk too much. Noble Consort Zhuang choked. Fortunately, the three cheap guests of the Imperial College and the two young princesses came over and diluted the awkwardness of the scene in time. They were sweating profusely from running. Noble Consort Zhuang didn't allow the two young princesses to play crazily anymore. Otherwise, they would lose the dignity of the imperial family. Little Qi is really too much. As his brother, you should control him. Don't let him play crazily all the time. If His Majesty sees this, he will be unhappy. These words were obviously directed at Prince Ning. Prince Ning looked at Qin Chuyu, who was running around in the flowers, and smiled helplessly. Father said that little Qi is too fat. It's good for him to move around. Noble Consort Zhuang's heart was even more blocked. She wasn't like this usually. It was just that these days her period had come and she was in a bad mood. She didn't like everyone. The three cheap guests of the Imperial College ran away again. The two young princesses wanted to follow them, but they had to stay because of Noble Consort Zhuang's dignity. Gu Jiao originally thought that Qin Chuyu, who had completely released his nature, was a normal child of the imperial family. After seeing the two young princesses, she realized that he was probably an anomaly. The 2-year-old young princesses were already very sensible. They were born of Prince Ning's 2 concubines and were less than half a year apart. They were very close to Prince Ning and nestled in his arms, unwilling to come out. It was a kind of dependence from the heart. It could be seen that Prince Ning was a good father who loved his daughters. Do you want to eat snacks? Prince Ning asked his daughters gently. The 2 young princesses nodded in unison. Prince Ning asked them to take it themselves. One of the young princesses took a piece of pea cake, while the other took a piece of spicy dried meat. She stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness. Prince Ning's eyes were full of smiles. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and calmly watched Prince Ning dote on his daughter. When he smiled, it was as if the ice and snow in the cold winter had melted. He had a high position and was born with a good appearance from the royal family. He also exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of Commandery Prince and was also a man as gentle as jade. But he was more youthful than Prince Ning. Prince Ning had the courage of a superior and the charm of a mature man. Few women wouldn't be fascinated by such a man, right? Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning on the side. The 2 children were also close to her. They would ask her for water and wipe their faces. After acting like a spoiled child in front of Prince Ning, they went to her. Princess Ning fed them water and wiped their hands as if she was their biological mother. But they were not her biological children. Did she really not have any grudge? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning's illness. The most uncomfortable thing in the world was not that she minded, but that she had to pretend that she didn't mind when she minded. This would make her suffer double the pain. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the wet nurse beside her, "Take the young princesses to play. Children shouldn't be too restrained." Yes. The wet nurses didn't dare to disobey Empress Dowager Zhuang's order. They took the 2 young princesses to play with the 3 bitches of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Princess Ning seemed to be relieved. When they were basking in the sun in the Imperial Garden, something happened. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess passed by here. Grandaunt was here. They had to come and say hello. No matter what people in the royal family thought, they wouldn't show it on their faces. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning looked like brothers. But they didn't expect that Qin Shiyu snatched Su Kanji's trophies, the newly picked dates on the tree. He ran all over the Imperial Garden and accidentally knocked down 2 people. One was the Crown Princess who didn't have time to sit down, and the other was Princess Ning who just got up. Qin Shiyu was between the Crown Prince and the 2. Only Prince Ning was close to them. Because of Qin Shiyu's reckless actions, the Crown Princess was even closer to him. He only needed to reach out a hand to support her. But he didn't do that. He didn't even look at the Crown Princess. He stepped forward and hugged Princess Ning, who almost fell on her face. "Are you okay?" He hugged his wife tightly. Princess Ning gasped in shock. "I'm okay." The Crown Princess was not so lucky. She fell on the ground sideways. Her arms and legs were scratched. "Qin Shiyu, are you itching for a beating again?" The Crown Prince's angry roar sounded in the Imperial Garden. Qin Shiyu, who was in trouble, hid behind Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The Crown Prince couldn't go around the Empress Dowager to beat Qin Shiyu. In addition, the Crown Princess fell heavily. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly helped the Crown Princess up. The Crown Princess twisted her ankle and couldn't walk anymore. "I'll call a sedan chair," Prince Ning said. "No need." The Crown Prince didn't want to wait any longer. He bent down and carried the Crown Princess up. After bidding farewell to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the others, he quickly walked back to the East Palace. Except for calling the sedan chair just now, Lord Ning was concerned about Princess Ning's injury all the time. However, noble consort Zhuang couldn't bear it and whispered, "It seems that she fell badly." Prince Ning's performance was too good. He was a perfect father and a perfect husband. Gu Jiao tapped on the table with her fingertips. She suddenly stood up and said, "I'm a doctor. I'll go to the East Palace." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao came back quickly. Prince Ning, his wife, and noble consort Zhuang were all there. Only Qin Shiyu went to his father after being reprimanded. "Why are you back so soon? Is the Crown Princess seriously injured?" Noble consort Zhuang asked. It seems that I went at the wrong time. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are." Gu Jiao glanced at Prince Ning. "Not very convenient." Prince Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Chapter 422. Everyone was experienced, so how could they not understand what inconvenient meant? Noble consort Zhuang whispered, "You fell like that and still." Empress Dowager Zhuang glared daggers at her, and noble consort Zhuang shut up. It was improper to act like this during the day, but the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess had been in love for a long time. Everyone in the 6 palaces knew that the Crown Prince only favored the Crown Princess and even dealt with his concubines for her. Empress Xiao forced the Crown Prince to marry her, and almost broke the relationship between mother and son. The Crown Prince had tied his heart to Wen Linlang and could not bear to leave her even a step. But then again, with Wen Linlang's talent and appearance, she was indeed worthy of the Crown Prince's favor. There was no woman more beautiful and attractive than her in the whole of Zhaogua, nor was there a more talented counselor than her. The Crown Prince had waited for her for so many years, but their wedding was less than 2 years old. It was common for them to be inseparable. But so what if he only favored her? She wasn't pregnant. Her son was still capable. Thinking of this, noble consort Zhuang smiled and patted the back of Princess Ning's hand. "Take good care of your body and give birth to a son for Prince Ning next year." Princess Ning's face turned pale almost instantly. "You have nothing to say, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at noble consort Zhuang coldly and said to Prince Ning and his wife, "Okay, you two can go back. Don't come to the palace if you have nothing to do." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips and was about to say something, But Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give her a chance to speak. You two, just take care of yourself. Noble consort Zhuang shut her mouth resentfully. After Prince Ning and his wife and noble consort Zhuang left, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ears finally quieted down. In fact, little Jing Kong was noisier than all of them combined, but that child was only noisy in her ears and not in her heart. Great aunt, great aunt, great aunt. Look at the frogs I caught. What she wanted really came. Empress Dowager Zhuang just finished talking about little Jing Kong. The next second, this naughty child grabbed 2 toads and threw himself into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms. The corners of Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. What happened to not annoy her? Can you not slap my face so quickly? Gu Jiao accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang back to Renshou Palace. After enjoying the rare leisure, Empress Dowager Zhuang began to review the memorials. Gu Jiao also planned to leave. Before she left, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly stopped her. Lu Lang has no one in his heart. Some things are in the past. You don't have to take it to heart. Gu Jiao was confused by this sentence. Why did he suddenly mention Xiao Lu Lang? What did she take to heart about his past? After Gu Jiao left, Eunuch Qin brought hot water to Empress Dowager Zhuang to wipe her face. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang had something on her mind, he couldn't help but ask, Empress Dowager, what's wrong with you today? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, didn't you see what happened just now? Eunuch Qin asked, what are you talking about? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him. The crown princess was injured. Zhao Zhao actually took the initiative to go to the East Palace to treat her. Does she have such a good temperament? Eunuch Qin thought. How can you talk about your own child like that? How is Miss Gu not good temperament? Well, speaking of which, Miss Gu is indeed a little black-hearted. It doesn't seem like she would take the initiative to treat people in the Imperial Palace. Eunuch Qin still didn't understand. What are you worried about? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I'm worried that she already knows Liu Lang's identity. She cares that Lu Lang used to have a fiancé. Eunuch Qin's face was full of realization. That's impossible, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Otherwise, why would she follow them to watch the fun? Eunuch Qin thought it was reasonable. That's true. Gu Jiao didn't know that her actions had aroused her great-aunt's suspicion. She was misunderstood by her great-aunt as jealousy. Well, she probably wouldn't have jealousy for the rest of her life. After leaving Renshou Palace, Gu Jiao didn't go to Little Jing Kong and Su Tangtang to take them home. Instead, she went to another place. Prince Ning and Princess Ning took the 2 young commandery princesses out of the Imperial Palace. The young commandery princesses had a special carriage. The 2 young commandery princesses were carried to the carriage by their nannies. Prince Ning also sent Princess Ning to the carriage, but he didn't get in himself. He stood by the window. Through the open window, he gently looked at Princess Ning, who looked a little tired. He said slowly, you must be tired. You are not feeling well. You should take care of yourself in the mansion. I didn't think about it. It's not that. Princess Ning saw that he didn't get in and guessed that he wouldn't go back. But she still asked, won't you go back? Prince Ning smiled. Little Qi made a big trouble. He may be punished in the imperial study now. I have to go and see. I can't let father punish him badly. He had always been an elder brother who loved his younger brother. Besides, Little Qi was still young. There was no conflict of interest with him. It was reasonable that he loved Little Qi. Princess Ning looked at him without blinking. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes. Do you really want to go? Prince Ning was stunned. Then he showed a helpless smile under her heavy gaze. You know the crown prince's temper. Although he and Little Qi have the same mother, Little Qi hurt you this time. I'm afraid he is also angry. He won't speak for Little Qi. Princess Ning squeezed the window tightly. What if I don't let you go? Prince Ning looked at her dotingly and helplessly. He said with a smile, Sushin, don't make trouble. Princess Ning lowered her eyes. It seemed that she had given up her nonsense. She let go of the window tightly and said, okay. Prince Ning reached out and stroked her cold cheek. Good girl. I'll go back soon. I'll watch the opera with you in the evening. Princess Ning loved the opera. In order to win his wife's favor, Prince Ning, who had never indulged in sensual pleasures, raised an opera troupe in the mansion. It could be seen that he loved her deeply. Princess Ning didn't ask him to stay. She gently removed the fork and put down the window of the carriage. In the East Palace, the crown princess leaned against the head of the bed, her sleeves and dress lifted up high. The crown prince focused on applying the last wound medicine on her, and said as if relieved of a burden, "Okay, it's all done. Wait, don't move. Let me see if there are any other wounds." "No," Princess Ning said, "it doesn't hurt anywhere." Prince Ning said, "You may get bruised and swollen later if you don't feel pain at the time." The crown princess couldn't say anything and allowed him to examine her carefully. When he finished, her face was completely red. He had originally lifted her clothes to help her apply medicine, but seeing her pitiful, flushed, and embarrassed appearance, the crown prince felt his throat go hoarse. However, he wasn't a beast to want her when Lin Lang was injured. So, Gu Jiao's inconvenience was just a literal inconvenience. Prince Ning was helping Princess Ning apply medicine and couldn't see guests. He didn't mean anything else. Gu Jiao didn't lie. But she couldn't be blamed if other people imagined it. Princess Ning said to Prince Ning, "Your Highness, go take a look at little Qi." "I'm fine." "Your Highness, don't be too angry at little Qi. Remember to put in a good word for little Qi in front of Imperial Father. His Majesty likes your brotherly love. Don't hurt your brotherly love for a woman." Prince Ning gritted his teeth and said, "I want to beat him up." Princess Ning smiled. "Listen to me, Your Highness." Prince Ning sighed. Okay. I understand. I'll listen to you." When Gu Jiao snuck into the Eastern Palace, Prince Ning had just left. It was still early, so it wasn't appropriate to hide on the roof. She would be easily discovered. Gu Jiao simply climbed over the back door and entered Princess Ning's small storeroom. This was Princess Ning's private storeroom. It was only a wall away from her bedroom. Because her window was wide open, she could see what was going on her side through the crack in the door. But Gu Jiao didn't expect that there would be another person in the storeroom. That person clearly didn't expect someone to come to the storeroom at this time. He had clearly calculated the timing. Forget it, I'll knock him out first. What a coincidence. Gu Jiao also thought the same. So the two of them attacked at the same time. They saw each other clearly and stopped at the same time. "It's you. It's you?" He even spoke at the same time. "Gu Jiao. Am I not qualified to act alone? Why is there someone who does bad things with me every time? What are you doing here?" Yuan Tang put down his knife and asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "In what position are you asking this question?" Yuan Tang was choked to death. Yes, if she shouldn't have come here, then as a hostage of Chen Nation, wouldn't he have even less reason to appear? Yuan Tang waved the folding fan in his hand and snorted. "That's because you didn't tell me anything. I could only investigate on my own. I'm not stupid. You suspected that I had some shady dealings with Zhao Nation's Princess Ning, so I was attacked. As long as I keep an eye on her, I'll definitely find some clues." Gu Jiao grunted. "You didn't forget to bring your brain when you went out today." Yuan Tang. Was it really good to choke him like this? Gu Jiao noticed that his fan had returned to normal. She didn't know if the punctured fan had been repaired, or if he had gotten a new one. There was a mechanism in this fan that could be used as a weapon when necessary. "Someone's coming," Gu Jiao suddenly said warily. Yuan Tang carefully sensed his surroundings. Sure enough, he heard a very slight movement above his head. Previously, he had thought that this girl's martial arts were inferior to his. However, after seeing this girl lose control and kill so many assassins, he didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. However, he was still very surprised. This girl's senses were too sharp. The two of them did their best to hold their breaths and minimize their presence. The two of them wanted to see what was going on in the Princess Ning's room, but there was only a crack in the door. Yuan Tang winked and squatted down. Gu Jiao pressed down on his neck and forced him to squat down. Yuan Tang was dumbfounded. "I told you to squat down." Gu Jiao mouthed, "No need to thank me." Yuan Tang. "Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Yuan Tang squatted down and gave Gu Jiao a high vantage point. The two of them stared intently at the movement on the other side. Since that person had used Qinggong to sneak in, It was probably inconvenient for him to reveal his whereabouts. The two of them looked at that window, a bit worried that the other person would close the window. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to care about this. After all, this small window didn't face the courtyard, but only a cold storeroom. It was a tall and muscular man. His entire body exuded a noble aura. The moment they saw him, this man's body instantly gave off a suffocating and terrifying aura. It was different from Gu Jiao's terrifying aura when she lost control. Yuan Tang thought that this man seemed to carry an evil, domineering, and possessive aura. Yuan Tang only saw the back of this person. For a moment he couldn't guess who the other person was, much less his intentions. He tried to see something from Gu Jiao's expression. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a small chin that seemed to be mocking him. The man came to the bedside. The crown prince consort had already rested and was lying on her side on the soft bed. Her hair was black and shiny like satin. She didn't wear any makeup, and her eyes were lightly closed. However, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Suddenly, the man sat down on the bedside. Yuan Tang was shocked. The crown prince consort had fallen asleep and didn't notice that someone had come into the room. But very quickly, she felt a cool hand moving up and down her face and hair. She thought that the crown prince had returned and muttered in a daze, "Your Highness, don't make a fuss. This concubine wants to rest." She thought that she had said the last sentence, but unexpectedly, she had only said it in her dream. The man's hand that had been gently caressing her hair and face suddenly grabbed her neck. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chan, and could be considered to have weathered many storms. However, he almost couldn't help but cry out in shock. What exactly was going on? He thought that this was the crown prince consort's trusted expert, but he offended his superior and touched the crown prince consort. He thought that this was the crown prince consort's lover, but he seemed to want to kill the crown prince consort. How great was the enmity and resentment! Gu Jiao's expression was very calm, and her breathing was very relaxed. Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. His temperament couldn't compare to a teenage girl's. Inside the room, the crown prince consort was finally woken up. When she saw a familiar face when she woke up, she almost trembled for no reason. "What? Scared?" The man's half-smiling voice sounded in the empty bedchamber, carrying a hint of ruthlessness and mockery. Yuan Tang felt his heart turn cold. This voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. It seemed like he had heard this voice before, but that person's voice shouldn't be so ruthless. Yuan Tang suddenly felt like he was splitting up. Gu Jiao didn't mind the commotion, and her eyes were actually shining. "Yuan Tang, are you serious?" The man increased the force of his hand, and the crown prince consort's face turned red. She used a lot of strength to squeeze out the words from her throat. "This is the Eastern Palace. Do you want to die?" The man's tone was playful and ruthless. "It's you who wants to die, Wen Linlang, it's you who wants to die. I don't understand what you are saying." The crown prince consort was almost unable to breathe. The man didn't have the slightest intention of being soft-hearted. "I warned you not to get too close to other men." The crown prince consort looked at him coldly. "He is the crown prince, and I am the crown prince consort. Isn't your words laughable?" The man said coldly, "At least don't do it in front of me." After saying that, he promptly pulled back his hand before the crown prince consort fainted, harshly pulling her back onto the cold bed. The crown prince consort suddenly couldn't breathe, and she lay on the edge of the bed, panting heavily. The man's icy fingertips tapped her chest. "Wen Linlang, remember this. You provoked me first, so this place can only belong to me. If you dare to have feelings for another man, I will kill him." The crown prince consort sneered. "He is the crown prince. Kill him if you have the ability." The man sneered. "You think I don't dare?" As if thinking of something, the crown prince consort's expression froze, and she turned her face away. Chapter 423. The man looked at her hand that was grabbing the corner of her clothes and sneered. "What? You want to slap me again? Then you better use more force this time. Don't leave a palm print like last time." The crown prince came out of the imperial study with a pale face. He didn't look where he was going and almost bumped into someone. He was about to lose his temper when he found that it was King Ning. He couldn't tell what he was feeling and greeted him sullenly, "Brother." King Ning smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't look happy. Did Imperial Father reprimand you or little Seven?" The Crown Prince said bitterly, "Father said that I didn't teach little Qi well. What does that have to do with me? Who knows where that little fatty got the courage to run around the palace?" King Ning laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are the Crown Prince and the elder brother. You are the role model for all the princes. It's inevitable that Father has high expectations for you. Don't worry. Father is just saying. He won't really blame you. As for little Qi, he is at a naughty age. It's normal for him to get into trouble. Father loves him very much. He won't really blame him." These words were quite pleasing to hear. The Crown Prince wouldn't be jealous of Qin Chuyu for taking away his father's favor. After all, Qin Chuyu was his younger brother and there was a big age gap. Besides, King Ning was right. Father scolded him because he had higher expectations for him than the other princes. He sighed, "But Father still wants to punish little Qi. It's useless for me to plead." King Ning smiled and patted the Crown Prince on the shoulder, saying, "Go back to the Eastern Palace first. I'll talk to Father." The Crown Prince opened his mouth. To be honest, he and King Ning weren't on the same side. King Ning was the biggest threat on his path to becoming the emperor. Not only was King Ning smarter and more capable than him, but also because his father loved King Ning very much. But King Ning's elder brother was hard to hate. His eyes were warm, bright, and honest. He worked hard to be a good son to his father and a good brother to the princes. He was ambitious, but he didn't seem too ambitious. Especially when he had no unspeakable feelings for Lin Lang. Don't think that I don't know. Old Third, Old Fourth, and even Imperial Concubine Shu's Old Fifth secretly admired Lin Lang. Only Big Brother was open and aboveboard, a gentleman. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince found Prince Ning much more pleasing to the eye. "All right then, I'll leave little Qi's matter to you, eldest brother. Lin Lang is injured, so I have to go back and take care of her as soon as possible." He had just taken a few steps when Prince Ning suddenly called him second brother. The Crown Prince turned around. "Is there anything else, Big Brother?" Prince Ning said, "Father has been very worried about the assessment of the 6 departments recently, and the cabinet is also arguing about it. I'm planning to go to the cabinet. Do you want to come with me?" The Crown Prince hesitated. As the Crown Prince of a country, he naturally knew that it was a good thing to participate in government affairs and share his father's burdens, but he was really worried about Lin Lang's injuries. Prince Ning smiled. "Then why don't I tell Father that I'll go alone? Would Father be happy if he knew about this?" The Crown Prince muttered. "Father didn't mention this matter just now." Prince Ning smiled. "That's because I haven't reported it yet." Fine, he couldn't escape. The Crown Prince sighed. "Then I'll wait for Big Brother to go to the cabinet together." Prince Ning smiled. "All right." Seeing the two brothers get into the carriage intimately, Gu Jiao and Yuan Tang, who were behind the tree, stared blankly. Yuan Tang said, "No way? They didn't even fight? Does the Crown Prince think that he's not completely cuckolded enough?" Yuan Tang had already found out who the man who secretly met with the Crown Princess was. Not only because he recognized the other party's voice, but also because when the other party turned around to leave, he accidentally saw the other party's face clearly. His feelings at that time could only be described as extremely surprised. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She was indeed very surprised. Yuan Tang said coldly, "I want to clear my name." Gu Jiao flatly refused. "No." "Why?" Yuan Tang asked. "Consort Rui Wang will die." Gu Jiao said, "She's the only person who can see you secretly meet with the Crown Princess. She's an important witness. Once you're cleared of the crime, Prince Ning won't keep her alive. You can't talk about morality with people like Prince Ning. Don't expect him to care about brotherhood." Yuan Tang snorted. "Do I have to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life?" Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "How about you go and kill him?" Yuan Tang's mouth twitched fiercely. Was he a watermelon? If I say I'll kill him, then I'll kill him. Also, this is your Zhao country's territory. If I assassinate your Zhao country's eldest son, How many heads do I have to chop off? As if seeing his complaint, Gu Jiao spread her hands. Didn't you even assassinate the emperor? Yuan Tang clenched his fists. That was just for show. How would I dare to kill your emperor? Do I want to die? Gu Jiao squinted at him. Is there any difference between colluding with the enemy's old concubine and seeking death? Yuan Tang choked. Thinking of something, Yuan Tang smiled. How about you tell your Empress Dowager? Doesn't Empress Dowager Zhuang trust you very much? She won't not believe what you say, right? Gu Jiao was silent. After a while she said faintly, is her trust in me a reason for me to stab her in the heart with a knife? Yuan Tang choked again. He forgot that Prince Ning's blood was the same as Empress Dowager Zhuang's. Prince Ning could betray many people, but he never betrayed Empress Dowager Zhuang. His filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang came from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao deeply. So what are your plans? I need to know whether we will be enemies or friends in the future. No wonder Yuan Tang asked this. Even Yuan Tang could see that Prince Ning would not hurt Gu Jiao. It was impossible for Prince Ning not to know that Gu Jiao had guessed the truth. He never wanted to kill Gu Jiao from the beginning. Yuan Tang thought of several reasons. First, Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's sweetheart. If he hurt Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not let it go. Second, Prince Ning also needed Gu Jiao to treat Princess Ning's illness. Of course, this was based on the premise that Prince Ning had feelings for Princess Ning. Third, and the most important, Gu Jiao was an outsider. She didn't care about the War of the Princes at all. Even if Prince Ning made the crown prince a cuckold, what did it have to do with Gu Jiao? Since Prince Ning would not kill her, there was no need for her to be his enemy, right? Gu Jiao said lightly, I only do what I think is necessary. Yuan Tang was confused. What do you mean? Are you going to be Prince Ning's enemy or not? Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, I should ask you this. Yuan Tang was stunned. What? Gu Jiao said calmly, if Prince Ning finds that it is not easy to assassinate you, he simply gives you up and turns to think of other ways. Then, do you still want to be his enemy? Yuan Tang opened his mouth. Gu Jiao said, it has nothing to do with me whether I am his enemy or not. I never need any friends, and I am not afraid of having more opponents. This girl's words were heart-wrenching. So, he still didn't understand what this girl meant. Gu Jiao was right. After Prince Ning found that Yuan Tang was a tough nut to crack, he did not make any further moves on Yuan Tang for the time being. Although this matter was not made public, it was not easy to shut Ruwei Wang and his wife's mouths. Prince Ning had two better choices. One was to put on another show and let consort Ruwei Wang discover the real man in the rockery. This man would be at Prince Ning's disposal, and he could just find a scapegoat to take the blame. However, this required the cooperation of the Crown Princess. From what Gu Jiao observed today, the relationship between the Crown Princess and Prince Ning, the Crown Princess would probably not be willing. Moreover, even if there was a new scapegoat, what would happen next? Would he really push the Crown Princess and the scapegoat out? Would Prince Ning bear to let the Crown Princess lose her reputation? The second choice was to kill consort Ruwei Wang. Consort Ruwei Wang was an eyewitness and so was Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao did not care about this matter. Unlike consort Ruwei Wang, who had a grudge against the Crown Princess, she would not easily let go of this opportunity to see the Crown Princess lose her reputation. Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center? Xiao Sanzi asked in the carriage. Let's go to Prince Ning's mansion, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage to Prince Ning's mansion. Princess Ning met Gu Jiao in her courtyard. She had someone serve her tea. Dr. Gu, are you here for a follow-up visit today? I remember that the follow-up visit is in 3 days. In other words, she could tell that Gu Jiao did not visit her for no reason. Gu Jiao did not mince her words and said directly, Princess, can I trust you? Princess Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Prince Ning and the Crown Prince were busy in the cabinet until late at night. When they returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Princess Ning sat in the pavilion drinking tea. Prince Ning pressed between his eyebrows and walked over. A servant opened the curtain for him, and he found that consort Ruwei Wang was also there. He was slightly stunned, but soon his expression returned to normal. He smiled gently and said, Sushin, I'm back. Third sister-in-law is also here. Eldest brother. Hearing his voice, Consort Rui Wang turned to look. She stood up and bowed with a smile. Sister-in-law said that she was very bored, so I moved here for a few days to accompany her. Eldest brother, you don't mind, right? Of course not. I'm very happy to have you with Sushin. Prince Ning said with a smile. He came to the other side of Princess Ning and sat down next to her. He said, sorry, there were too many things to do in the cabinet today. I didn't come back to watch the show with you. Princess Ning poured him a cup of flower tea. It's okay. Third sister-in-law watched it with me. Prince Ning smiled and glanced at the two of them. Which match did you watch? Was it good? Rui Wang Fei nodded like she was pounding garlic. It's Worshipping Moon Pavilion. It's so wonderful I cried from watching it. Prince Ning smiled and looked at Consort Ning lovingly. Then did Sushin cry? Consort Ning asked back, Your Highness, do you want me to cry? Prince Ning was stunned again. Then he held one of her hands and asked, Of course not. I promised Sushin that I wouldn't let you cry in my life. Consort Ning took her hand out of his palm and pushed the flower tea to him. Your Highness, have some tea. Okay. They sat in the pavilion for a while. Then Prince Ning said, It's late. I'll take you back to rest. They got up and walked out of the pavilion. But the moment they walked down the steps, Consort Rui Wang suddenly screamed and leaned forward. Ning Wang was separated from her by Ning Wang Fei. Even if he wanted to act, he couldn't. Ning Wang Fei grabbed Rui Wang Fei and pulled her back, stabilizing her body. Consort Ning lost her balance and rolled down the steps. Sushin. Sister-in-law. Consort Ning had a terrible fall. Her left arm was dislocated. After the doctor fixed her arm, he wrapped a cloth around her and asked her to rest in bed. Consort Rui Wang was so sad that she cried. I don't know what happened. I suddenly slipped. Consort Ning asked Consort Rui Wang not to think too much and to go back to her room to rest. Prince Ning stayed to feed Consort Ning medicine. Consort Ning didn't drink the medicine. Instead, she stared at him. Your Highness, why do you think third sister-in-law slipped? Did she step on something? Prince Ning paused. Consort Ning continued. I asked people to clean up the pavilion. Who put something that shouldn't be there? Her eyes made Prince Ning frown. How do I know? After saying that, Prince Ning realized that his tone was not good enough. He took a deep breath and said, If Sushin wants to know, I'll ask people to find out. Consort Ning twitched her lips. Your Highness, you'd better find out. Of course Prince Ning found out. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. But the result of his investigation almost made his expression crack on the spot. It was Consort Ning who asked us to smear some lard on the steps. The servant was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. God knew why Consort Ning, who had always been gentle and virtuous, suddenly wanted to smear lard on Consort Rui Wang. But she had failed to harm Rui Wang Fei and hurt herself. Prince Ning clenched his fists. Get out. Go and get the flogging yourself. Yes, yes, yes. The servant hurried out. He was afraid that Prince Ning would change his mind and ask for his head if he was a little slower. Although Consort Ning was hurt, her sleep was not affected. She slept until dawn. Consort Rui Wang had been up for a while. She went to Consort Ning's room. Prince Ning also came. He had something to say to Consort Ning, but he couldn't say anything since Consort Rui Wang was there. He took a deep look at Consort Ning and went to the cabinet to deal with official business. But he didn't expect that before he could sit in the cabinet, the housekeeper of the mansion came to report that Consort Ning was poisoned. Prince Ning choked on his breath and almost choked to death. Your Highness, in a moment. The Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet walked over and was about to discuss something important with Prince Ning. However, Prince Ning stood up and left in a hurry without even looking at him. The cabinet secretary was speechless. When Prince Ning entered the room, Consort Ning was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Her face was very pale, but she looked careless. Prince Ning pinched his fingers expressionlessly. All of you leave. Yes, Your Highness. The servants hurried out. Prince Ning closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He came to the bed and sat down. He looked at her gently. "Give it to me." Consort Ning handed him the bowl of medicine. Prince Ning tasted it first. It was not cold or hot. Then he fed her a spoonful. "It's aconite." Consort Ning drank the medicine and said. Prince Ning stopped when he was about to take the second spoonful of medicine. Consort Ning smiled and said, "It was supposed to be a sour apricot for third sister-in-law. I was curious and tasted it first. Unexpectedly, I was poisoned. Your Highness, who poisoned me?" Chapter 424. The novel is updated more quickly. Prince Ning threw the spoon back into the bowl and stared at her. His eyes were not as gentle as before. His eyes were heavy and deep. "What do you want to do?" Princess Ning raised her head and looked at him without blinking her almond eyes. She smiled and sneered. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell Your Highness that I don't care about those things of Your Highness. But if anyone wants to kill Consort Rui Wang, they have to kill me first." Prince Ning's pupil shrank as if he had experienced a great shock. Even though he had developed the character of being calm even if Mount Tai collapsed at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a touch of frost between his eyebrows. He clasped her wrist. "Those things of mine? You should tell me clearly what those things of mine are." "The medicine is cold." Princess Ning smiled and naturally broke away from Prince Ning's hand. She took the medicine bowl from his hand. She had always been afraid of bitterness, but she drank it all in one breath. Not a drop was left. She handed the empty bowl to Prince Ning. "Your Highness, please put it down for me." Prince Ning took a deep look at her. Coldness, complexity, and anger flashed in his eyes. But in the end he suppressed them all. He took the medicine bowl and put it on the table. He calmed down and said softly, "Have a good rest. I'll ask someone to send third sister-in-law back." Princess Ning said indifferently, "I heard that aconite is not as toxic as arsenic. I don't know. I haven't tried it." Prince Ning had already stood up and walked out. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Princess Ning. "Enough, Chuyu. I won't hurt her." Chuyu was Princess Ning's name. Sushin was her name. After the wedding, he had never called her name directly. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. "Your Highness, you'd better remember your words." Prince Ning came out of Princess Ning's yard with an extremely cold look. His henchman followed him and said to Prince Ning, "Master, are you really going to send Consort Rui Wang back? Do you want?" As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Wang looked at him coldly. "Who gave you the guts to do this?" The trusted aide was stunned. "Didn't Your Highness say that the Chun nation's hostages can't do anything about it? Otherwise we might as well." King Ning's eyes were cold as he said, "What do you mean? Since when are you in charge of this prince's affairs?" The trusted aide cupped his hands and bowed. "This subordinate dares not." Prince Ning put his hands behind his back and looked at the autumn scenery in the garden. He said lightly, "Send Consort Rui Wang back. Don't hurt her." His confidant opened his mouth. But Ning Wang suppressed his anger and said, "She already drank poison to force me. What else do you want me to do?" The confidant's face changed as he hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Wait." The confidant was about to send Consort Rui Wang back to the Fu when Prince Ning stopped him. "Who came to the Fu yesterday?" "Yesterday?" The confidant thought for a moment and replied, "Dr. Gu from the Miracle Hands Hall came. It seemed that he came to check on the princess consort." "The check was in 3 days." Prince Ning murmured. His eyes were deep as he said, "When did Dr. Gu come? Was it before or after the princess consort sent someone to pick up Consort Rui Wang?" "Before," the confidant said. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. 3 days later, Prince Ning caught someone and brought him to Rui Wang's Fu. The crown prince also appeared with him. The crown prince was confused. "Eldest brother, why did you call me to Rui Wang's Fu?" Prince Ning said, "There are some things that I need to explain to third brother and third sister-in-law in front of you." The crown prince asked, "What is it?" Prince Ning said, "You'll know in a moment." Rui Wang and his wife were also surprised. Why would the crown prince lower himself to visit Rui Wang's fu? When Prince Ning ordered his subordinates to bring a man with his hands tied behind his back into Rui Wang's courtyard, they all widened their eyes. Wen Yang. The crown prince was the first to recognize him. This young man named Wen Yang was none other than Wen Linlong's older brother. He was 26 years old this year and was an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. When Wen Yang saw the crown prince, he cried out, "Crown prince brother-in-law! Crown prince brother-in-law, save me!" The crown prince asked in confusion, "Eldest brother, why did you catch Wen Yang?" To be honest, Wen Yang's reputation wasn't very good. The crown princess usually didn't allow the crown prince to interact with her family, so the crown prince could only turn a blind eye. Rui Wang and his wife also had a puzzled expression. Prince Ning looked down at Wen Yang condescendingly. There was no longer the usual gentleness between his brows. Instead, it was dyed with a bit of fairness and sternness. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, did you sneak into the palace? Wen Yang was forced to kneel on the ground by Prince Ning's subordinates. He wanted to stand up but didn't have the strength. I wasn't sneaking. I was going to see my sister. Prince Ning said coldly. Entering the palace without being summoned is considered sneaking in. It's useless even if you have the Eastern Palace's token. Wen Yang's neck shrank. It wasn't the first time that Wen Yang had entered the palace with the Eastern Palace's token. He had been discovered twice and the token was taken back by the crown princess. However, the crown princess's mother still had an urgent Eastern Palace token. The crown prince thought that it was probably this unfilial son who stole Madame Wen's token. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. Did you injure Chunying that day? Did you threaten the crown princess? The crown prince was slightly stunned. However, consort Rui Wang's expression suddenly changed. What? It's him? The crown prince, what? What? It's him? Prince Ning nodded. That's right. The man behind the rockery that day was him. It was him who was talking to the crown princess. Consort Rui Wang was dumbfounded. Then the Chun state. Prince Ning shook his head. The hostage of the Chun state was just a misunderstanding. I've already investigated. He wasn't in the palace at all on the day of the incident. Someone saw him going to a shop on East Street to buy dried fish. The crown prince said suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand." Prince Ning looked at him and said, "It's like this. That day in the palace, third sister-in-law heard that the crown princess was being threatened. The crown princess slapped that person. Coincidentally, there was a palm print on the Chun state hostage's face." Prince Ning stopped there. The crown prince understood. His expression turned cold. "Are you guys misunderstanding Lin Lang?" Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. Prince Ning quickly mediated. "How could we misunderstand third sister-in-law? Did second brother forget that the Chun state assassins tried to assassinate imperial father? The Chun state is ambitious. We're just worried that the Chun state hostage will hurt the crown princess." Yes, that's right. Rui Wang quickly chimed in. They couldn't really say that they suspected the crown princess of having a lover outside. Moreover, from the current evidence, the crown princess seemed to be wrongly accused. Only then did the crown prince's expression turn better. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. "What did you threaten the crown princess that day? You better confess honestly. Otherwise, even if you're the crown princess' biological brother, this prince still won't let you off." Although Wen Yang was the crown prince's brother-in-law, Wen Linlang was the most important in the crown prince's heart. Whoever hurt her would be at odds with him. The crown prince looked at Wen Yang coldly. "What did you say to Linlang? How did you threaten her?" Wen Yang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I was just a little short on money. I asked her for some money. She refused to give it to me, so I threatened her and said, if she didn't give it to me, I would make a fuss in the capital and let the entire capital know that she was mean to her biological brother, disloyal, unfilial and heartless. Prince Ning frowned and said, "That's it? Then why did she hit you?" Wen Yang muttered, "I only said one sentence to her." The crown prince's face turned ashen. "What did you say to Linlang?" Wen Yang cleared his throat and braced himself. I said that she's so heartless. Serves her right that she can't give birth to a child. These words were really heartrending. Not to mention that when Lin Lang would slap him, even the Crown Prince wished that he could slap him a few times. Looking at the Crown Prince's expression that was gradually turning cold and stern, Wen Yang's body trembled. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually broke free from Prince Ning's restraint and pounced over to hug the Crown Prince's leg. I was blinded by lard that day and drank some wine. I spoke without thinking. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'm Lin Lang's biological brother. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Consort Rui Wang suddenly spoke. Then why did you knock Chunying unconscious? A woman's intuition was always more accurate. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had knocked Chunying unconscious. Chunying was a servant brought over by the Wen family, and she wouldn't do anything to Wen Yang. Was there a need for Wen Yang to knock her unconscious before speaking to the Crown Princess? Wen Yang's expression froze. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Wen Yang let go of the Crown Prince's leg and said shamefully, I drank a little too much and was a little unruly to Chunying. That girl didn't listen to me, so I hit her. I didn't expect her to faint. The Crown Prince was unable to restrain his anger. You even dared to touch a female official of the Eastern Palace. I think you don't want to live anymore. Wen Yang knelt on the ground and fiercely slapped himself. I'm foolish. I deserve to die. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, scold me. Why don't you give me a good beating? I won't dare to do it again in the future. Everyone was familiar with Wen Yang's conduct. They originally thought that the Wen family would restrain themselves after the collapse of the cable bridge. It seemed that they had thought too much. Boring. Consort Rui Wang pursed her lips. She thought that she had caught evidence of Wen Linlong's adultery. Who would have thought that it was just a dispute between siblings? It did affect Wen Linlang, but it was pitifully small. After all, the entire capital knew that her family was unreliable. Prince Ning took in Consort Rui Wang's expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and lightly took a sip. After all, it was a big matter that alarmed Prince Ning and Rui Wang. In order to ensure that Wen Yang's words were not one-sided, the Crown Prince sent someone to the Eastern Palace to call Chunying over. Chunying's testimony was consistent with Wen Yang's. In fact, Wen Yang's testimony was enough to win the trust of others. After all, Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace were on opposing sides. It was impossible for Prince Ning to bribe Wen Yang. Chunying's testimony completely confirmed Wen Yang's crime. Prince Ning could not bribe Wen Yang, let alone Chunying. At least, the Crown Prince and Rui Wang both thought so. However, after the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he still told the Crown Princess about Wen Yang. He came to find you. Why didn't you tell me? The Crown Princess was still recuperating on the bed. She lowered her eyes when she heard this. Her jet-black hair slid down her shoulders, making her face look even more pale and weak. Your Highness, the Crown Princess said in a low voice, how do you want me to speak about this? It's already embarrassing for me to have such an elder brother. If I were to speak about this, would I embarrass your Highness? The Crown Prince was embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way. In a restaurant in the capital, Wen Yang poured a cup of wine for Prince Ning and said with a smile, Your eldest Highness, my acting today was not bad, right? Two of Prince Ning's trusted Imperial Guards stood behind him. Beside the Imperial Guards was Chunying, who had a tense expression. Prince Ning glanced at Wen Yang with a smile and hooked his finger at the two Imperial Guards. The two of them carried a small chest from another room and placed it on the table. When they opened it, it was filled with gold. Wen Yang's eyes widened. This is really for me? Prince Ning smiled. Isn't young Master Wen a little tight on money? Consider this as my thanks to you. No need to be so polite. Wen Yang smiled as he took the chest into his arms. He picked up a gold bar and bit it. Really? Real gold? Wen Yang smiled even more brilliantly. Your eldest Highness, you're such a good person. You're much better than my stingy brother-in-law. If my sister had married you back then. Halfway through his words, he remembered that Wen Linlang could not marry back then. His sister had been engaged to the young duke since she was young. Before the young duke passed away, Prince Ning had already married the Chu family's daughter. With his sister's looks, it was impossible for her to be a concubine. Moreover, the crown princess was not bad. Wen Yang said, "When my sister becomes the empress in the future, I will be the imperial uncle. I will definitely repay your eldest highness well." Prince Ning looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Aren't you going to ask why I asked you to act in this scene?" Wen Yang said indifferently, "Didn't you say you were helping my sister out?" Prince Ning smiled and nodded. "Yes, I was helping Lin Lang out." Wen Yang did not ask about helping her out. He did not care and did not care. Wen Yang waved his hand. In the next second he sat up straight and looked at Prince Ning. He stuttered, Lin Lang." Prince Ning smiled. "Yes, Lin Lang." Wen Yang's smile gradually froze. "Your eldest highness to my sister." Prince Ning looked at the chest in his arms and smiled warmly. "Is there enough gold? If not, I still have more." Wen Yang shut his mouth. Coming out of the restaurant, Wen Yang drunkenly patted Ning Wang's shoulder. Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. I am a person who values loyalty the most. From today onwards, you are my friend." Prince Ning smiled warmly and said, "Okay." Wen Yang stumbled into the alley where his carriage was parked. Chuning looked at her young master's drunken appearance and felt worried. Prince Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. His smile disappeared. "Do it cleanly." His confidant replied yes. Chun Ying's face turned pale. The next day, a major event happened in the capital. Wen Yang died. On the way home, the carriage broke down and fell into a small pond. By the time they pulled Wen Yang out, he had already drowned. The capital government launched an investigation into this matter. The result of the investigation was an accident. Wen Yang's coachman did not see the stones on the road clearly and broke the wheels of the carriage. He and Wen Yang both fell into the water. The coachman swam up with all his might. However, Wen Yang was drunk and was not so lucky. However, some people suspected that it was not an accident. In the tea house, many people were discussing this matter. It is said that the crown prince killed him. A young man said. Chapter 425. The middle-aged man at the side said, "What? The crown prince? Wen Yang is his brother-in-law. Why would he kill him?" The young man chuckled and said, "You don't know. The crown prince consort has always disliked the actions of her maternal family and almost cut off all contact with them. Do you still remember the broken cable bridge on the first day of the new year? It was the one family who used the crown prince consort as an excuse to seal the bridge and road. This caused the people offering incense to have nowhere to go and could only squeeze onto the cable bridge. In the end, the bridge broke." Another scholar said, "I remember this matter. His Majesty also punished the crown prince consort." The young man said, "That's right. After that, the crown prince consort cut off all contact with her maternal family. But who told this Wen Yang to be so stubborn? He actually went to the imperial palace to ask the crown prince consort for money. When he failed, he even scolded the crown prince consort as a hen that can't lay eggs. The original words were not like this, but it became very harsh as it spread among the people. In a fit of anger, the crown prince killed Wen Yang." The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Jiao heard this news at the medical center. The second boss was gossiping with her. "Everyone says it's the crown prince," the second boss said. He had won a place in the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the major shops and firmly stepped on Rejuvenation Hall. While he was elated, he walked with wind, let alone speak. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and did not speak. "Do you think so?" The second boss continued to gossip. "Of course not. Based on her understanding of the crown prince, he would not do something like killing his brother-in-law. Who the murderer was obvious." It was really an eye-opener for Ning Wang to think of such a roundabout way to save the country. That's right. It was not easy to find a lover with status, but wasn't there a readily available older brother with blood relations? Similarly, a shameful and good-for-nothing brother could be used as a scapegoat. However, Gu Jiao did not expect Ning Wang to be so ruthless. In any case, he was Wen Linlong's older brother. He actually killed him just like that. This ruthlessness and decisiveness was somewhat similar to the rumored former emperor. Even if the crown prince cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he still wouldn't be as decisive as Prince Ning. If such a person was born in a chaotic world, he would definitely be an overlord. Aya, the second boss. Miss Gu. Oh no, oh no. As the two of them were talking, shopkeeper Wang rushed in, sweating profusely. Something happened in the workshop. The workshop that shopkeeper Wang spoke of was the pharmaceutical factory of the Miracle Hand Hall. It was located in a spacious area in the western suburbs of the capital. It was originally a small winery, but after it closed down it was bought by the second boss. The largest production line was the Golden Sore Medicine, which took up 2 courtyards. The second largest production line was the Vanishing Cream and some tonics, which each took up 1 courtyard. By the time Gu Jiao and the second boss arrived at the scene, the fire had already been brought under control, but the stock of Golden Sore Medicine had also been burned out. Aya, that's over 1,000 bottles of Jinchuang ointment. We have to deliver the goods at the end of the month. Shopkeeper Wang said bitterly. Are there any casualties? This was Gu Jiao's first question. Shopkeeper Wang called the supervisor of the workshop over. The supervisor said at that time everyone was working, so no one went to the storeroom. No one was injured. Okay. Gu Jiao looked at the burnt ruins of the storeroom and nodded. I'll go talk to the army camp. The goods will be delivered in a few days. Second boss, you go and contact them to see if you can buy a new batch of herbs as soon as possible. Oh, okay. The second boss agreed. He then asked about the cause of the fire. How did it catch fire? Didn't I tell you to be careful and not to bring the fire near the storeroom? The supervisor said sadly and apprehensively. This one also doesn't know what happened. This one inspects every day. During the day it's once every 2 hours and twice at night. I didn't find anything wrong. This fire seemed to have suddenly started. Gu Jiao went to the ruins to take a look. The fire had been put out, but there was still a little black smoke coming out of the ruins. Gu Jiao dipped her fingertips on the ground and sniffed. She said lightly, someone set the fire. Someone poured palm oil on the back wall. What? Arson. Who did it? Is it a mole or? The second boss's face darkened. Call everyone here. I want to ask them carefully. Gu Jiao stood up lightly and patted the dust on her hands. No need to ask. They didn't set the fire. It was Prince Ning. It seemed that she had angered Prince Ning by going to find Princess Ning. In fact, she didn't reveal too much to Princess Ning. She only said that Princess Rui Wang had offended someone she shouldn't have. Maybe the other party wanted to harm Princess Rui Wang. As for who that person was and what they did, Gu Jiao didn't mention a word. Gu Jiao didn't know whether Princess Ning had guessed it was Prince Ning, or how Princess Ning had saved Princess Rui Wang from Prince Ning. Prince Ning was giving her a warning. Gu Jiao's lips twitched. She wanted to keep this pot of leeks and slowly harvest it, but who told you to owe her? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Chengfeng's debts were finally paid off. He had a good night's sleep, but what he didn't expect was that in the middle of the night, he felt something scratching his face. He thought it was Gu Chenglin, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Who knew that the thing directly went into his quilt? Gu Chengfeng suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. Who are you? Little Nine held the quilt on its head and flapped its wings with a confused expression. Gee. After seeing the gerfalcon in front of him, Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. After going to Jade Water Alley so many times, it was impossible not to recognize this eagle. Little Nine jumped in front of Gu Chengfeng and arrogantly stretched out its bird claws. Gu Chengfeng took a closer look. Good heavens, there was even a note tied to it. Gu Chengfeng tore down the note and unfolded it. There were only 3 words written on it. Prince Ning's mansion. There was even a bloody knife drawn at the back. Gu Chengfeng. These days people don't even come personally when they call for help. Instead, it's a little bird running errands. Because he was dissatisfied with Gu Jiao's perfunctory attitude, Gu Chengfeng neglected the meaning of the 3 words Prince Ning's mansion. It wasn't until he followed Little Nine to the courtyard walls of Prince Ning's mansion that he finally woke up from his dream and widened his eyes. Where did this girl call him? Prince Ning's mansion? Gu Chengfeng turned to leave. He would be crazy to break into Prince Ning's mansion with her. Unfortunately, Gu Chengfeng left too late. A small hand reached over and grabbed him into Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Chengfeng. As soon as the two landed, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Gu Chengfeng hurriedly used Qinggong to hide behind a large tree with her. When the guards were far away, Gu Chengfeng angrily looked at Gu Jiao. What's going on this time? Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Prince Ning's mansion was the largest prince's mansion in the capital. Although there were no dragon shadow guards, it was heavily guarded and not easy to break in. There are mechanisms, do you understand? He gritted his teeth. Gu Jiao? Gu Chengfeng closed his eyes. He really wanted to die. After a while he finally calmed down. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Gu Jiao said righteously, to rob. Gu Chengfeng coldly looked at her dark clothes. Are you sure it's not a robbery? Gu Jiao said, more or less. How did Prince Ning offend you? Gu Chengfeng knew this girl too well. She usually didn't steal for money. Gu Jiao. Quickly find out where the gold is hidden in Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Chengfeng. Is it really good to slap his face so quickly? Prince Ning was a very rich prince. Gu Chengfeng used his excellent skills to find Prince Ning's little treasury without any effort. How much do you want? Gu Chengfeng asked. How much can the two of us take? Gu Jiao took out 2 big sacks from the small basket. Empty it. Gu Chengfeng. In the end, the two carried 2 sacks full of gold bars out of Prince Ning's mansion. There was still a piece of gold bar that couldn't fit, so little Nine carried it back. The 2 people and 1 bird successfully emptied Prince Ning's little treasury. Prince Ning found out about this in the afternoon of the second day. He had just come out of the palace when he saw his trusted guard rushing over. Master, the treasury was stolen. Which treasury? Prince Ning's mansion had several treasuries, including his and Princess Consort Ning's. The trusted guard braced himself and said, Your little treasury. Prince Ning frowned. He clenched his fists and asked, How much was stolen? The trusted guard said guiltily, All of it. Prince Ning's eyes darkened. The prince's mansion is heavily guarded. How could so much gold be moved out? Not to mention there are traps. Is it because the person is dead or the traps can't be moved? The trusted guard lowered his voice and said, Neither. The trusted guard was also wronged. The mansion's guards had been patrolling as usual. There were no accidents and the traps were operating normally. Who knew how Prince Ning's little treasury was stolen? Prince Ning felt that this matter was not simple. Compared to who had the ability to empty his treasury, he should be more concerned about who had the guts to touch his treasury. He was the eldest son of the emperor. Not only did he have the emperor's favor, but he also had the Empress Dowager's favor and the support of the Zhuang family. Even Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince did not dare to touch him easily. Somehow, a slender figure suddenly flashed in Prince Ning's mind. Could it be her? His reason told him that it was not possible. After all, even if she had the favor of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she was an outsider and a woman. The trusted guard asked, Master, should we report it to the government? Prince Ning's eyes were cold. Do you want to kill me? The trusted guard lowered his head. I don't dare. There was so much gold. If he really reported it to the government, he would be the one who would be investigated. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. Very good. This silent loss is really too good to swallow. Prince Ning went to the medical center after all. Today, a worker at the medicine table asked for leave. Little Zhang Li and another worker were too busy. Gu Jiao also came to help. She had just finished fetching medicine for a patient when she saw Prince Ning appear in the hall with a noble aura. Prince Ning's appearance and temperament were the most outstanding among the princes. He had the temperament of an emperor and also the appearance of a city. His every movement was noble and unparalleled. The hall was silent for a moment. Because of his appearance. Except for Gu Jiao, no one knew his identity. But the noble aura that came from his bones still made everyone hold their breath. This is for San Qian. Gu Jiao told little Zhang Li and slowly walked over. Prince Ning was standing in front of the counter. Behind the counter was shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was already stunned by Prince Ning's appearance and temperament. He did not say anything for a long time. Prince Ning spoke first. Of course, he was not talking to Shopkeeper Wang, but to Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Prince Ning smiled and said, It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask about Suxin's condition. I heard that Dr. Gu has already gone to check on Suxin. Gu Jiao said frankly, yes. It's not a big problem for the time being. She just needs to continue taking her medicine. Although Gu Jiao's acting skills were unsightly, there was one thing that she never felt guilty about. Prince Ning looked at her deeply. I wonder where Dr. Gu was last night? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Rensho Palace. I wonder why your highness is asking about this. Thump. Shopkeeper Wang behind the counter knelt down. Prince Ning's expression did not change at all. He still had a warm smile, but his eyes were sharp. He leaned closer to Gu Jiao and slightly lowered his noble head. This posture was a bit intimate in the eyes of others. Gu Jiao looked at him without avoiding his gaze. Prince Ning smiled faintly. Dr. Gu, there was no need for us to fight like this. The Empress Dowager loves you very much. We're on the same boat. Gu Jiao. Oh, so people on the same boat can kill each other and set things on fire. Prince Ning leaned forward and whispered in her ear, You're still young and don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, I'll give you a few words of advice. As a person, you should know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself and don't be too greedy. The water in the capital is deep. Just swim casually. Don't get addicted to swimming. I'm afraid you won't be able to swim. Gu Jiao also whispered, Don't worry, Prince Ning. I'm very good at swimming. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her arrogant words. He straightened up and said meaningfully, Dr. Gu, take care. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. Take care. I won't see you out. After Prince Ning left, Shopkeeper Wang wiped his cold sweat and stood up with the help of the counter. Feng Feng Feng. That person just now was His Highness Prince Ning? Gu Jiao nodded and took out 2 gold bars from her purse and put them on the table. Shopkeeper Wang was stunned. What's this? Gu Jiao looked at Prince Ning's angry back and said faintly, Compensation. It's from the arsonist. Shopkeeper Wang. After Prince Ning left the medical center, he immediately went to the Imperial Palace. He naturally had to investigate whether Gu Jiao slept in Rensho Palace last night. However, not long after he entered the palace, he saw the dazed crown princess near the throne room. There was only Chunying by the crown princess side. Chunying saw Prince Ning come over and tactfully retreated to the side. The crown princess was still immersed in great shock, and didn't realize that there was someone else by her side. How could it be? Really? Why? She looked in the direction of the throne room and grabbed Chunying's hand while speaking incoherently. When she felt the man's touch through her fingertips and palm, she turned her head with a start and quickly pulled her hand back. At this time there was no one nearby. Moreover, she was standing behind a large tree. Her field of vision was very well hidden. Prince Ning approached her without any misgivings. His broad chest was practically pressed against her slightly trembling back. What did you see that caused you to lose your composure? The crown princess turned her face away and avoided his presence. She seemed to have a bit of vengeance and anger. Has returned. Prince Ning frowned. What did you say? The crown princess faintly turned around and looked at him with a mocking expression. Has returned. The Xiao Hung that you killed has returned. Chapter 426. King Ning suddenly reached out and grabbed the crown prince consort's neck, pressing her against the tree. Speak clearly. The crown princess seemed to know that he wouldn't really strangle her near the throne room, so she wasn't afraid. She sneered, Say what? Say that you didn't kill Xiao Hung, or that Xiao Hung didn't return to the capital alive. Saying this, she removed his hand from her neck. Chunying, let's go. Chunying guiltily glanced at the two of them before leaving with the crown prince consort in small steps. Ning Wang supported himself with one hand on the tree, his eyes cold. Qifei, he called. The trusted aide called Qifei flashed over and cupped his hands. Master. Ning Wang put down the hand on the tree and looked coldly in the direction of the throne room. His thin lips opened slightly. Go investigate who entered and left the throne room in the past hour. Yes. Qi Fei moved quickly. He contacted their spies in the court and found the list of names that Ning Wang needed almost effortlessly. On the carriage, Qi Fei reported the names to Ning Wang. Grand Secretary Kong of the Cabinet, Minister Su of the Ministry of War, Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, Grand Secretary Yuan, Chancellor Hua, Xiaoxiuzhua. Ning Wang's hand that was stroking the jade ring on his thumb paused. Chancellor Hua and who? Qi Fei said. Xiaoxiuzhua of the Hanlin Academy, this year's top scholar. I think he's called Xiao Lulang. Ning Wang was pensive. That person who looks like the young marquis? Qi Fei nodded. Yes, it's him. Xiao Lulang's appearance was no secret in the court. The common people might not have heard of it, but people like Ning Wang's crown prince had heard of it. He was born in the countryside, but he passed all the trials and entered the Imperial College with excellent results. In the first spring examination, he became the top scholar. Some people said that his results were obtained by relying on his relationship with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had lost his beloved son and coincidentally met someone who looked so similar to his son. So it was inevitable that he would place his love on him. No one suspected that he was Xiao Heng because Xiao Heng was already dead. This was what everyone believed without a doubt. As for Xiao Lulang, Prince Ning actually knew more than ordinary people. For example, the Empress Dowager was not recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. She was wandering among the commoners. During that period of time, she was rescued by Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. It was not important whether Xiao Lulang relied on his own power or the emperor or the Empress Dowager's favor. If he wasn't the real Xiao Heng, Prince Ning wouldn't care about him. Xiao Heng was dead, so no matter how much Xiao Lulang resembled Xiao Heng, he would not be Xiao Heng. However, if Xiao Heng didn't die, then only Xiao Lulang would be Xiao Heng. Master, there are a few more, do you want to hear them? Qi Fei asked. No need. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Investigate the relationship between Chancellor Hua and Xiao Lulang. He couldn't determine whether Wen Linlong's words were true or not, so he couldn't just listen to her side of the story. It wasn't hard to investigate this. Before returning to the Imperial College, it was still relatively easy for the old chancellor to hide his whereabouts. However, now that he was an official in the imperial court, he stepped into the eyes of the common people and left more clues. In addition, the people in the Imperial College all thought that the old chancellor was in contact with Xiao Lulang, because he felt that he looked like his beloved disciple who had already passed away. No one doubted him, so he naturally didn't have to spend too much effort to hide it. In just 2 days, Qi Fei had found out about the fact that the old chancellor lived next door to Xiao Lulang. He calls the old chancellor Grandpa Gu, Qi Fei said. Prince Ning frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao called the Empress Dowager Grandpa. The Empress Dowager and Chancellor Hu. Prince Ning furrowed his brows in annoyance. Continue. Yes. Qi Fei said. It was Xiao Liulang's family who moved to Jade Water Alley first, and then Chancellor Hua moved there. Prince Ning said. Was it before or after Chancellor Hua returned to the Imperial College? Qi Fei said before. A bold guess suddenly rose in Prince Ning's heart. After Xiao Heng died in the fire, Huaxian's heart was like dead ashes, and he resigned and left the capital. Prince Ning originally thought that Huaxian returned to the capital because His Majesty invited him to come out of retirement again, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. He returned to that sad place of the Imperial College because of Xiao Lulang. That place that burned his beloved disciple to death. How did he have the mood to go on duty every day? It was obvious just by looking at Princess Xinyang. She still didn't dare to return to the princess estate because she was afraid of being hurt by the scene. In the past, Prince Ning had overlooked this detail because he firmly believed that Xiao Heng was dead, and he would no longer suspect anything related to Xiao Heng. Now that he thought about it, it really was full of flaws. If Xiao Heng was still alive, then Chancellor Hua's actions and reactions would all make sense. Prince Ning rubbed his jade thumb ring. His gaze deep. Xiao Heng, young chancellor, young Mark. Hanlin Academy. Lulang, Lulang, Lulang. Xiao Lulang abruptly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Ningxian standing in front of his table with a stunned expression. He didn't have time to withdraw the hand that was poking his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Ningxian looked at him strangely. "You're sweating all over. Are you not feeling well? Did you not rest well last night?" Xiao Lulang answered vaguely, "I slept late." Ningxian suddenly understood. "No wonder. I was wondering why you didn't come out after so long. Don't do this next time. If Scholar Han catches you, you'll be in trouble." Xiao Lulang didn't doze off when he was on duty, but when it was time to leave, he lay on the table for a while. He didn't expect that he would dream of the fire on New Year's Eve. He hadn't dreamed of that fire for a long time and thought he had almost forgotten. However, the fire and despair in the dream were so clear that it was suffocating. "Did you come to see me for something?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Can't I come to see you for nothing?" Ningxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I really have something to tell you. There's a drinking party tonight. Do you want to go?" "I'm not going." Xiao Lulang refused without thinking. Ningxian clicked his tongue and said, "Hey you brat. I'm doing this for your own good. Scholar Han is going too. It's a proper place. Don't you want to fight for the position of attendant? You have to build a good relationship with Dr. Han." "No." Xiao Lulang still refused. Fine, fine, fine. You're so young, but you're more afraid of your wife than I am." Ningxian muttered and went to the party alone. On the other side of the clinic, Gu Jiao also had a dream. She hadn't had a dream in a long time. This time, as expected, she dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy after his shift ended. It was snowing heavily. Xiao Lulang went to the biscuit shop that sold preserved vegetables and bought a few raw preserved vegetable biscuits. He packed them in a food box and brought them home. On his way home, he was chased by a group of assassins. Xiao Lulang wasn't a martial artist, so he couldn't beat them. However, he relied on his wisdom to get rid of the assassins. Unfortunately, he fell and fainted on his way out. He also injured his hand. Because he missed the best opportunity for treatment, his right hand was crippled by the time he was sent to the clinic. After waking up, Gu Jiao was very calm. "As expected of my husband. Enemies can't hurt you, but you're so rebellious." It was snowing. It was still early. It was only August. However, she remembered the faces of the assassins. Each of them had an emblem on their swords. They seemed to be from some underworld organization. Gu Jiao knew that Xiao Lulang hadn't offended anyone from the underworld. So, there was only one possibility: he had hired someone to kill him. Gu Jiao decided to find Gu Changfeng and ask him which underworld organization the emblem belonged to. She wanted to know who would want to kill Xiao Lulang in a few months. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy and went to a nearby biscuit shop. "I want a few preserved vegetable biscuits. Can you make them raw? They were so hot that they were soft and didn't have the same crispy texture." "Okay. There are only 6 left. How many do you want?" "Give them all to me." The owner wrapped the biscuit dough in bamboo leaves and put it in Xiao Lulang's food box. Xiao Lulang paid and took the food box home. When he was halfway home, Xiao Lulang faintly felt that someone was following him. He paused and looked back at the street behind him. The endless flow of people didn't seem to be strange, but the feeling of being watched became more obvious. Xiao Lulang entered the ready-made clothing store from last time. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he came out. A few sneaky figures followed him silently. When he passed through a secluded area, they suddenly rushed forward and pulled him to the ground. "What are you doing?" he shouted. The few of them took a closer look and frowned. This man with a cane and wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy wasn't the one they were watching. That guy had slipped out of his shell. "You!" An assassin drew his sword in anger. Another person stopped him. "Don't complicate matters. If someone suddenly died here, the officials would be alerted, and it would be even more inconvenient for them to move." Xiao Lulang gave the waiter some silver and asked him to pretend to be him. He changed into a set of clothes from the shop and walked out through the back door. He could still walk without a cane, but limping was not as convenient as when he had a cane. When he passed by a rouge shop, he accidentally fell down. His right hand knocked against the lame opening of the shop steps, making a long gash. Blood flowed all over the floor. He didn't care about his injury and pain. He quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Brother-in-law. A 15-year-old girl in pink ran out of the rouge shop. Her clothes weren't gorgeous, but they were very delicate and pretty. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to hear her call him brother-in-law and continued to walk forward. Yao Xian lifted her skirt and chased after him with small steps. When she was about to leave the alley, she stopped in front of him. Brother-in-law, it's really you. Do you still remember me? I've been to Bai Shui Alley. I'm Xian. Yao Xian was Yao Shirgige's daughter. Strictly speaking, she should call Xiao Lulang cousin-in-law. She didn't need to use the word cousin-in-law. Xiao Lulang frowned. It didn't matter if he remembered her or not. He didn't plan on paying attention to her. Yao Xian didn't seem to notice Xiao Luolang's alienation. Her eyes swept over and found his hand dripping with blood. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said, "Brother-in-law, what happened to your hand? Are you injured? Where did you get injured?" Xiao Lulang didn't even look at her as he continued to walk forward. Yao Xian became anxious and reached out to grab him. Xiao Lulang dodged and fell again. Yao Xian. Yao Xian squatted down in guilt. I'm sorry. Brother-in-law, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to push you. Were you scared by me? Your hand." With Xiao Luolang's fall, his hand extended to the ground and bled even more. Yao Xian quickly reached out to help him up. I'll send you to the clinic. No need. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, don't touch me. Yao Xian's hand froze in midair. Being rejected was always awkward. Most people would have already left in embarrassment, but Yao Xian didn't. She held back all the awkwardness and embarrassment. Pinching the handkerchief in her hand, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She softly said, You're injured so badly. At least let me bandage it for you. This was the shy and timid appearance of a young girl. When a woman tried to seduce or get close to a man could only pretend not to understand. Xiao Lulang originally only felt unfamiliar and alienated with Yao Xian, but now his eyes were a bit colder. He looked at her coldly. You want to be my concubine? Yao Xian had never expected that this man would suddenly say such a thing. She was completely stunned. Xiao Lulang sat on the cold ground and looked at her with a cold smile. What? Did I say something wrong? You don't like me? You don't want to climb into my bed? Yao Xian's entire face turned red. She couldn't tell if it was because she was embarrassed or not. From the first time she saw him, her heart had been captivated. She thought that she would forget about him when she went back, but all she thought about was that incomparably handsome face. He was also the new top scholar, and was the emperor's most important official. Even if she had to be his concubine, she would be willing. It was just that his words were too embarrassing and a little disrespectful. This was the real Xiao Lulang. He wasn't a modest gentleman, nor was he a kind classmate. He wasn't even a good person. He was just an evil person with a dark heart. He didn't have any sympathy for the fairer sex, nor did he have any gentlemanly demeanor. He only suppressed his evil and gave Gu Jiao the Xiao Lulang she wanted to see. She wanted him to study, so he went to study. She wanted him to have friends, so he went to make some friends. She wanted him to be a good official, so on the surface he was a fair and honest official. What was respect? He didn't understand. Yao Xian wasn't worthy. The words of climbing into his bed made Yao Xian feel a sense of humiliation that she had never felt before. Her eyes turned red as she said, I sincerely admire brother-in-law. Even if brother-in-law doesn't have any feelings for me, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Sincerely? Xiao Lulang gave a cold smile and pointed to the other side of the alley. Over there are people chasing after me. If you go and lure them away, they may or may not kill you. It all depends on your luck. Do you dare to go? Yao Xian's face turned white. Xiao Lulang sneered and used the hand that wasn't stained with blood to stand up. Yao Xian quickly said, It's not that I don't dare. It's just that it's useless even if I go. I won't be able to hold them back, and will only expose brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang threw a nail at her. Pick it up. Yao Xian didn't understand and picked it up. Xiao Lulang said coldly, swallow it. Ah! Yao Exine was so frightened that she threw the nail in her hand, and it smashed into the blood on the ground. Xiao Lulang snorted sincerely. Yao Exine said unwillingly, has my cousin swallowed a nail for you before? She hasn't. Xiao Lulang looked at the noisy street. I can't bear to do it. If she had to swallow it, it would be me swallowing it for her. Lunatic. This man is a lunatic. Chapter 427. Gu Jiao went to Qinghe Academy and fished Gu Changfeng out of the men's restroom. Gu Changfeng was about to explode with anger. Can you not always come to this kind of place to fish me out? If this happened a few more times, he would have erectile dysfunction. Gu Jiao brought him to a woodshed in the academy and pressed him to wash his hands. Gu Changfeng, you still care about this? Gu Changfeng slowly washed his hands. Gu Jiao thought he was too slow and grabbed him into the small woodshed. What are you doing this time? Gu Changfeng asked in a bad mood. Last time he risked his life to help this girl empty Ning Wang's little treasury. But in the end, not even a single gold bar was given to him. He worked as a porter for her for free. He finally managed to hide one. But in the end it was taken out by little Jiu's eagle. Even the eagle was the same as her. Are you angry? Just say if you're angry. I have something to ask you. Gu Jiao casually broke off a branch and squatted on the ground to draw the emblem of two blades. Do you recognize this? Gu Changfeng was still complaining about the gold bar. He snorted and said, Dual Blade Sect, what's wrong? Don't you want to rob them? I say, have you been thinking about money lately? Robbing everywhere. You're not afraid of being exposed. I'm not robbing them this time. Gu Jiao said, are they very powerful? Gu Changfeng squatted down beside her and said in a neutral tone, that depends on who it is compared to. Compared to the Thousand Secrets Pavilion, this kind of old Jianghu organization, there is no way to compare it. However, among the new sects that have risen in recent years, it can be considered relatively outstanding. Why are you asking about this? Gu Jiao said, it's nothing. This sect may offend me in the future. What do you mean by may offend you in the future? Do you know them? Do you know divination or do you know how to dream? Gu Jiao also asked for the Twin Blades sect's address and roughly understood their general situation. Since there was still some time before the incident, Gu Jiao decided to keep an eye on them for a period of time. After leaving the Qinghe Academy, Gu Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy. The road was a little congested. By the time they arrived at the Hanlin Academy, it was already past the end of the shift. Gu Jiao saw that the biscuit shop was still open. She thought for a moment and walked over to ask, Boss, do you still have preserved vegetable biscuits? The boss smiled and said, your husband bought the last few dried vegetables. Because they always patronized his business, the people in the bakery already knew that Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were a couple. Did my husband buy it raw? Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. Most people would not buy raw meat. Her question was very strange. In fact, even she felt it was strange. The shopkeeper thought that she had instructed her husband to buy raw meat, and was worried that her husband would buy the wrong one, so she asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, it's raw. Gu Jiao thought, is it a coincidence? In her dream, something happened on the day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits, but that happened 2 or 3 months later. Not every day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits would have an accident. Even though she thought this, Gu Jiao still went to the place where he had an accident. It was an old rouge shop. Its business had been snatched up by the surrounding shops, so there were very few customers coming in and out. Perhaps it was because of this that the scene was well preserved. No one had discovered or destroyed it. Gu Jiao saw the dried bloodstains on the ground. Gu Jiao crouched down and carefully looked at the traces and traces of the bloodstains. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of him falling down again and again. Yes, he fell down twice. The first time was when he knocked on the door of the shop, cutting the web between his thumb and forefinger and his arm. The second time was when he fell on the ground a few steps forward. There was a bloody handprint where he supported himself. In her dream, he only fell once. It was a world of ice and snow. He fell quite miserably and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Did the things in the dream happen in advance? This was the first time Gu Jiao encountered this kind of situation. She didn't have any experience and didn't know if her guess was right. This bloodstain could be someone else's. If it's a mistake, then it's a mistake. She definitely couldn't gamble with Xiao Liulang's life. It would be best if it wasn't Xiao Lulang. If it was, then it wouldn't delay the time to save him. His hand couldn't be crippled, and his life couldn't be lost. Gu Jiao followed the trail of blood all the way. When she found a sparsely populated old street, the blood trail suddenly disappeared. There were two possibilities. One, the bleeding stopped. Two, he was kidnapped here. Moreover, it wasn't by Qinggong, but by a carriage. Using Qinggong in broad daylight would be easy to be discovered, and there would still be some bloodstains left behind. But Gu Jiao didn't find anything even after searching the outer walls. With her husband's unlucky body, it was unlikely that the bleeding stopped. It was more likely that he was accidentally kidnapped. Gu Jiao's guess was right. Xiao Lulang was indeed unlucky to be kidnapped. He had clearly shaken off those assassins and went to hire a carriage. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to that old street for a long time, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. Thus he found a carriage and asked for directions. The carriage he asked for just happened to be the assassin's carriage. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching for something, only to find it without any effort. The assassin opened the window with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell was this? Xiao Lulang was so unlucky as he was kidnapped by the assassin into the carriage. There were a total of 4 assassins. 2 were driving the carriage outside, while the other 2 were keeping an eye on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was tied up and blindfolded. They didn't plug the cloth. If it was too thin, he would be able to spit it out. If it was too thick, he would suffocate. Isn't there still air through his nose? Assassin B asked. Assassin A glared at him and said, what if his nose is blocked? Did you forget how that person died last time? Assassin B recalled a hostage they had captured. They had stuffed his mouth, but his nose was blocked. In the end he died halfway through. Assassin B didn't say anything. Assassin A's knife pointed at Xiao Liulang's handsome face and threatened, don't make a sound. Do you hear me? If you dare to make a sound, I'll cut off your tongue. Xiao Lulang leaned against the wall of the carriage and ignored him. He couldn't see and couldn't walk, but by listening to the sounds on both sides of the street and smelling the fragrance coming from the shops, he could roughly guess that the carriage was going through Luoyang Street and was approaching the East City Gate. Could it be that they wanted to take him out of the city? Xiao Liulang's guess was quickly confirmed. He heard the unusual sound of horse hooves. This was the sound of horse hooves stepping on the official road near the city gate. When it was almost their turn, a group of armored horses suddenly rushed over. Judging from the sound of horse hooves and armor, it seemed to be the imperial guards of the palace. The leader of the imperial guards said, anyone who leaves the city will be strictly checked. Brother, why is there suddenly a strict check? Assassin B asked in a panic. Could it be that we've been exposed? It can't be that fast. Xiao Lulang also felt that it was strange. Only the emperor and the empress dowager could mobilize the imperial guards. He had just been captured, but the emperor and the empress dowager already found out? It was not too late. Even if he didn't go home, he wouldn't be thought to have been captured by the assassins. Xiao Lulang couldn't figure out the problem, so it was even more impossible for the assassins to figure it out. But it was one thing to not figure it out and another to have a way to deal with it. Hit his acupoints. Assassin A said. Assassin B hit Xiao Liulang's acupoints. Assassin B seemed to have realized something. He scratched his head and said, brother. If you can hit his acupoints, why did we waste time to kidnap him? Assassin A said, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Xiao Lulang, who had been hit on his acupoints, could not move or make a sound. The cloth covering his eyes was pulled off, and in the next moment, something cold was stuck to his face. It was the rumored human skin mask. Of course, it was not made of human skin. The original material was fish skin. It was just that it had been processed to look like human skin. This kind of mask had some flaws up close, but from a distance it could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Perhaps the imperial guards did not expect the people of Jianghu to use such an evil method. They successfully left the city. Brother, it's not good. The soldiers have also left the city. They're coming. Assassin B looked at the Imperial guards who had also left the city and said. Assassin A frowned and looked at Xiao Lulang. He said, we can't be discovered so quickly. Forget it. They might not be looking for him. Just be careful. Assassin B asked, then are we still going with the original plan? Assassin A thought for a moment. He was still a bit worried about the Imperial guards. He said, take the small path. The group gave up on the main road and changed to a small country road. They passed through a small village and waited for the Imperial guards to leave before returning to the main road. Assassin B said in a small voice, let's go slower. If we go faster, we'll run into the Imperial guards in front. He had a feeling that the Imperial guards were here to capture them. Assassin A was also troubled. Wasn't he just a poor government official from the countryside? It would be fine if he was captured. Why would the Imperial guards be here? Brother. They're from the government. Assassin B looked at the group of people coming from behind. There were 4 bailiffs. The 4 of them rode on horses and escorted a prisoner carriage. Inside the prisoner carriage sat a prisoner wearing a prisoner's uniform with his hands and feet shackled. Assassin suddenly had an idea. Kidnap the prisoner carriage. The 4 of them could easily kidnap a few bailiffs from the government. The 4 of them knocked the bailiffs unconscious and threw them into the nearby bushes. Go open the prisoner carriage. Assassin A took the key from the bailiffs and threw it to Assassin B. Assassin B went to open the prisoner carriage and said to the prisoner inside, okay, you can go now. Prisoner, I don't want to go, thank you. Assassin B slapped him hard on the face and called him out. He took off his prisoner clothes and shackles and put them on Xiao Lulang. His actions were naturally not gentle. Xiao Lulang's hand was already injured. After being treated so rudely, the wound that had just scabbed over was torn open again. Blood flowed all over the ground. Assassin complained, be careful. Don't kill him before you get the money. Find something to bandage him. Where would there be anything to bandage him? Assassin B tore off a piece of Xiao Lulang's uniform and wrapped it around him. The assassins changed into bailiffs' uniforms and rode on the bailiffs' horses. They brazenly went to their destination. The assassin's bandage was not very good. Xiao Lulang's wound was still bleeding. His pressure points had been sealed, so he could not wrap the cloth tighter around him. The carriage traveled a bit on the official road. They ran into Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, who had just returned from outside. Minister Zhao was also participating in the examination of the 6 ministries. Xiao Lulang was the invigilator, so the two had met before. Xiao Lulang tried to ask Minister Zhao for help. Perhaps Assassin B's pressure point ceiling was not good enough. Xiao Lulang was already able to move slightly. However, he was not sure if this move would be enough to attract Minister Zhao's attention. He was very careful. The prisoner carriage jolted and he fell forward. It looked like he did not sit properly and fell down. His shoulder and head heavily hit the prisoner carriage. The loud noise startled Minister Zhao, who lifted the curtain. However, he only glanced at the prisoner carriage before putting the curtain back down. It was clear that he did not plan on interfering with the work of the other government offices, so he did not suspect anything. The two sides quickly passed each other. Minister Zhao's carriage was far away. Xiao Lulang knew that his hope had been extinguished. This might be his last hope, because they were almost at their destination. Big brother, look. We're almost there. It's right in front. Assassin B was so excited that he almost rushed out on his horse. Assassin A stared at him. Don't mess around. Be careful of attracting the Imperial guards. Right. We can't attract the Imperial guards. Assassin B giggled as he agreed. The group of people followed the official road to a T-junction. They did not continue on the official road, but turned into a small road. Right at this time, another carriage came from the other side of the official road. Xiao Lulang only lightly swept his eyes over it and his body froze. He suddenly did not care about hiding the fact that he could move slightly. He turned his face and lowered his head, trying to not let the other party see him. He had forgotten that he was wearing a human skin mask. So what if they saw him? They wouldn't recognize him. "Princess, there's a prisoner's carriage in front." In the carriage, Yujin whispered to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said, "Then go slower. Let the prisoner's carriage pass first." "Yes," Yujin answered. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Go slower." The coachman slightly tightened the reins and slowed down. After the prisoner's carriage passed, they continued to speed up. Long Yi spurred his horse and also followed them. Suddenly Long Yi stopped. Princess Xinyang did not hear the sound of Long Yi's horse. She frowned and lifted the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, Long Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Stop," Princess Xinyang said. "Yes." The coachman stopped the carriage. Princess Xinyang signaled Yujin to open the rear window. Yujin opened the curtain and opened the rear window. Princess Xinyang saw Long Yi riding the carriage and stopping at the intersection. He stared at the prisoner's carriage without blinking. Princess Xinyang looked at the prisoner's carriage. Her expression did not change at all. She said, "Long Yi, let's go." Long Yi did not leave. In the prisoner's carriage, Xiao Lulang dripped blood. Drop by drop, it all spilled on the road. Long Yi got off the horse. Princess Xinyang coldly said, "Don't touch the prisoner's carriage." Shadow Dragon Guard would not disobey his master's orders. Princess Xinyang did not allow him to touch the prisoner's carriage, so he really did not touch it. The next second he slashed with his sword. The 4 assassins were chopped to death on the spot. Long Yi calmly put away his sword. He walked over and directly grabbed Xiao Liulang's cage. Princess Xinyang angrily looked at him. He rolled his eyes. Because his hands were busy, he could only use the tip of his foot to kick the carriage. It was as if he was saying, "Here, the prisoner's carriage is here. I did not touch it. What I touched was the cage." Chapter 428. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang didn't suffer from depression. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would be angered by Long Yi. Of course, Princess Xinyang could order Long Yi to put down the cage, throw it away, or abandon it. However, Long Yi didn't know if he had guessed her master's temperament of ordering people around, so he directly ran away with the cage in his arms. He left Princess Xinyang with only the back of his head, which seemed to say, run away, I can't hear you." Yujin's expression was indescribable. She turned to look at Princess Xinyang, opened her mouth and said, "Princess." Princess Xinyang's face was cold and she didn't say anything. She casually put down the curtain. The imperial city was under martial law. Not only were there strict checks outside the city but also inside the city. The guards guarding the city were on high alert. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and it was as if an afterimage flashed in front of their eyes. The guards looked at each other in dismay. "What happened just now?" I don't know. Did you see it?" Seemed like something passed by, but it also seemed like it didn't. They looked inside the city. Where was the shadow of a person on the empty streets? So were their eyes playing tricks on them? Collectively playing tricks on them. Soon, Princess Xinyang's carriage arrived at the city gate. After checking the token, the guards respectfully saluted and let Princess Xinyang's carriage pass. At the same time, the imperial guards who went to chase after the assassins gradually realized that the assassins might not have gotten to the front. A group of people returned along the way. On the way back, they found the prisoner carriage that had been stolen and the 4 bailiffs, who were already cold. Another group of imperial guards found the real bailiffs who had been knocked unconscious in a bush 3 miles away. After the bailiffs woke up, they told them about how they had been robbed. The prisoner ran away. Could it be that his friend stole the prisoner carriage? An imperial guard asked. A bailiff said, "Impossible. That prisoner is a wily old fox. He doesn't have any powerful friends." As they were speaking, the prisoner released by the assassins obediently returned. From his mouth, the imperial guards found out that there were 4 assassins. They seemed to have captured another person. Their purpose of disguising themselves as bailiffs was to quietly transfer the hostage under the noses of the imperial guards. The prisoner did not see what the hostage looked like, but the guards boldly guessed that the hostage was Xiao Lulang. The assassin had been killed, and Xiao Lulang had disappeared. Who had taken him away? And where was it taken? We've been guarding the main road, but we didn't see anyone pass by. Could it be they've returned to the capital? One of the Imperial Guards guessed. The leader of the Imperial Guard said, "Have you carefully checked all the carriages entering the capital?" The subordinate said, "There are 2 people whose carriages were not checked." The leader of the Imperial Guards frowned. "Who is it?" The subordinate said, "Minister Zhao and Princess Xinyang's carriage." On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the carriage stopped outside the residence. Princess Xinyang and Yujin got off the carriage. As expected, Long Yi had already brought back the cage. To be exact, he had brought back the person in the cage. He took off the inferior human skin mask on his face, took off his blood-stained prison clothes, and changed into a set of dry clothes. The clothes were somewhat small. Not to mention that the lapel could not be tied. The sleeves and trousers were also much shorter. As before, Long Yi placed the prisoner on Princess Xinyang's bed. Xiao Liulong's breath was somewhat weak. It was unknown whether he was tired or had lost too much blood, but he had fainted. Princess Xinyang walked over with an indifferent expression, but stopped when she was about to cross the threshold. However, Yujin quickly walked into the room and looked at the man in front of the bed. She did not know who the prisoner Long Yi had brought back was, nor did she know why Long Yi had done so. One should know that this was the princess' bedroom. It would be terrible if a shady person was allowed to lie here. However, when she arrived in front of the bed and saw the pale handsome face, she was stunned. "Princess." Yujin walked out with a shocked expression. She didn't know when, but Princess Xinyang had turned around and was looking at the boundless night sky. Inside the person inside, he looks like he, Yujin simply did not know what to say. She spoke incoherently for a long time. Then she hardened her heart and said, "He is the Hanlin official that I told you about last time. He looks like the young Marquis. No wonder Long Yi brought him back. Long Yi must have mistaken him for the young Marquis. Princess, quickly come in and take a look. Don't blame Long Yi for recognizing the wrong person. They really look too similar. I almost suspected that the young Marquis had come back to life. Moreover, their ages are similar. If the young Marquis was still alive, he should be around this age." Princess Xinyang did not speak. "Princess, I didn't lie to you, he really—" Yujin's words came to an abrupt end when she saw Princess Xinyang's expression. Princess Xinyang's face was as cold and lonely as before. Her eyes were complicated and seemed to be mixed with many emotions, but there was no surprise. All of Yujin's voice disappeared. However, it only took a moment for Eugene to find it again. "Princess, you know." Yujin wanted to ask when she knew. Was it when Long Yi had rescued the prisoner carriage or earlier? Princess Xinyang turned around and went to the study next door. Yujin came to the door and intended to enter the room, but she felt the great alienation and loneliness of Princess Xinyang. She did not want anyone to enter the room. Yujin stopped outside the doorway and stared blankly at Princess Xinyang, who was shrouded in darkness. Her eyes moved and she asked, "Princess, is he the young Marquis?" Xiao Liulong's injury was very serious. Yujin went to the nearby medical hall to invite a doctor. The doctor looked at the injury and said that he was unable to save the injured hand with his medical skills. This hand was injured once, fell once, and was tossed around by the assassin many times. It was not better than being frozen in the snow for several hours. The doctor still had a conscience and said with a sigh, "I heard that the doctor of Miracle Hand Hall has outstanding medical skills. He can even reconnect a broken hand. Madam, it would be better to go to Miracle Hand Hall and find a doctor to take a look." Just when Yujin intended to go to Miracle Hand Hall to invite a doctor, Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao had received the news from the Imperial Guards. Her intuition told her that Xiao Lulang was saved by Princess Xinyang. As for whether it was Princess Xinyang or Long Yi who saved him, she did not know. Yujin was slightly surprised. "Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao said, "Is my husband here?" Yujin confusedly looked at her. "Your husband?" Gu Jiao said with a serious face, "Hanlin official, Xiao Lulang." Eugene was speechless once again. She feared that all the surprises in her life were used tonight. Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's room. At this moment, she did not have time to ponder about Yujin or Princess Xinyang's psychological activities. She immediately checked Xiao Liulong's injuries. Just like in the dream, his right hand was injured. Even the location of the wound was exactly the same. However, he had encountered other things on the way, so his injuries were more serious than in the dream. At this point, she was finally able to conclude that the matter in the dream had been brought forward. She just couldn't figure out why it was brought forward. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out disinfectant to clean Xiao Liulong's wound. The place that had scabbed over with great difficulty once again oozed blood. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of fresh blood. She closed her eyes and began an arduous cultivation. Gu Jiao came out of the room less than half an hour later. The operation on Xiao Lulang was far more difficult than the operation on other patients. This man's temptation to her was too big. Even his blood made her more excited than other people's blood. She had no choice but to spend more effort to suppress it. It was over half an hour later. Xiao Lulang lay quietly on the bed within 4 drip. Yujin brought in a basin of hot water. It was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. She couldn't help but take a second look. Thank you. Gu Jiao accepted the hot water and wiped Xiao Liulong's face and hands. Dr. Gu. Yujin hesitated. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Can you go see the princess? Tell the princess. Yujin glanced at the unconscious Xiao Lulang and swallowed the words, young duke. The patient's condition. Okay. Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief and went to the study next door. There were no lamps in the study. Only the cold moonlight and the scattered candles in the corridor shone in. Princess Xinyang sat by the windowsill with her back to the door. Gu Jiao gently knocked on the already open door, then walked over. She sat down in front of Princess Xinyang. What are you doing here? Princess Xinyang indifferently asked. She didn't raise her head to look at Gu Jiao, and continued to look at the night outside the window. Gu Jiao said. His injury is not serious. I came to inform the princess. Princess Xinyang indifferently said. What does it have to do with me whether he is okay or not? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. If it has nothing to do with you, then why did you take him in? Princess Xinyang indifferently said. It was Long Yi who picked him up. Gu Jiao, oh. Princess Xinyang expressionlessly looked at Gu Jiao. You don't believe me? Long Yi picked you up. Gu Jiao strangely asked. Does Long Yi often pick people up like this? He picks one up and throws one on your bed? Princess Xinyang coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rested her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess, you recognized him long ago, didn't you? You also inquired about him and knew about my relationship with him, so that night you didn't throw me out? She was wondering why Princess Xinyang would be so merciful and let her, a doctor from the medical hall who she had only met once or twice, occupy her princess bed. Are the mooncakes delicious? He personally went to buy the red dates. Gu Jiao asked. At this moment, if she couldn't guess who the mooncakes were made for, then it would be unreasonable. No wonder he took the initiative to go to the palace to deliver mooncakes, and even brought the date paste filling that her great-aunt didn't like. Princess Xinyang turned her face. Unpalatable. Gu Jiao said, so you ate it? Princess Xinyang choked. I didn't eat it, Yujin ate it. Gu Jiao, so you accepted it? Princess Xinyang. Where did this girl learn the skill of digging holes for others? Gu Jiao actually didn't understand. Originally, she thought that Xiao Lulang hated Princess Xinyang, so he didn't want to recognize her. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. As for Princess Xinyang's attitude towards Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was even more puzzled. She thought that Princess Xinyang didn't know that her son had returned to the capital alive, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This mother and son pair was really strange. Xiao Liulong's main injury was on his right hand, and the rest of his body only had some light abrasions. The reason why he was unconscious was because he had lost too much blood and was too tired. But Long Yi seemed to think that he had suffered a very serious injury, and even his mood was depressed, so he didn't bother Gu Jiao anymore. Gu Jiao felt that this was very good. At least her little hand had escaped a disaster. But seeing Long Yi so unhappy, Gu Jiao decided to compensate him in other ways. Eugene made snacks for Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao left half for Long Yi. Seeing that she only ate half, Eugene asked, Is it not tasty? Gu Jiao said, No, I left it for Long Yi. Long Yi is unhappy? Eugene looked at Long Yi inside the room. Long Yi was Shadow Dragon Guard, so how could he be unhappy? Eugene asked. How did you know? Gu Jiao said, I felt it. Eugene was puzzled. Why didn't I feel it? In fact, no one felt it. Long Yi was occasionally disobedient, but he didn't have any emotion, so they couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. She thought that everyone could feel Long Yi's emotion. Could it be that only she could? The news of Xiao Liulong's injury finally reached the palace. At that time, the Crown Princess was reporting the recent situation of the female school to the Emperor in the Imperial study. She happened to hear the report of the Imperial Guards, saying that Xiao Liulang was kidnapped by assassins and was injured. Now her whereabouts were unknown. Gu Jiao had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell the Imperial Guards. Therefore, the Imperial Guards didn't know that Xiao Liulang was already saved. The Emperor was furious, still not sending people to look for her. Wait! The Emperor stopped the Imperial Guard leader who was about to retreat. The Imperial Guard leader saluted. Your Majesty. The Emperor pondered. Call Ning Wang. After such a big thing happened, the first person that the Emperor thought of was not the Crown Prince, but his eldest son. Yes. After coming out of the Imperial study, the Crown Princess's face was pale. Crown Princess. Chunying followed behind her and looked worriedly at her, who looked like she would collapse in the next second. She said in a small voice, You are injured. And the Crown Prince said to let you stay in the Eastern Palace to recuperate. Why are you in such a hurry to come here? The Crown Princess didn't answer her and asked in a daze. Chunying, did you hear what I said just now? Chunying didn't answer. The Crown Princess indeed felt that her body couldn't take it anymore. She reached her hand to the side to Chunying. A large and powerful hand supported her arm. When that scorching body temperature burned her skin through her thin clothing, her body stiffened and she suddenly turned to look at the other person. When she saw who it was, she suddenly broke free from the other person's hand and retreated a few steps. Chunying! She called. However, Chunying had already retreated somewhere. Ning Wang walked forward unhurriedly and looked behind her. He said playfully, There is a pool behind you, be careful. The Crown Princess turned her head to look, and her throat moved. She composed herself and turned her head to look at him coldly. Did you do it? Ning Wang smiled. What do you mean by didn't do it? The Crown Princess said angrily. Stop pretending. Ning Wang crossed his arms and said helplessly, Yes, it was this prince who did it. Nothing happened to this prince, but something happened to Xiao Liulang. Are you very disappointed? The Crown Princess's eyes flashed, and she looked away. I don't understand what you are saying. Ning Wang smiled softly and raised his hand to caress her temples. He said gently, Linlang, this prince isn't so easy to deal with. If you think you can use Xiao Heng and Princess Xinyang to get rid of this prince, then you are too naive. This prince won't bicker with you this time, but there won't be a next time, understand? Chapter 429. His tone was the most gentle whisper in the world, and his gaze was filled with deep emotion. However, the Crown Princess still felt a chill run down her spine. Her entire body was frozen in place, and it seemed as though she could not say a single word. Prince Ning gently caressed her face and quietly said, Linlang, ever since the day you and this prince caused Xiao Heng's death, you have already been unable to clear your name. Could it be that you still don't understand this logic? The Crown Princess' gaze became fierce. I did not harm him. It was you. From beginning to end it was you. It was you who followed me to the directorate. It was you who killed him. Prince Ning raised his hand and patted the back of her head. If it was not for you calling him out alone, how could this prince have had the chance? Admit it, Linlang. You are also an accomplice in causing his death. I am not. I have never harmed Aheng. The Crown Princess reached out to push him away. I don't want to see you. Leave. Prince Ning's hand that was patting the back of her head suddenly tightened. Linlang. Linlang. Eh? Chunying, why are you here? Where is the Crown Princess? Didn't you go with the Crown Princess to the Imperial study? Not far away, the Crown Prince's puzzled voice could be heard. Immediately following this, Chunning replied with a guilty conscience. The Crown Princess The Crown Princess coldly looked at Prince Ning. Prince Ning fiercely and silently said, "You know what you should do. Don't anger me. You cannot bear the consequences when Lin Lang." He let go. The Crown Princess staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What was that sound? Because they were too close, in the instant that Prince Ning let go of the Crown Princess, the Crown Prince had already walked over. He saw the pale-faced Crown Princess and the gentle and calm Prince Ning. He furrowed his brow, as he instinctively did not like his own woman standing with another man, even if that man was his own older brother. Eldest brother? He strangely walked over. Prince Ning smiled and said, "Father ordered me to go to the imperial study to meet him. Coincidentally, second sister-in-law was coming out of the imperial study, and we ran into each other." So that was the case. The Crown Prince secretly thought that he was overthinking things. Ning Wang was his elder brother. Even if they were not from the same mother's womb, they still had the same father. Lin Lang was his younger sister-in-law. How could there be anything between them? The Crown Prince came to the Crown Princess' side and held the Crown Princess' hand. Feeling the coldness of her fingertips, his brows furrowed even more. "Why is your hand so cold? I've already said that you're injured. If there's anything, you can report it to Imperial Father in a few days. Imperial Father gave me the girls' school, so I should take care of it carefully." As the Crown Princess spoke, she felt King Ning's death stare. She imperceptibly withdrew her hand from the Crown Prince's grasp. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Your Highness, let's go back." After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The wind in the morning and evening carried a hint of the chill of autumn. The Crown Prince took off his cloak and draped it over the Crown Princess, carefully tying the ribbon for her. Ning Wang stared at the two with a burning gaze. The Crown Princess grabbed the Crown Prince's hand and gently moved it away. She took the ribbon herself. "I'll do it myself." Oh, the Crown Prince was a bit disappointed. He wanted to do these small things for Lin Lang. However, with his elder brother here, it did not seem good for them to be too intimate. He turned to look at Ning Wang. Ning Wang's eyes had already regained their gentleness. He said, "Elder brother, we'll go back first. Since you've been summoned, then go quickly." Ning Wang paused and turned to look at the Crown Prince, who was leaving with the Crown Princess in his arms. He said, "Why don't second brother come with me to see Imperial Father? Seems that something has happened. Even the Imperial Guards have been mobilized." "Is that so?" The Crown Prince was a bit hesitant. Ning Wang smiled. "Forget it. If you want to accompany second sister-in-law, I'll go see Imperial Father myself." When he said this, his gaze unintentionally swept across the Crown Princess' face. The Crown Princess felt an endless threat. She clenched her hand and said to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, you should go take a look." The Crown Prince said, "I'm worried about you." The Crown Princess lowered her eyes and said, "With Chunying accompanying me, what is there for your Highness to be worried about?" In the end, under the Crown Princess's persuasion, the Crown Prince reluctantly went. After he went, he found out that Xiao Lulang had been captured by assassins, and his whereabouts were unknown. Imperial Father wanted Ning Wang to lead troops to look for him. Since he also went, Imperial Father also gave him a group of troops. In the middle of the night, he could not return to the Eastern Palace to accompany Lin Lang. He had to search for Xiao Lulang aimlessly on the streets. The Crown Prince was extremely sullen. Really, isn't he just like Xiao Heng? He's not the real Xiao Heng. Why does Imperial Father think so highly of him? He even made me, the Crown Prince, lower my status to look for him. At this moment, Xiao Lulang, who the Crown Prince was painstakingly searching for, was quietly lying on the bed of Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao helped him change the last infusion bottle. It was already late at night. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were quietly guarding him in the room. Gu Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Long Yi was sitting on the beam of the room. After finishing the infusion bottle for Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was lying on the edge of the bed, unable to resist her sleepiness, and fell asleep. Long Yi's eyes were wide open from beginning to end, like an owl that did not sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue quieted down. Only the steady breathing of a few people remained in the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. A spotlessly white embroidered shoe stepped over the threshold and silently landed on the floor, which was as bright and clean as new. The elegant golden skirt was like floating gold leaf on the surface of a lake, slowly meandering across the room. Xiao Lulang was in a daze from sleep. He wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't have the strength. While half asleep, he felt a gentle and white hand press against his forehead. He didn't know whose hand it was, nor did he know whether he was dreaming or not. That hand pressed against his forehead for a while, then left. When Xiao Lulang completely opened his eyes, he only saw Gu Jiao lying on his side sleeping. His hand was held in Gu Jiao's hand, and Gu Jiao's other hand was pressed under her body. In this position, no matter what, she couldn't free her hand to touch his forehead. So was it just a dream? It was pitch black and he was only half awake. For a moment he didn't realize where he was. This environment, this atmosphere didn't make him feel disgusted, but it also didn't make him feel unfamiliar. He pulled the blanket over Gu Jiao's shoulder, then took out the hand that Gu Jiao had pressed under her body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't announce that Xiao Lulang had escaped danger. In her dream, she only knew that someone had hired someone to plot against Xiao Lulang, but she didn't know who that person was. The other party didn't know that Xiao Lulang was safe, so they might be frantically searching for Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. As for Princess Xinyang, she didn't seem to have leaked any information about Xiao Lulang. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She had to let her family know that she was safe. While she was at it, she packed a few sets of Xiao Liulang's clothes for him to change into. Actually, she wouldn't be afraid if the mastermind had been caught, but now that they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark, it was hard to guard against them. Gu Jiao thought it over. It was safer here with Princess Xinyang. As long as Princess Xinyang didn't chase them away, she would pretend not to see the slight disdain on her face. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that right after she left, the Crown Prince consort arrived. She came to visit Princess Xinyang. At the same time, she also wanted to confirm something with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept late last night and didn't close her eyes until dawn. However, the servant girls in the courtyard recognized the Crown Prince consort and understood that she was someone Princess Xinyang cared about, so they still invited her into the courtyard. This servant will call Lord Yujin. The servant girl was furious. The Crown Prince consort said, "No need. You can go do what you need to do. This consort will go find Yujin." Yujin was currently drying clothes in the inner courtyard. She held the position of 6th rank official in the Household Orders Department of Princess Xinyang's estate. 6th rank wasn't considered too high a rank in the capital, but it was a different story if she was Princess Xinyang's trusted official. For as long as the Crown Prince consort could remember, Yujin had been by Princess Xinyang's side and was one of Princess Xinyang's closest people. Lord Yujin. The Crown Prince consort walked over and greeted her politely. With Yujin's status, there was no need for her to personally do this kind of drying work. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but take a second look. Then she froze. It was a man's clothing. Princess Xinyang had hidden guards, but the Crown Prince consort didn't believe that Yujin would wash the clothes of a hidden guard. Has the Marquis returned? The Crown Prince consort's first reaction was that Marquis Xianping had returned to the capital to reunite with Princess Xinyang. Even though they didn't get along, they were still husband and wife. It wouldn't be strange for Marquis Xianping to come here. No. Yujin shook her head. She didn't know how to explain. This was Xiao Liulang's clothing. After a night of thinking and observation, Yujin could more or less confirm Xiao Liulang's identity. But the princess hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't say it now. When the Crown Prince consort saw that Yujin couldn't answer, some rumor she had heard flashed through her mind. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping didn't get along. Marquis Xianping was promiscuous outside, and Princess Xinyang also had her own gigolo. Of course, this was just a rumor. The Crown Prince consort never believed it. But this man's clothing, don't misunderstand. It's not the princess, it's me. Yujin decided to take the blame herself. A strong hint of astonishment flashed through the crown prince consort's eyes. Yujin cleared her throat and said, "Please keep this a secret for me, crown prince consort." The crown prince consort came back to her senses. Speaking of which, this Lord Yujin was an extraordinary woman. She had never married. If she was outside, she might be criticized behind her back. But because she was in the Princess Fu and had Princess Xinyang's protection, no one dared to embarrass her. This could be regarded as a good opportunity to win over Yujin. The crown prince consort smiled and said, "Lord Yujin, rest assured. I didn't see anything today." With crown prince consort's words, "I'm relieved." Yujin simply smiled, more unsightly than crying. Princess Xinyang was still sleeping, so she couldn't wake her up. The crown prince consort asked herself whether she had such big face, so she decided to come again another day. She bid farewell to Yujin, and when she passed by the room of Princess Xinyang, she heard movement inside the room. She thought that Princess Xinyang had woken up, so she intended to enter the room to pay respects to Princess Xinyang. But Long Yi, who had jumped down from the beam of the room, firmly blocked the door. Chapter 430. Crown Princess recognized him. That was the shadow guard who would rather give the 1,000-year-old ginseng to Gu Jiao than to her. Crown Princess still remembered that kind of embarrassment. If this kind of disobedient guard was in the East Palace, he would have already been driven out by the Crown Prince. Crown Princess maintained basic courtesy on the surface. "I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message. I want to see the princess." Long Yi didn't move. Crown Princess choked. "I haven't seen you, and I shouldn't have done anything to make you unhappy. Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Long Yi continued to stand still. Crown Princess had never seen Shadow Guard Long Yi, so she didn't know that Long Yi was also one. She only thought that this person was deliberately opposing her. She thought that if Princess Xinyang really woke up, then she should have heard the movement at the door. Since she didn't come out, then she shouldn't have woken up. Forget it, why would she bother with a shadow guard? She didn't lose her status. Crown Princess turned around and left. Just when she walked out of the courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Jiao, who had rushed over from Jadewater Alley. Crown Princess was startled. "It's you? Why are you here?" "You are." She looked at Gu Jiao, and again looked back at the house behind her, then asked with uncertainty, "Here?" Gu Jiao sized her up, clearly also wanted to ask why Crown Princess had come here. Crown Princess indifferently said, "This Empress is asking you a question." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Do I have to answer if you ask?" Crown Princess had hit a wall with Long Yi, so she had a bellyful of anger. And now, being ridiculed by Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but become somewhat angry. "Miss Gu, you have the love of Empress Dowager and His Majesty, but how long will this love last? In the future, after Crown Prince ascends the throne, I will be the Empress. I have no intention to make things difficult for you, but you also shouldn't leave yourself with no way out." This familiar tone, this exact same choice of words and sentences. Where did she hear it? Ning Prince. So to say, in this world, how could there be a wall? How could there be a fire that could be wrapped in paper? When a person had an inexplicable relationship with another person, their every word and action would unconsciously reflect each other's habits. Yujin's appearance broke the tense stalemate in time. "Dr. Gu is here. Please come in and have a seat." She smiled and said to the Crown Princess, "Dr. Gu is the doctor this servant invited from the medical hall to treat the princess. So that's how it is." The Crown Princess withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao's face. "Then I will come to see the princess when she wakes up." With that, the Crown Princess stepped over the threshold. The moment he brushed past Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "Does Xiao Yulong's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Gu Jiao asked casually. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince consort's body stiffened due to her guilty conscience. Gu Jiao perceptively caught her abnormality and grabbed her arm to pull her back. "Speak clearly." The Crown Prince consort's back hurt from slamming into the wall. Even worse, this posture caused her to feel offended. She said coldly, "Impudent." The guilty conscience in her eyes did not escape Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao grabbed her lapel and unceremoniously pushed her against the wall. She looked at her coldly. I don't care if you are the crown prince consort or the empress. Don't force me to do it. You dare. Slap. Gu Jiao backhanded her and slapped her to the ground. Eugene sucked in a cold breath. The accompanying Eastern Palace guards charged in but were kicked out by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort from the ground. Who did it? Was it you or did you have an accomplice? The crown prince consort gritted her teeth. I didn't do anything. Let go of me. Princess Xinyang was startled out by the huge commotion. Stop. Princess Xinyang's long hair was loose. She should have just gotten out of bed and didn't have time to dress up. Gu Jiao would not stop. This time it wasn't a small matter like using a cat to scare her husband. She really almost took her husband's life. She was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort and pounded her to the ground. Princess Xinyang had never expected that Xiao Heng would marry such a rude and unreasonable woman. She sucked in a cold breath. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? If you continue like this, I won't be polite. Gu Jiao was also angry. Humph. Do what you want. This girl's ability to anger people to death without paying for it was the same as Long Yi's. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and shouted, Long Yi, pull them apart. Since Princess Xinyang gave the order, Long Yi had no choice but to come out. In order to prevent Long Yi from changing the concept again, Princess Xinyang originally intended to say Long Yi, make a move, but changed it to separate them. Otherwise, she felt that Long Yi might make a move on the crown prince consort. Long Yi flashed out. The order he received was to separate them, so he had no choice but to step forward and separate them. He first went to Gu Jiao's side. When he grabbed Gu Jiao, he was like this. Carefully clasping Gu Jiao's wrist, he patted the back of Gu Jiao's little hand as if he was coaxing a child. Then, he gently removed Gu Jiao's hand for fear of hurting her. When it was the crown prince consort's turn, his style suddenly changed. His entire mask was itching to same. Soon after, Gu Jiao saw Long Yi directly fling the crown prince consort away as if he was swinging a pheasant. Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang. Long Yi indeed lived up to his mission and separated them. Princess Xinyang also didn't tell him to separate them gently or roughly. Princess Xinyang was so angry that her liver hurt. Long Yi wasn't like this in the past. When he first came to Princess Xinyang, Shi Yi was a dutiful dragon shadow guard. It was all because he followed little Xiao Heng that he was led astray by the 3-year-old Xiao Heng. Princess Xinyang was on the verge of exploding. Long Yi looked at Princess Xinyang and then looked at Gu Jiao. He paused for a few seconds with a serious expression. Then he suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao and disappeared in a flash. Every time little Xiao Heng made a mistake, Long Yi would do this. When Princess Xinyang's anger cooled down, he would bring little Xiao Heng back. This gave her experience, so she didn't want to. Princess Xinyang. She felt that she might become the first master in history to be angered to death by a dragon shadow guard. The crown prince consort was slapped in the face by Gu Jiao. Her face was swollen and she was thrown to the ground. Her arms were full of bruises and abrasions. Princess Xinyang glanced at her and sighed. Come in. Let Yujin apply some medicine for you. With the support of Yujin, the crown prince consort re-entered the courtyard. The status of the crown prince consort was actually very high. She was second only to the empress dowager, the emperor-empress, and the crown prince. Even the legitimate princess might not be more honorable than her. However, Princess Xinyang was a princess with real power. Her husband was the famous Marquis Xianping. Who in the world didn't fear her? The crown prince consort followed behind Princess Xinyang. She thought that she would be brought into Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Unexpectedly, Princess Xinyang turned around and entered another side room. The 3 people sat down on chairs. A little maid came over to dress Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang indifferently waved her hand. Go and bring me the golden sore medicine. Yes. The little maid went to Princess Xinyang's bedroom and brought over a bottle of top-notch golden sore medicine. Yujin first washed her hands. Then she took out a clean handkerchief and dipped it in the golden sore medicine. She began to apply it on the crown prince consort's swollen cheek. This kind of golden sore medicine was also bought from the pharmacists of the Yen state. It was extremely effective in relieving pain and reducing swelling. After applying it, it would cool down and immediately stop hurting. The little maid served tea and pastries. There was the Crown Prince Consort's favorite chestnut cake. It was very strange. Xiao Heng did not like to eat this, yet it was the Crown Prince Consort's favorite. The Crown Prince Consort saw that Princess Xinyang had prepared her favorite pastries, and the gloominess in her heart faded a little. Princess Xinyang picked up her teacup and took a sip, asking, "Why did Dr. Gu use force against you? Is there some sort of grudge between the two of you?" Normal people would either not ask or they would ask, "Is there some sort of misunderstanding between the two of you?" These words were actually quite clever. If they were asked if there was some sort of misunderstanding, the one who used force was Gu Jiao, and it was Gu Jiao who had misunderstood the Crown Prince Consort, then the blame would be placed on Gu Jiao. But if they were asked if there was any sort of grudge between the two, it would not be a question of which side was responsible. The Crown Prince Consort was slightly startled. She lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Her husband went missing, and she misunderstood that this matter was related to me." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Auntie probably still does not know, but her husband looks very much like Aheng. He is this year's top scholar, and is currently working at Imperial Hanlin Academy. His Majesty has allowed him to give lectures to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has complained to me many times that Lord Xiao is too strict with him. The Crown Prince has even openly contradicted Lord Xiao. I wonder if she heard about this matter and believes that the Crown Prince and I have a grudge against Lord Xiao and deliberately did something to Lord Xiao." These words were reasonable and logical. They provided a sufficient explanation for Gu Jiao's suspicions. The phrase "her husband looks like Aheng" seemed to have just been casually mentioned and was not the main point of the Crown Prince Consort's words. Princess Xinyang stopped drinking her tea. The Crown Prince Consort quickly said, "Sorry, I should not have mentioned Aheng." Princess Xinyang's mood seemed to have instantly fallen. It was clear that she was no longer in the mood to discuss this matter with her. "You can go back first. I still have some matters to take care of," the Crown Prince Consort quietly said. "Then I will come visit Auntie another day." Leaving the courtyard, the Crown Prince Consort let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the princess did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, she did not dare guarantee that she could continue to hide it. Her original intention was not for something to happen to Xiao Lulang. She also did not expect that Xiao Lulang would fall into Prince Ning's hands. Princess Xinyang had clearly returned. How could someone still hurt Xiao Heng? For years ago, she had been careless once. Princess Xinyang should not be careless a second time. Could it be that she had made a mistake and Xiao Lulang was not Xiao Heng? But she clearly heard Xiao Heng call the old chancellor teacher. In this world, there were only two people who could call the old chancellor this way. One was the old chancellor's eldest disciple, Li Su. This person had already resigned and left the capital. The other was Xiao Heng. It couldn't be that the old chancellor had accepted Xiao Lulang as his disciple. That year, the old chancellor had clearly said that Xiao Heng was his last disciple. But if Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng, why didn't he receive the protection of Princess Xinyang? Princess Xinyang had returned to the capital for so long. Could it be that he still hadn't acknowledged her? She could understand that he did not acknowledge Marquis Xian. After all, the father and son had a somewhat distant relationship. It was inevitable that he would feel resentful. But Princess Xinyang was very close to him. He had said before that the person he cared about the most in this life was his mother. Moreover, when she mentioned Xiao Heng just now, Princess Xinyang's expression did not look like she had regained her son. Chapter 431. The Crown Prince Consort closed her eyes. Either Xiao Lulang really wasn't Xiao Heng, or Xiao Heng hadn't recognized Princess Xinyang yet. The Crown Prince Consort's mood was incomparably complicated. Crown Prince Consort. Yujin's voice interrupted the Crown Prince Consort's thoughts. The Crown Prince Consort came back to her senses and asked politely, "Lord Yujin, what's wrong?" Yujin said earnestly, "Regarding Dr. Gu's matter, I asked the Crown Prince Consort to give face to the princess and forgive him. There is no cure for the princess's heart disease. It was only after meeting Dr. Gu that she was finally relieved." Hearing this, the crown prince consort frowned slightly. Wasn't the 100-flower pill effective last time? Yujin shook her head. To be honest, that wasn't the effect of the 100-flower pill. It was Dr. Gu's medicine. The crown prince consort clenched her white hands. Yujin said again, Crown prince consort doesn't need to take it to heart. In the princess's heart, you are the person closest to her. It's precisely because she views you as family that she doesn't treat you as an outsider. Who wouldn't be happy after hearing these words? The crown prince consort smiled generously and said, Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person. I won't tell His Highness the Crown Prince and Father Emperor about today's matter. If they ask, I'll say that I was careless and injured myself. Yujin held the Crown Prince Consort's hand. Only the Crown Prince Consort is so considerate of the princess. That's right, only she was sincere to Princess Xinyang. Regardless of whether Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng or not, and regardless of whether Gu Jiao was Princess Xinyang's daughter-in-law or not, she was the person closest to Princess Xinyang. After Long Yi carried Gu Jiao out of the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao thought that he was going to take her out for a stroll. Who would have thought that Long Yi would directly throw her into the princess residence? Gu Jiao had never been to the princess residence, but this didn't prevent her from recognizing the words on the plaque. Gu Jiao expressionlessly looked at Long Yi, who threw her into the princess residence. To worry for your future date. Did he even know how to pick a place? There were servants on duty in Princess Mansion, but the movement of Long Yi was too light, so no one noticed that someone had entered Princess Mansion. Gu Jiao sat on the chair, and looking at Long Yi, who had jumped onto the beam, she asked word by word, Can we change the place? Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao. Hero, are you saying that the destination and the time of the trip are not allowed to be changed? Let's discuss it again? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Why don't you come down and we go to the yard to write? Or can you tell me how long we have to stay here? The princess won't be angry for long, right? From beginning to end, Long Yi ignored Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao tried to open the door, open the window and slip out, but she was pulled back by Long Yi. In the end, Gu Jiao gave up resisting. She slid down on the chair and sprawled out like a soulless salted fish. However, it was from this angle that she swept her gaze across and saw a pile of scroll paintings. She sat up, walked to the front of the multi-treasure pavilion, and pulled out a scroll painting from a large bottle. She untied the ribbon and opened it to take a look. It was actually a portrait of Xiao Lulang or Xiao Heng. It was a 13-year-old Xiao Heng dressed in white pure like jade. She opened another portrait. It was also a 13-year-old Xiao Heng, dressed in the clothes of the young chancellor. His style was peerless, and his nobility was unparalleled. Whether it was the young duke or the young chancellor, his eyes were filled with starlight. His smile was clean and warm, like the purest piece of jade in the world. Gu Jiao caressed the smiling youth in the portrait, her fingertips tracing his face. It was hard to believe that such a smile had disappeared from his face forever. The light in his eyes was also gone. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. There wasn't only one portrait, and there wasn't only Xiao Heng's portrait. Gu Jiao also saw Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang was truly beautiful when she was young, and she was also beautiful now. But in the past, she was a delicate flower under the sun, exuding exuberant vitality and vitality. Now she had become a silk flower. Beautiful was beautiful, but she was no longer lively. Gu Jiao also saw a portrait of mother and son in the same frame. It was Princess Xinyang, who was in her 20s, and Xiao Heng, who was 5 years old. Princess Xinyang was hugging him, so gentle that time seemed to have calmed down. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Heng didn't have that kind of bad relationship with her parents in her previous life. They used to be the most intimate people in the world, the people who needed and relied on each other the most. Slacking off again, aren't you? This old woman didn't keep an eye on you for a while, and each and every one of you started to slack off. Later on, if the princess finds out, be careful of your skin. Suddenly, the voice of a fierce mama came from outside the room. She walked towards the direction of the sleeping chamber. She came to the door and put her hands on the door. Just when she was about to push open the door, Long Yi suddenly jumped down from the beam, grabbed Gu Jiao and jumped out of the window with her. Caught by Long Yi, Gu little chick Jiao Jiao's face was ashen. Next time, can you let me know in advance? Because of this mama's interruption, the one-day tour of the princess mansion ended ahead of time. This was also very good. Otherwise Gu Jiao really didn't know how long Long Yi would hold her head and hide her. But just now everything had happened too fast, so Gu Jiao didn't have time to put back the portrait in her hand. At this moment, she was still holding the portrait of mother and son in her bosom. In the courtyard of Vermilion Bird Street, Xiao Lulang slowly woke up. He stared at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. He again looked at the furnishings inside the room, and only after a long time did he react to where he was. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. His mind began to recall the matters of yesterday. He seemed to have been taken away by Long Yi, but he didn't know where he was taken to because he had fainted. Although he had woken up in the middle of the night, he wasn't too clear-headed. Seeing Gu Jiao beside him, he again fell asleep. In the middle of the night, that hand on his forehead. "This young master, are you awake?" A little maid pushed open the door and entered. This was a servant brought back by Princess Xinyang from Fengdu Mountain. Xiao Lulang had never seen her, and she had also never seen Xiao Lulang. She didn't know the identity of Xiao Lulang, only knew that he was a person brought back by Long Yi. Why would Princess Xinyang tolerate an outsider sleeping on her bed? She didn't know and also didn't dare to ask. Seeing the unfamiliar maid, Xiao Liulang's mind suddenly flashed with an absurd guess, and he asked, "Where is this? Where is your master?" The little maid said, "This is Vermilion Bird Street. Is young master asking where the princess went?" Xiao Lulang probed. "Princess Xinyang?" The little maid nodded her head. "Yes." It seems it wasn't like he had guessed. This house didn't have a new master. Xiao Lulang asked again, "How long have I slept?" The little maid said, "Half a day and one night. You came yesterday evening, and now is the noon of the second day. Young master, are you hungry? The kitchen has stewed porridge." For the time being, Xiao Lulang didn't have any appetite, so he paused and asked, "You? Where is the princess?" The little maid pointed outside. The princess returned to the princess mansion. Xiao Lulang bitterly smiled. As expected, she still didn't want to see him. Chapter 432. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. On the other hand, the Crown Prince consort planned to immediately return to the Eastern Palace after leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue. Halfway there, the carriages got stuck. Although it was autumn, the sun was strong during the day, so the carriage was extremely hot and stuffy. "Crown Prince consort, there's a tea house over there. Let's go sit there," Chunying said. "All right." The Crown Prince consort touched her cheek. Princess Xinyang's wound medicine was indeed miraculous. The swelling on her cheek had actually subsided. Even so, she still wore a veil. Chunying went to the counter to reserve an elegant room on the second floor. When the Crown Prince consort walked down the corridor on the second floor with Chunying, a hand suddenly reached over and pulled the Crown Prince consort into a certain room. The Crown Prince consort paled and gasped, almost crying out in alarm. "It's me." That person hugged her waist and rubbed the veil on her cheek with his fingertips. The Crown Prince consort glanced at him coldly before pushing him away and pulling out of his embrace. Ning Wang wasn't angry at being rejected. He smiled and walked to the chair to sit down. He pointed at the chair beside him and said, "Aren't you going to sit?" The Crown Prince consort turned to look at Chunying, but the door was already closed. It went without saying who closed it. The Crown Prince consort looked at him with an icy gaze. "You bribed Chunying?" The first time, he still needed to knock Chunying out behind the fake mountain. After that, he provided false testimony for Wen Yang's incident. She thought he was threatening Chunying. Ning Wang spread his hands. This prince didn't bribe her. She was willing to work for this prince. If you don't believe me, you can call her in and ask her face to face. The Crown Prince consort chuckled. Where would she have the guts to speak the truth? This man was too terrifying. Even she felt fear, let alone Chunying, who was a maidservant. Ning Wang looked at her playfully. "You're not coming over. Are you waiting for this prince to carry you over?" A faint trace of mockery flashed through the Crown Prince consort's eyes. "What? Princess consort Ning can't satisfy you?" Ning Wang's expression changed instantly. Endless coldness flashed across his face. Don't drag her into this between us. The Crown Prince Consort's scalp went numb. She glared at him coldly and stubbornly before turning her face away. Prince Ning loosened his grip and returned to his chair. He glanced at his side and said, "Come and sit." The Crown Princess walked over expressionlessly and sat down. Prince Ning glanced at her wrist under her wide sleeve and asked, "Are you injured?" The Crown Princess didn't say anything. Ning Wang took her wrist and carefully and lovingly held it in his palm. Seeing that she had applied medicine, he asked, "How did you get it?" The Crown Prince Consort's anger was ignited and exploded in an instant. She turned her body and looked at him with torch-like eyes. "How did this happen? Do you really want to know how? Fine, I will tell you. It was done by the daughter of Marquis Dingen Manor. That's right, it was the doctor who grew up in the countryside, who embarrassed me time and time again, and was doted on by the Empress Dowager. She suspected that I had something to do with Xiao Heng's disappearance. So he injured me. Not only was my wrist injured, my whole body was injured. If you have the ability to ask, do you have the ability to take revenge for me?" Prince Ning was silent for a while and then suddenly smiled. "What are you arguing with a child for?" The Crown Prince Consort frowned. "Child?" Prince Ning smiled. "She is still young. It's inevitable that she doesn't understand things. I will help you clear your name and let her no longer suspect you." The Crown Prince Consort flew into a rage out of humiliation. "It wasn't me to begin with. It was you." Prince Ning laughed and gently kneaded her wrist. Good. It was me. I implicated you." The Crown Prince Consort angrily pulled her hand back. "If you want to make me happy, then go kill her." Prince Ning pulled her hand again. "Are you speaking out of anger again? Princess Ning's illness needs her. The Empress Dowager also needs her." The Crown Prince Consort bit her lip. "That's right. You all need her. You all don't need me. Then why did you come looking for me? You go back and be your Prince Ning. I will be my Crown Prince Consort. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. We will not interact with each other." "Are you really that angry?" Prince Ning held her wrist with one hand and gently stroked her neck with the other. "Other than not touching her, Ben Wang will do anything you want." The Crown Prince Consort frowned. It was unknown whether she was disgusted by his touch or his words. "Wasn't your storehouse emptied? Have you never considered that she did it?" The fact that the storehouse of Prince Ning's mansion had been emptied was not publicized, but there were still a few people who knew. Prince Ning said, "It was her. I was the one who offended her first and burned down her workshop. We're even now." The Crown Prince Consort chuckled. A mere workshop actually needs to be compensated with the entire treasury of Prince Ning's mansion. Prince Ning is really generous. Prince Ning looked at her in amusement. "So jealous. It's just a small treasury. It's nothing." "That's right. It was just a small marquise mansion's daughter. It was nothing. Why did she care so much about it?" She was not someone who had not seen the wind and waves. She understood better than anyone that it was easy for a person to be in the limelight for a while. She was the Crown Prince Consort and the future Empress of Zhao Country. She was the mother of the country and had a noble status. There was no need for her to care about a little girl. But why was it that she, who had always been rational, could no longer maintain her calm? The Crown Prince Consort took a deep breath and said, "Now that you touched her husband, she will come to find you if you are even." Prince Ning said without worry, "She can't touch me." The Crown Prince Consort looked at Prince Ning in confusion. "So you've been tolerating her all this time?" Prince Ning took off her veil and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips. "Lin Lang, don't be unreasonable." The Crown Prince Consort tilted her head and avoided his hand. She said angrily, "I'm not being unreasonable." Prince Ning's smile faded. He grabbed her chin and forced her to turn her head. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by coldness and viciousness. "Fine. You want to kill her. Is it because she offended you or because she married Xiao Heng?" The Crown Prince Consort's body froze. When the Crown Prince Consort returned to the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince anxiously greeted her. "Lin Lang, where did you go? What happened to your face?" The Crown Prince Consort's face had recovered long ago. But the crown prince still saw something strange. This man was probably the only one in the world who cared about her so much. Without waiting for the crown prince consort to reply, the crown prince rolled up her sleeve again and exclaimed, "Your hand." The crown prince consort said without a change in expression, "I accidentally fell." "Where did you fall?" the crown prince asked with heartache and worry. The crown prince consort smiled. "In Princess Xinyang's courtyard." "You went to visit Aunt?" the crown prince muttered. "Why did you go to Aunt's place? Didn't I tell you to recuperate in the Eastern Palace? Does it hurt?" Princess Xinyang was the emperor's younger sister. Before she married, the crown prince called her aunt. Later she married Marquis Xianping, who was also the crown prince's uncle. Thus, the crown prince changed to calling her aunt. The crown prince consort said gently, "Uncle didn't return to the capital, and Aunt is alone. I'm worried about her. I've already applied medicine. It doesn't hurt." The crown prince cupped her hand and blew on it with heartache. He said, "You are too considerate of others. Why are you considerate of me like Shi? I went out to search for Xiao Lulang for an entire night. I'm dead tired, and I don't feel good when I come back and don't see you." The crown prince consort had an ashamed expression. "It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time." In reality, the crown prince consort of the Eastern Palace was not as free as the Wangfei outside the palace. It was because the crown prince and his majesty trusted her, and gave her the right to leave the palace freely. "Is there still no news of Xiao Lulang?" she pretended to ask carelessly. The crown prince was worried about her injury, and did not detect the strangeness on her face. He answered no. The imperial guard speculate that Xiao Lulang was brought back to the capital. That day, only the Minister of Works, Sir Zhao, and Aunt entered the city without inspection. But they both said they didn't see Xiao Lulang. "Aunt?" The crown prince consort suddenly thought of the man's clothes that Yujin had hung out to dry and the tightly shut door of Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Could it be that Xiao Lulang had been saved by Princess Xinyang? If that was the case, then it was not hard to explain why the King of Ning and the Crown Prince could not find any trace of Xiao Lulang even after turning the capital upside down. But why did Princess Xinyang hide it? Was she worried that the other party would come up with another plan after the first one failed? Gu Jiao must know. She had not come to treat Princess Xinyang's illness, but because Xiao Lulang was there. Thinking about it now, Yujin's words were truly laughable. One moment she said Dr. Gu. Another she said she was closer to the princess, but in the end she even hid Xiao Liulang's whereabouts from her. The crown prince consort gripped the handkerchief in her hand. The crown prince clearly felt the change in the crown prince consort's aura. He looked at her worriedly. "Linlang, what's wrong?" His face suddenly became very ugly. The crown prince consort closed her eyes. "Nothing, I'm tired," the crown prince hastily said. "Then I'll help you back to your room to rest." On the other side, Gu Jiao, who had been sitting on the wall for no less than 2 hours and had almost been roasted into a salted fish, was finally picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. She expressionlessly said later, "If the princess gets angry again, please let me face her anger directly." Gu Jiao seriously suspected that Long Yi was so skilled because he had taken Xiao Heng to do this when they were little. But she was even more suspicious that Xiao Heng needed to stay outside for so long, not because Princess Xinyang would be angry for so long, but purely because little Xiao Heng was mischievous and wanted to behave atrociously outside. "You were deceived, do you know?" Gu Jiao looked at him with hidden bitterness. "Your little master is a little rascal." Long Yi didn't respond. "I'm so hungry." Being roasted by the sun for so long, she was also hungry. Nearby, there happened to be a small stall selling scallion pancakes. Gu Jiao bought 2 scallion pancakes. This kind of pancake had to be eaten while it was hot, so she didn't give any to Xiao Lulang and Princess Xinyang. Altogether 10 copper coins, the vendor said. Gu Jiao took out a copper coin from her purse and handed it to him. Then she took the scallion pancake and gave one to Long Yi. Long Yi took it but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao took a bite of the crispy scallion pancake and strangely looked at him. "Why aren't you eating?" That's right, she had never seen Long Yi eat anything. This big guy always wore a mask, seemingly never taking it off. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said to Long Yi, "Let's go to the roof to eat. No one will see." Long Yi took Gu Jiao to the roof. This angle was extremely good. They could see the people on the street, but the people on the street couldn't see them. "Mask," Gu Jiao said to him. Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao paused, then raised her hand to take off his mask. The moment she was about to touch it, she could feel that Long Yi's body slightly leaned back. This was a subconscious action to avoid. But he didn't lean back too much. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "I'll take it off?" This time when she touched Long Yi's mask again, Long Yi didn't dodge. Gu Jiao took off Long Yi's mask. Gu Jiao had seen the Emperor's shadow dragon guards, so she thought that Long Yi was like them, belonging to the category of scary people. But when she saw Long Yi's appearance, her eyes were wide open. What happened to the unremarkable appearance? Wasn't this a bit too handsome? He had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, and resolute facial features. His whole face was extremely grave and stern, but there was no tattoo on his face. Gu Jiao hummed and said, "Long Yi, where's your tattoo? Don't you shadow dragon guards all have tattoos?" Of course Long Yi didn't respond. "Then eat the pancake." Gu Jiao handed over the scallion pancake to him. Long Yi paused for 3 seconds, then took the scallion pancake and ate it expressionlessly. After a quarter of an hour, "Gu little chick Jiao, don't pinch me. Don't pinch me. I'll throw up." The two returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue and found out that Princess Xinyang had returned to the princess mansion. No wonder that Mama was in a hurry to clean up the house. Princess Xinyang had returned, and they just happened to miss her. Gu Jiao went to Xiao Liulang's bedroom. Xiao Lulang had already gotten out of bed. He was wearing the clothes that Long Yi had given him from the princess mansion. The clothes of a 14-year-old clearly didn't fit him. It looked somewhat comical. "Are the clothes dry? If they're dry, help me put them in." After he finished speaking to the maid, he turned around and saw Gu Jiao and Long Yi at the door. "No need to tidy them up, I brought clothes." Gu Jiao took out a bundle from her small basket, took out a set of clothes and handed it to him. "Is it convenient for your hand? Do you want me to help you?" Xiao Lulang said, "No need, I can change it myself." Gu Jiao, Oh, I really want to change it for you." Gu Jiao went to the courtyard to wait for him. Long Yi didn't go out. He looked straight at Xiao Liulang's right leg. The first time he saw Xiao Lulang in the forest, Xiao Lulang suddenly rushed over. Long Yi didn't pay attention to his movements. At this moment, Long Yi seemed to have finally discovered that his leg was lame. Long Yi knelt on one knee and went to check his leg. "Long Yi!" Xiao Lulang dodged backwards. Long Yi raised his head and looked at him. His eyes seemed to be somewhat confused and also somewhat confused. Suddenly Long Yi stood up and rushed out. Not long after, he rushed in again. Gu Jiao was at the door. Because of the 2 gusts of wind blowing by Long Yi, she couldn't open her eyes. Long Yi held a lot of medicine for wounds. He pressed Xiao Lulang to sit on a chair, bent his strong and tall body, and knelt on one knee again, opened those bottles and jars, and applied medicine for Xiao Lulang. After applying some medicine, he made Xiao Lulang move. When he was young, Xiao Lulang was a big liar. After falling down, he would pretend that he was seriously injured, deceiving Long Yi to apply medicine for him and take him out to play. He also didn't expect that one day he wouldn't need to deceive Long Yi. He really couldn't get better. Chapter 433. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi tested the medicine for Xiao Lulang like before. If one medicine didn't work, he would change to another one. In the end, Long Yi's movements became anxious and disorderly. He seemed to feel that Xiao Liulang's legs wouldn't get better. Dragon Shadow Guard won't cry. Also won't feel uncomfortable. In that instant, Gu Jiao, who was standing outside the door, felt a huge grief coming from Long Yi. Xiao Lulang finished changing his clothes and came out. Then he said to Gu Jiao, who was quietly waiting in the corridor, "I'm fine, let's go." "Go?" Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment. Only after a moment did she realize that he meant to leave here. Gu Jiao didn't say that it was best to stay here. She put down the branch in her hand, stood up and looked at him. "Okay." On the way back in the carriage, Xiao Lulang didn't say a word. Long Yi didn't show up. But Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao both knew that he was following far behind the carriage. Is it because of the princess? Gu Jiao finally opened her mouth. Xiao Lulang tried to speak as normally as possible. She doesn't want to see me. Also, if she wanted to see her, she wouldn't have returned to the princess mansion. Gu Jiao was unable to refute. The carriage continued to wobble along for a while. Xiao Luolang's complexion was very pale. Gu Jiao couldn't tell for a moment whether it was because of the injury on his hand or because of the injury in his heart. Gu Jiao recalled those portraits she saw in the princess mansion. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Why?" Gu Jiao wanted to ask, "Why did you become like this?" Xiao Lulang thought that Gu Jiao was asking why she didn't want to see him. This was a scar in his heart that repeatedly tore. A memory he didn't want to touch the most. But since she asked, he would tell her. Because I'm not her biological child. Her own son is dead. Because of me. When they returned to Jadewater Alley, the two of them had already sorted out their emotions, and there was no longer any abnormality on their faces. After they arrived safely, Long Yi used his qinggong to quietly leave. After all, he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang, and his duty was to protect her. There were only 2 classes in the Imperial College in the afternoon. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was peeking his head out of the door. Although his small feet were obediently staying within the threshold, his small body was itching to leap out. His small arms were flying behind his back, like an anxious emperor penguin. Gu Jiao was amused by him. "Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong noticed Gu Jiao. He tilted his head to look at her to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Then, he turned around and called out to Madame Yao and senior servant Fang, who were in the rear courtyard, "Jiao Jiao is back. I can go out now." After he said that, he stepped over the threshold with his short legs and ran towards Gu Jiao. As expected, he slipped and fell again. He hadn't fallen for a long time, but he was still very skilled at holding his head. He held his little head and rolled all the way to Gu Jiao's feet. After he finished rolling, he probably felt that his tough little image had been ruined again. He rolled his eyes, spread his arms, and called out in an especially domineering manner, "Jiao Jiao." He wasn't embarrassed, but the other person was. The other person was a bad brother-in-law. There was no one else who could be as shameless as him. Unfortunately, they were all Xiao Luolang's leftovers. Without waiting for Gu Jiao to bend down to pick him up, Xiao Lulang directly grabbed the little fellow's small lapel and lifted him up. "Ayaya! I want to carry you, Jiao Jiao. Not you." Xiao Lulang carried the little fellow into the courtyard. He had lost his cane, but he was stronger than before, so the little fellow didn't fall down. However, the moment he entered the central room, his right leg couldn't support him anymore. Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong over in time, and supported him with her other hand to prevent him from falling and embarrassing. Xiao Lulang sensed the weakness in his right leg and clenched his fist without a trace. Gu Jiao didn't tell her family that Xiao Lulang was kidnapped by an assassin. She only said that he was on a business trip. The original plan was for him to recuperate at Princess Xinyang's place until he recovered, so there was no need to tell the family. However, since he came back early, the matter of his injury naturally couldn't be hidden. Lulang is back. This time on a business trip. Sure enough, Madame Yao was only halfway through her sentence when she noticed his stiff right hand. "Lulang, your hand." Xiao Lulang said as if nothing had happened. "When I was on a business trip, I accidentally fell and hit the gap in the stairs. I bled a little, but it's fine now." He even had more than 10 stitches. Gu Jiao added in her heart. It was a pity that her husband's hand was so beautiful. If it left a scar, she would chop off the murderer's hand. Xiao Yulong's wrist was wrapped in gauze. Madame Yao couldn't really remove the gauze to check his injury, so she believed that it was just a normal scratch. However, she still felt sorry for him, so she asked senior servant Fang to stew a pot of pig's hand soup to help him heal his hand. Xiao Lulang still needed an infusion today, so Gu Jiao hung the infusion bottle on the bookshelf behind the desk in the west room. Xiao Lulang read while he was receiving the infusion. Not long after, little Jing Kong came over with a portrait in his hands. He was still very short, so he had to stand on his tiptoes to poke half of his head out from behind the desk. He walked around the desk and came to Xiao Liulang's side. He tilted his head and asked Xiao Liulang, "Do you have a younger brother?" Xiao Liulang didn't raise his head and continued to flip through the Yin Kingdom's arithmetic book. "Why do you ask?" Little Jingkong looked at Xiao Hung in the portrait. "This person looks like you." Xiao Liulang's expression froze. He turned his head and saw that little Jingkong was holding a portrait in his hand. He immediately recognized the person in the portrait. It was a 5-year-old him and a young Princess Xinyang. He slightly clenched his fingers. Where did this portrait come from? From Jiao Jiao's basket. Little Jingkong tilted his head and said, "Your younger brother is more handsome than you. Your younger brother can smile, but you can't." Xiao Hung in the portrait smiled innocently as if he had all the happiness in the world. The joy in his eyes almost overflowed. This was the Xiao Hung of the past. Xiao Liulang looked at himself and Princess Xinyang in the portrait and his heart was in a trance. The motherly love and filial piety seemed to have been a long time ago. When he suddenly looked back, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the afternoon, Princess Xinyang's heart disease flared up and she fainted in the princess's mansion. Yujin was worried that it would delay the treatment, so she simply sent Princess Xinyang to the medical center. Gu Jiao was carried away by Long Yi again. That feeling was too satisfying. Princess Xinyang took the anti-heart failure medicine from the research institute, and her condition was well under control. The reason why she fainted was not because of her heart disease, but because she had not slept all night. She was overworked and her blood sugar was low. Gu Jiao gave Princess Xinyang some glucose. When Princess Xinyang woke up, it was already evening. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. There was a round little head beside the bed. She opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this?" Little Jingkong, who was squatting on the ground playing with marbles, looked up and blinked his big eyes at her. "Benefactress, you woke up? You are in the medical center. This is Jiao Jiao's room. You are sleeping on Jiao Jiao's bed. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiao Jiao said that if you don't feel well, I will go and tell her. She is in the front. Chapter 434. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Benefactress? Are you a monk? Princess Xinyang looked at him strangely. Little Jingkong shook his little head. I used to be, but I've left the mountain now. I'm not a little monk anymore. Princess Xinyang said. Then you can't call me benefactress. The little monk said, "Oh." Seeing this familiar expression, Princess Xinyang pondered for a while and looked at the little guy. "You're Gu Jiao's younger brother?" After investigating her, he naturally knew who her family members were. "Yes. My name is Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong nodded. "You're the bad brother-in-law's mother, right? I've seen your portrait before." He had asked Jiao Jiao who the fairy in the portrait was. Jiao Jiao said that she was the little brother's mother in the portrait. The little brother looked so much like the bad brother-in-law, they were obviously biological brothers. Since she was the little brother's mother, she was naturally the bad brother-in-law's mother. He was that smart. Princess Xinyang's attention was attracted by the words, bad brother-in-law, so she neglected to ask him where he saw the portrait. "Bad brother-in-law?" she asked. "Yes." Little Jingkong put away the marbles and sat on the small stool in front of the bed. He then said earnestly, "It's really hard on you. Raising such a troublesome son must be very tiring, right?" "Worrisome?" Princess Xinyang was confused. After a while, she realized that the bad brother-in-law he was talking about was probably Xiao Hung. Xiao Hung was naughty when he was a child, but he was very worrisome when he grew up. There was no child more obedient than him in the world. Little Jingkong nodded. "Yes, the bad brother-in-law is too worrisome. I have to worry about his health and his grades." Children's logic had its limitations. Some phenomena that seemed inconceivable to adults were often ignored or accepted by children. For example, since Xiao Liulang had a seemingly rich mother, why did he live such a hard life in the countryside for so long? Little Jingkong saw that Princess Xinyang was silent and thought that she didn't understand. He explained to her, "Look, my bad brother-in-law's leg is injured. He got it when he was saving brother Feng Lin in the fire. Sai, it can't be healed. He's a little cripple now. He goes to school with a limp. Many people look down on him. He is always bullied. Fortunately, he has a jiao jiao. Princess Xinyang became even more silent. Little Jing Kong said that he disliked his bad brother-in-law, but when he really talked about his bad brother-in-law, it was as if he was a loudspeaker. He couldn't stop talking. When we were in the countryside, we had to go to school in town. There were no carriages, only ox carts in the village. The roads were slippery in winter, so the ox carts couldn't move. Bad brother-in-law could only limp to school in town. Can't we take a carriage? Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult sigh. At that time our family was poor. Being poor wasn't terrible. Do you know what was the most terrible thing? It was that my bad brother-in-law's grades were too bad. He was always the last. He almost didn't pass the exam. Princess Xinyang's mood was originally very complicated, but the last sentence caused her emotions to become incoherent. Being the last could pass the exam? Were all the students in the class great scholars like Shuang Xianji? Little Jing Kong talked a lot about his life in the countryside, mainly about his bad brother-in-law. For the first time, Princess Xinyang learned about Xiao Liulong's life in the past few years from other people's mouths. She couldn't imagine that a dignified and proud son of God would fall to the point where he had to sit in an ox cart. He was exposed to the sun and rain, cold and hot. He seemed to have suddenly fallen from the clouds into a swamp. Jing Kong, come here. Little Jing Kong was called away by little Jiangli. There was no one else in the room. Yujin was also not there. Long Yi might be in the dark. He didn't show up often. Otherwise, even when Lin Lang wouldn't have been unaware of his existence. Long Yi would appear more often in fixed places, but in the outside world, he would not be discovered by others. Princess Xinyang lifted the quilt, put on her embroidered shoes and got out of bed. The evening wind blew gently, bringing with it a hint of the coolness of late autumn. The wind chimes under the window frame jingled. The world was noisy, but this small courtyard of the medical center had a special kind of secluded tranquility. She tightened her clothes around her chest, opened the half-closed door and slowly walked out. Gu Jiao's courtyard was not big. It was a small courtyard. The second master had specially built it for her convenience. Even the second master himself didn't have such treatment. He only had a small room upstairs. Princess Xinyang came to the corridor and unexpectedly smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes and corn. Only then did she realize that she hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She subconsciously walked towards the small kitchen that was emitting the fragrance. She didn't need to go there herself, but for some reason it seemed that something was attracting her. She came to the door, but before she could see the person, she heard a crisp sound of breaking branches. She was a princess of the imperial family. She had never touched the kitchen before. Naturally, she didn't know what this sound was. When she got closer, she could see the person's movements clearly. It was a youth wearing plain white clothes. He sat on a small bench behind the stove with his back to the door. His right leg was stretched out on the ground, and his left leg was bent. There was a large piece of linen cloth covering his head. Behind him was a tall pile of messy mottled branches. He used his left hand to grab two of the branches and forcefully swung it down on his left leg, snapping the branches. He put the folded branches on his left hand. Judging from the height of the pile on the left, he had broken a lot. The stove in front of him was burning brightly with firewood. As he broke the branches, he didn't forget to throw two in from time to time. Because his right wrist was injured when he broke the branches, he used his left hand to hold them, but used his right forearm to press on the right. This movement was very strenuous and it was easy to break. If it broke, he would press on it again. He repeated this process. His clothes were thin, but the back of his neck was soaked with sweat. One of the branches was too difficult to break. He tried several times but couldn't break it. He even accidentally touched the wound on his wrist. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Princess Xinyang unconsciously took a step forward, but then she stopped. Xiao Lulang finally broke the branch. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He bent down and used his left hand to pick up the tongs on the ground. He flipped the sweet potatoes on the stove. After doing this, the corn and steamed vegetables in the pot should be ready. He stood up, limped around the stove, and skillfully opened the lid of the pot. A vast expanse of white steam rushed over. He found a rag and took out the steamer basket. Then he washed his hands with water, turned around, opened the cupboard, and took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. One was little Jing Kong's exclusive bowl and chopsticks, and the other, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized something and his eyes flickered. His eyelashes trembled. He wanted to turn around but didn't dare. With a clang, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. It rolled a little far, and his legs were inconvenient. He dragged his weak right leg forward 2 steps. Just as he bent down to pick it up, a fair and slender hand reached over and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the ground before he could. Chapter 435. Princess Xinyang didn't give him the bowl and chopsticks. Instead, she turned around and placed them on the stove. Xiao Lulang didn't think that she would suddenly wake up and lower herself to the small kitchen. Princess Xinyang also didn't think that she would come in by herself. The two of them met without any warning. It wasn't the back of her head, nor her back, nor was it the blurry sleeping face swallowed by darkness in the middle of the night. It was a clear front face in broad daylight. The immaturity of a 14-year-old had faded, replaced by the restraint of time. In fact, he was only 18 years old. There were still 3 more months before he turned 19. He should have been a young and inexperienced youth, but he was a step ahead of her. He was taller, but his cheeks seemed to have become thinner. The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was a pampered young noble, the bright moon in the sky. Now he had fallen into the dust. A beautiful jade covered in dust, turning into a lonely little stone that seemed to have been abandoned by someone on the side of the road. For a moment, Princess Xinyang didn't know where to look. Was it his face without the mole or his powerless feet? It was like he had been cut by a knife, and a layer of skin and flesh had been peeled off. He was bloody and exposed to the eyes of those who knew or didn't know. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. Xiao Liulong's eyes were blood red. Was this punishment enough? Was this pain satisfied? Have I redeemed myself for all my filthy sins? Princess Xinyang stared at him. Suddenly, her body staggered, and she supported herself with one hand on the scalding stove. Xiao Liulong's eyes moved. His hand subconsciously reached out, but it froze in midair under her resistant gaze. Princess Xinyang's body trembled slightly. She looked at him one last time, clutched her chest, and ran out without looking back. After Gu Jiao finished seeing the patients in the clinic, she came to the small courtyard to see how Princess Xinyang was doing. However, she was told that Princess Xinyang had already left. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows weirdly. I was planning to let her stay for a few more days. This pair of mother and son really behaved in the same way. She wanted to meet him but she couldn't. Xiao Lulang didn't need to come over, but when he heard that Princess Xinyang had fainted, he followed along. After Gu Jiao put Princess Xinyang on an 4-drip, she went to see the doctor. During this time, Xiao Lulang was the only one keeping watch. Little Jing Kong was playing in the yard. It was Xiao Lulang who asked Gu Jiao to remove the needles. After that, Xiao Lulang went to cook and called little Jing Kong to stay in the house. But she hadn't eaten a single bite of the food he had made. Gu Jiao was almost done. She packed up her things and took little Jing Kong to wash his hands. Then, she went back to Clearwater Alley with Xiao Lulang. She had thought about it. The safest place was beside Princess Xinyang, followed by Clearwater Alley. Wasn't there a saying that the most dangerous place was the safest place? Who would have thought that Xiao Lulang would stay in her house? The family of 3 had just left the back door of the clinic when Eugene returned anxiously. Princess Xinyang fainted again. Gu Jiao had just given her an 4-drip. She shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong and then looked at Xiao Lulang. She could choose to take Eugene's carriage and let Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong take Xiao Sanzi's carriage home. However, she hesitated and got into Xiao Sanzi's carriage. Eugene's carriage led the way. They went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. See, Princess Xinyang really moved to the princess mansion to hide from Xiao Lulang. As soon as Xiao Lulang left, she moved back. What did this mean? It meant that seeing Xiao Lulang made Princess Xinyang sadder than going to the princess mansion. Princess Xinyang really had a heart attack this time. She couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Gu Jiao gave her a tranquilizer. Her pulse stabilized for the time being. However, this situation couldn't happen too often. Otherwise, her life might be in danger. Did something happen to the princess? Her pulse was so messy when we were in the clinic. She packed up the medical supplies and asked Eugene. Eugene was surprised by Gu Jiao's strange medical methods. However, she just thought that she was ignorant and didn't suspect that they weren't from the Six Nations. She answered Gu Jiao's question. The princess felt uncomfortable in her heart. Little Jing Kong went to the courtyard to play. He looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "There are some things that the princess didn't even tell me. But I think the reason why she fainted was because of little Lord Xiao." Endless bitterness welled up in Xiao Liulang's heart, and his chest faintly hurt. He looked at the unconscious Princess Xinyang on the bed. "Do you hate me that much? Okay, I know. I will never appear in front of you again." Xiao Lulang turned around and walked out. The moonlight sprinkled down and fell on his lonely figure as if plated with a layer of frost. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the condition of Princess Xinyang. Little Jing Kong was looking at flowers in the courtyard. The flowers here were big and beautiful. He wanted to pick them. However, he couldn't pick the wild flowers outside. He could only look. With his little hands behind his back, he continuously drooled while looking at the flowers. Suddenly, Long Yi walked over. Long Yi didn't care about this little guy at first. In the eyes of Dragon Shadow Guard, children were no different from stone blocks. Who would have thought that at this time, little Jing Kong suddenly rubbed his little hands. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Long Yi caught his little hands that were making trouble. Little Jing Kong blankly raised his head and said with a guilty conscience, "It's not me, His eyeballs rolled around and he looked very much like little Xiao Hung who had done bad things many years ago. His body was full of Xiao Liulang's aura, and even his small appearance was exactly the same. Long Yi looked at little Jing Kong, and again looked at Xiao Lulang in the room, and his brain suddenly crashed. Gu Jiao determined that Princess Xinyang was really fine, and then she got up and left. Eugene wanted to pay the consultation fee, and Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Gu Jiao went out of the house, and little Sanzi's carriage was still there, so she sat in the carriage. She thought that Xiao Lulang had already taken little Jing Kong back, but unexpectedly, both of them were sitting in the carriage at this time. Only Xiao Lulang was awake, and little Jing Kong was lying in his bosom and sleeping. "He ate something," Xiao Lulang said. "He wanted to wait for you." He seemed to be explaining why he didn't go back. Gu Jiao nodded, but she didn't say anything. Little Jing Kong really wanted to wait for her, but he could have waited in the house. He stayed. Half of it was to wait for her, and the other half was to wait for Princess Xinyang to be safe. There was never much fairness in the relationship in this world. Many times when parents hurt a child, the child would not stop loving his parents, but would only stop loving himself. Gu Jiao sat down next to Xiao Lulang. Little Sanzi waved his whip, and the wheels of the carriage started to turn on the quiet street. Their voices were loud enough to drown out the conversation between the two. "The princess is fine," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes, and no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He nodded in a low voice and raised his hand to pull down the coat that had slipped down, covering little Jing Kong's entire body. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly, and no one knew what he was dreaming of, but his saliva was dripping. In fact, the reason why Princess Xinyang fainted today was partly because of little Jing Kong's complaints. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. How could Princess Xinyang know what kind of difficult life Xiao Lulang had been living for the past few years? Gu Jiao pinched Xiao Liulang's face, and when she withdrew her hand, her gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Liulang's face. Then she looked elsewhere. But she was still paying attention to him. "Do you want to know about my background?" Xiao Lulang suddenly asked. Yes. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She didn't know when she started to be curious about him. She wanted to know more about him, whether it was good, bad, proud, or embarrassing. She wanted to know everything about him. But if he didn't say anything, she rarely took the initiative to ask. But if he took the initiative to ask, she naturally wouldn't be polite with him. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this if she missed this village. The atmosphere couldn't be so warm every time. Even if my background is very dirty, you still want to know? Xiao Lulang sneered, you'll regret it. You'll regret marrying me, regret treating me so well, and even regret knowing me. Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang sneered, I'm not Princess Xinyang's biological son. I've already told you this, but I didn't say who gave birth to me. Yes, Gu Jiao responded. Xiao Liulang's expression inexplicably relaxed. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. My mother was a prisoner of war. No, she can't be considered a prisoner of war. She's just an accessory of a prisoner of war, a female slave from the Yan Kingdom. Princess Xinyang and that female slave became pregnant in the same month and gave birth in the same month. Princess Xinyang's son was born half a month earlier. The night I was born, the Marquis's estate was attacked by an assassin. Both me and that child were poisoned. There's only one antidote. Hearing this, Gu Jiao seemed to understand a little. She didn't interrupt Xiao Lulang and quietly waited for him to continue. Xiao Lulang smiled faintly, with a bit of helplessness and a bit of mockery. I'm only the son of a female slave. How could the antidote be given to me? In order for me to get the antidote, the female slave stole Princess Xinyang's son and brutally killed him. Afterwards, she hanged herself. When Gu Jiao heard that there was only one antidote, she guessed what would happen next. In her heart, she wasn't too surprised. Or perhaps she was too cold-blooded. Her parents in her previous life were right. She was a monster. Xiao Lulang still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't talking about his own experience, but an unimportant story. Princess Xinyang didn't know. She thought that they were taken away by an assassin and that the assassin killed them. She lost her son and I lost my mother. She said that perhaps we were fated to be mother and son. She decided to raise me as her own son. Chapter 436. When Princess Xinyang decided to raise him, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Naturally, he couldn't have heard her say those words herself. It was Princess Xinyang who told him later. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao said then, does Marquis Xianping know? Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. I know. After he took care of things, Princess Xinyang mistakenly thought that her son and the female slave were killed by assassins. It wasn't until 4 years ago that she found out the truth by chance. It turned out that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. After that, Princess Xinyang collapsed. She had never forgotten that son, and had never treated Xiao Lulang as someone else's substitute. She had truly raised Xiao Lulang as her other son. She had done everything she could to teach him, and had given her all to raise him into the young Marquis of Zhaodu. It was because of this that she couldn't bear the blow of the truth. The female slave was already dead, so I could only kill your son. This was her inner demon, and also all of her evil. I was the last one to know, Xiao Lulang said calmly. His face was calm, but who knew if his heart was as calm as this? Gu Jiao paused. So the fire 4 years ago? Xiao Lulang nodded. She wanted to kill me, to take me down with her. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the person who was burned to death wasn't me. Later, Long Yi came and saved her. He didn't say what went wrong, but Gu Jiao thought that it should have something to do with the real Xiao Lulang. He had once said to her, if I'm not the person you think I am. She thought he was referring to Xiao Lulang, but it turned out to be Xiao Heng. He suppressed the great pain in his heart and said, sometimes I wonder, why wasn't the person who died that year me? Why was I the one who survived? How many lives do I have to carry on my back? A person like me. A filthy person like me. Gu Jiao gently took his hand. Husband, you're not dirty. Also, it's not your fault. The night was cold as water. The houses on Vermilion Bird Avenue were quiet. Princess Xinyang woke up. Eugene carried a basin of hot water into the room and asked, how do you feel, Princess? Princess Xinyang sat at the head of the bed and asked calmly, did I faint again? Eugene said with lingering fear, that's right. Luckily I fainted on the bed. Otherwise it would be bad if I bumped into anything. Once Princess Xinyang fainted at the lakeside. Coincidentally, Long Yi had gone out to handle some matters, so Yujin wasn't able to hold him back and both of them fell into the lake. Princess Xinyang looked at the needle mark in her elbow and guessed that Gu Jiao had come by. Did that girl give me something strange again? Eugene smiled. It's all thanks to Dr. Gu. Princess Xinyang muttered. I don't know where she learned her strange skills. Eugene helped Princess Xinyang wash her face, then took the pills Gu Jiao left behind and poured a cup of warm water for her. Dr. Gu said that from today onwards, you have to take one more type of medicine. Princess Xinyang didn't object. In any case, it wasn't bitter, so she just had to take it. After taking the medicine, Princess Xinyang felt a little hungry. Eugene carried a bowl of millet porridge over and moved a small tea table to the bed. Before Dr. Gu left, she instructed the kitchen to cook millet porridge. She said that when Princess wakes up, you should eat a little. These days your diet should be lighter. Princess Xinyang scooped a spoonful of millet porridge. Dr. Gu, did you fall into her trap or fall into her trap? Eugene smiled and sat down on the bed. Princess Xinyang ate a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't want to eat anymore. She still didn't have any appetite. Eugene advised, eat some more. Princess Xinyang turned her face away. I don't want to eat anymore. Eugene pushed the bowl in front of her. Eat 5 more mouthfuls. Aiyu. Princess Xinyang had no choice but to endure and eat some more. After eating, she saw that Eugene wasn't leaving. She asked, what? Is there something else? Eugene hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage and said, Princess, do you really hate the young duke that much? Princess Xinyang's expression dimmed. Why are you mentioning him? Eugene said, ever since you left the clinic, your mood has been off. Now that he's living such a shameful life, it's worse than death. If Princess really hates him, seeing him in this state should be very gratifying. Princess, in your heart, you also love the young duke, don't you? You're talking nonsense again, Princess Xinyang said as she carelessly scooped another spoonful of millet porridge into her mouth. Eugene had served her for many years, so how could she not know her temperament? She still ate when she didn't want to eat. She had hit the nail on the head. Eugene said bitterly, I'm not talking nonsense. That fire was not set by the princess at all. The princess was soft-hearted at the critical moment. In fact, the princess had never been able to let go of the mother-son relationship with the young marquis. Since that's the case, why don't Princess acknowledge the young duke? What happened that year wasn't his fault. He's just an innocent child. What happened that year wasn't Princess's negligence. Princess, don't torture the young duke anymore. And don't torture yourself anymore. Princess Xinyang's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth wanting to say something but stopped. Then she gently put down the spoon in her hand and said thoughtfully, someone else set the fire that year, but I still can't find out who he is. And what? Eugene looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang sighed and said in a low voice, forget it, it's nothing. The group returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage back to the clinic. Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over, not giving Xiao Lulang a chance to refuse. Xiao Lulang looked at his bandaged hand, then at his weak right leg. A trace of disgust flashed through his brows. He was disgusted with himself. Little Jing Kong played until his whole body was covered in mud. Gu Jiao put a cushion on the bed and put him on it. Then she went to the kitchen to get hot water. I'll do it, Xiao Lulang said. Since the little fellow went down the mountain, Gu Jiao had never done anything to bathe him. If it wasn't Xiao Lulang, then it was Gu Xiaoshun or Gu Yan. Okay. Gu Jiao used her leg to hook a stool, then put the basin and towel down. Xiao Lulang turned little Jing Kong over and over again. He wiped his body and changed his clothes, but little Jing Kong didn't wake up at all. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe. She lazily raised her eyebrows. What did he play today? So tired. He went to Princess Xinyang's flower with Long Yi. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything about this. After washing little Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang went to pour water, but Gu Jiao took the basin. This was a trivial matter in life, but it wasn't a trivial matter anymore. He was indifferent at the beginning, but now he gradually couldn't ignore it. In the past, he didn't care about his life, didn't care about his disability, because he deserved to live in purgatory with his sins. But what was wrong with her? Why did she have to meet such an unbearable person? He once deceived himself, thinking that as long as he worked hard, perhaps they could really live a peaceful life. But when the truth was finally revealed, all his secrets were exposed. It was as if all the window paper was torn apart. He discovered that all his efforts were so weak. He was the son of a lowly female slave. His body flowed with lowly and dirty blood. His birth was a sin, and his survival was also a sin. He stepped on the bones of his own brother. He was not worthy to touch those beautiful things. Marquis Gu was right, he didn't deserve her. This kind of person should stay far away from her. Xiao Lulang sat in the room for a while, but before she returned to the east room to rest, he heard a sound coming from the courtyard. It was so late and everyone was asleep. Why didn't she go to sleep? What was she doing in the courtyard? Xiao Lulang wanted to go and see, but he also felt that he shouldn't go and see. Since he had decided to let go, then what she did had nothing to do with him. She was still young, and one day she would understand that there were many good men in the world, and he was the one she shouldn't meet the most. He closed his eyes and tried hard to harden his heart, but he couldn't ignore the movement in the courtyard. Fine. Sooner or later he would have to say goodbye, so choosing a day was better than the present. Wua, little Jing Kong on the bed mumbled in his sleep and kicked the quilt over. Xiao Lulang walked over, pulled the quilt over him and tucked him in. After that, he went out of the room and followed the sound to the backyard. The scene in front of him made him stunned. Under the cold moonlight in the cold courtyard, she bent over and stepped on the stone bench to cut wood. She was taller than 2 years ago, but she was still a woman, so she still looked thin. Probably because she didn't want to wake up her family, her movements seemed very light, but in fact she used a lot of strength. This was much more strenuous than cutting wood without using her hands. In just a few moments, fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. Xiao Lulang walked over and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Did I wake you up?" Gu Jiao asked him. Xiao Lulang shook his head. "No, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, his gaze fell on her saw and the wood. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "You lost your cane. I'll make you a new one." Chapter 437. Xiao Lulang felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly rubbed by someone. He looked at her in disbelief and confusion. Why was she so good to him? He wasn't worth it. Gu Jiao continued to cut wood and said, "I've boiled the hot water. Go take a bath and sleep. I'll be done soon." She put down the saw and said, "I'll go get the water." Xiao Lulang grabbed her arm and looked at her deeply. "Jiao Jiao. Don't be so good to me. I can't bear to let go. If you regret it one day, I might do anything to keep you by my side. I'm not a good person. I'm not as harmless as you think." Gu Jiao met his complicated gaze and said frankly, "You're very good to me too." Xiao Yulong's heart was suddenly in a mess. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. His fingertips gently touched her cheek. "Silly girl, you'll regret it." Gu Jiao seriously thought about this possibility. Then she shook her head firmly. "I won't. At most I'll divorce you." Xiao Lulang. He wasn't comforted at all. Xiao Lulang stared at her and suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao had a strange look on her face. "What are you laughing at?" He answered truthfully, "Laughing at you." He originally wanted to be sad. He was clearly infected by the sadness in the bottom of his heart. In the end, this girl interrupted him and made him feel depressed. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but pinch her little face. "Say, why are you so good at ruining the atmosphere?" Gu Jiao had no idea what she had done to ruin the atmosphere. She looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang was amused by her small appearance. He put one hand on the back of her neck, tilted his head slightly, and covered her. Was he going to kiss her? Gu Jiao rolled his eyes and closed them in the next second. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't receive a kiss from him. Instead, she heard a muffled chuckle. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look. She saw someone pinching a piece of sawdust on his fingertips. He straightened up and looked at her with a smile. There's this on your head. Gu Jiao's face darkened. Oh. Xiao Lulang understood what she wanted. He also wanted to. When he thought about how his dreams were filled with her at night, he hated that he could not press her down and treat her the way he did in his dreams. But he couldn't do that. She had just learned of his background and hadn't really understood it yet. She didn't understand what it meant to be the son of a slave. He would give her time whether she regretted it or not. But he wouldn't give her too long. For the next few days, Xiao Lulang stayed in Clearwater Alley to recuperate. Gu Jiao began to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. On the fourth day, Yuan Tang came to the clinic. Gu Jiao thought that he came to get medicine for Lu Yisheng. The stitches on Lu Yisheng's severed finger had been removed. The intervention effect was good, but he still needed to continue to take medicine. Depending on the situation, he would start rehabilitation. 10 taels, Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang's body trembled. Your medicine is so expensive. Why does my cousin think so highly of it? Gu Jiao said indifferently. You're the one buying it, not your cousin. Yuan Tang asked, what do you mean? Gu Jiao said. Different people have different prices. Yuan Tang said. You're a profiteer. Yuan Tang resigned himself to his fate and took out 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the money. Seeing that he didn't leave, she looked at him strangely. What? Is there something else? If you want to sell me information, I advise you to give up. The corner of Yuan Tang's lips, which had just been raised, collapsed in a second. Are you a bug in this prince's stomach? How come you know everything I do? A Feisheng's leftover. Gu Jiao sat back on the chair and buried herself in today's medical records. Forget it, he was just teasing her. He wanted to get back the 10 taels of silver. It wasn't that he wouldn't talk about it if he didn't get the money. Yuan Tang opened his folding fan and said slowly, I heard that your husband went missing. Do you know who did it? Who? Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang curled his lips into a smile. Prince Ning. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised to hear this answer. She put the medical records back on the shelf and looked up at Yuan Tang. Are you sure? Yuan Tang clicked his tongue and raised 3 fingers. I swear to the heavens as the future crown prince of Chun that I didn't make a mistake. I definitely didn't fake it. However, he put down his hand and patted his palm with his folding fan. Isn't Prince Ning on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side? Why did he kidnap your husband? Is he taking revenge on you for killing so many of his experts? Although those experts came for me, you helped me, so he holds a grudge in his heart? Prince Ning didn't hold a grudge because of this incident, but because she went to find Princess Ning afterwards. Even so, he only burned down one of her workshops. After that, she emptied his treasury. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't think that Prince Ning would touch Xiao Lulang for a treasury. Gu Jiao thought of the crown princess' guilty expression. She had something to do with it. Could it be? She already guessed Xiao Yulang's true identity? And told Prince Ning about it? Prince Ning wouldn't touch Xiao Lulang. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't touch Xiao Heng. The crown princess had once been Xiao Heng's fiancée, and the two had grown up as childhood sweethearts. If Ning Wang misunderstood that the crown princess still had Xiao Heng in her heart, he would most likely kill Xiao Heng given how perverted he was. Wait, kill Xiao Heng? Something flashed through Gu Jiao's mind, but it was too fast for her to catch. Dr. Gu, what are you thinking about? Yuan Tang interrupted Gu Jiao's train of thought. I'm thinking. Aya, it's burning. It's burning. A young medicine boy's exclamation came from the lobby. Gu Jiao stood up. Yuan Tang was closer to the door, so she immediately opened the door and walked out. One of the medicine boys had accidentally dropped a match into the medicinal wine, and the entire wine jar had caught fire. Seeing this, Yuan Tang hurriedly walked over, picked up the burning wine jar, and carried it to the empty space in the rear courtyard. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She had finally caught what she had failed to catch earlier. Yes, fire. The fire from 4 years ago. Could it be that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire? Prince Ning was the one who did it? But for some reason, Xiao Lulang misunderstood? If he really did it, then this feud was huge. He didn't capture Xiao Lulang just to show off his power. He truly wanted to take Xiao Yulang's life. She had originally planned to slowly harvest this golden leek, but he actually dared to touch her husband. Gu Jiao didn't have any evidence for the incident from 4 years ago, but it didn't matter. Even if she didn't count the old debt from 4 years ago, just this one incident alone was unforgivable. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao made a trip to the imperial palace. Prince Ning was a prince who was highly regarded by the emperor. He was currently working at the Ministry of Appointments and would occasionally be summoned by the emperor to the Imperial Study or Pure Flowers Palace. Recently, because he was searching for Xiao Lulang, the emperor summoned him and the crown prince almost every day to ask about the progress of the matter. Although Gu Jiao wasn't in the imperial palace, she had close relations with Renshou Palace, so she had heard some things from eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao arrived at the imperial palace and asked the guard on duty, "Has His Highness Prince Ning entered the palace?" The guard recognized her and knew that she was a favorite of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, so he was happy to do her a favor. Moreover, it wasn't a secret. He entered the palace. Gu Jiao asked again, "Did he go to the Imperial Study or Pure Flowers Palace?" The guard said, "He went in the direction of Pure Flowers Palace." "Many thanks." Gu Jiao thanked him, then turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao couldn't enter Pure Flowers Palace as easily as she could at Renshou Palace. She still needed to announce her arrival. However, Eunuch Wei quickly walked over and invited Gu Jiao in. Eunuch Wei said, "Why has Miss Gu come? Are you here to ask about Lord Xiao?" Gu Jiao had only told her grandaunt that Xiao Lulang had already been found. She hadn't told the emperor, so Eunuch Wei also didn't know. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm here to ask about the news." Eunuch Wei said, "It just so happens that His Highness Prince Ning is also here. You can ask him if he found any clues." It was impossible for him to find any clues. He was already at home. Gu Jiao symbolically went to see the emperor and Prince Ning to ask about the progress of the case. As expected, there wasn't any progress. The emperor was very anxious. There hasn't been any news for so long. He couldn't have. Gu Jiao stared at Prince Ning's expression. His face was filled with worry, but there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude. That was true. If he hadn't hidden himself deeply, he wouldn't have been able to fool around with the crown prince consort for so long without anyone discovering him. The emperor painfully closed his eyes. "Send more men. No matter what, I want to see him if he's alive or his corpse if he's dead." Prince Ning cupped his hands in salute. "Yes, this subject obeys." The emperor sighed. "We will also send a few more men to you. You'll have to work a little harder these next few days. We hope to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible. This subject will go and find him right now." Prince Ning bowed and left the imperial study. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, you don't mind if I leave the palace with you, right?" Prince Ning froze, then nodded. "Of course I don't mind. Dr. Gu, please." "Your Majesty, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao bade farewell to the emperor. The emperor was currently worried about Xiao Liulang's safety, so he didn't keep Gu Jiao for a meal at Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao and Prince Ning left the imperial palace. On the way, the two chatted for a while, and it didn't seem like they had any disagreements. Before boarding the carriage, Prince Ning smiled and said, "Dr. Gu, if you and I can always be harmonious like this prince can pretend that nothing happened in the past." Gu Jiao didn't respond to his words. Instead, she asked, "I didn't come in a carriage today. Can you give me a ride?" "Of course." Prince Ning generously gestured for Gu Jiao to board the carriage. Gu Jiao boarded the carriage and Prince Ning also got in. He maintained a polite distance from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have some things I want to say to Prince Ning in private." Prince Ning gave her a deep look, then smiled knowingly. He ordered, "All of you stop first. You're not allowed to follow." The imperial guards stopped. The carriage continued on for a while. Prince Ning said, "Can you speak now?" "Speak your grandpa." Gu Jiao stood up with a whoosh and put Prince Ning in a gunny sack. Chapter 438. Novels that can't be found online will all be available here. Was Ning Wang's martial arts high? Of course it was very high, but Ning Wang was caught off guard. He never thought that Gu Jiao would make this move. Ning Wang's assassination training was to defend against knives, swords, and hidden weapons. Who would defend against a gunny sack? Even a normal person wouldn't do something like putting a gunny sack on a prince. When they were eavesdropping on the fake mountain, Gu Jiao already knew that Ning Wang's martial arts were unfathomable. She had never fought with Ning Wang before, so it was hard to say whose martial arts were better. She was confident but not conceited. Then again, this wasn't a competition of sportsmanship, so there was no need to talk about martial arts. Just do it. The moment Gu Jiao put the person in the gunny sack, she quickly took out the anesthetic needle hidden in her sleeve and stabbed it into his body through the gunny sack. This anesthetic was specially developed by the Research Institute for Emergency Operations. It worked very quickly and didn't need an intravenous drip, just an intramuscular injection. It could make a person instantly lose consciousness, but the weakness was that it didn't work very well. But it was enough for Gu Jiao to drag the person away. Turn left. His Highness said to wait for someone in the alley over there. Gu Jiao ordered the driver. The driver didn't know that his master had been put in a gunny sack, and thought that it was his master's idea. He obediently drove the carriage into the alley on the side. The moment the carriage stopped, Gu Jiao knocked out the driver with a chop. Then she pulled the gunny sack out of the carriage. The anesthetic gradually wore off and Ning Wang began to regain his consciousness. However, if he wanted to make a move against Gu Jiao, it wouldn't be that easy. Gu Jiao didn't wait for him to react. She picked up the gunny sack and threw it on the ground, making a loud sound. Ning Wang's vision turned black. He felt the earth shake, the sky collapse, and his butt hurt. Ning Wang tried to make a move, but before he could circulate his qi to his dantian, the gunny sack was lifted up high and then thrown down again. Gu Jiao grabbed the gunny sack and smashed it on the ground with a duang-duang-dong sound. Ning Wang's brain was almost smashed to pieces. What was an unexpected calamity? This was it. The pain of being injured during a fight was not scary. What was scary was being used as a punching bag. This was a fucking blow to his pride. This was different from Crown Princess Feng's case. After all, the two incidents were different in nature. The former was a scare, while the latter was a murder. Gu Jiao beat him to death. Prince Ning was skilled in martial arts, so he could take a beating. Gu Jiao beat him even more happily. Just as Gu Jiao was in the midst of beating him up, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Gu Jiao focused her eyes and saw that it was actually the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard. The Dragon Shadow Guard looked at the sack on the ground, then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he made a decision and attacked Gu Jiao. Hiss! Gu Jiao had a toothache. There was no need to ask to know that the Dragon Shadow Guard was assigned to Ning Wang by the Emperor. Gu Jiao had fought with the Dragon Shadow Guard before, but after the Dragon Shadow Guard was summoned back by the Emperor, he no longer had any hostility towards Gu Jiao. He had hesitated for a moment just now. He was probably sorting out his tasks. Gu Jiao was not an enemy, but the Emperor had ordered the Dragon Shadow Guard to protect Ning Wang. Naturally, the order still prevailed, and the Dragon Shadow Guard launched an attack on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao immediately admitted defeat. She threw the gunny sack to him and ran away. After that, Gu Jiao thought about it and felt that she had not performed well enough. She should have thrown a few punches before throwing it. She should have thrown it more aggressively and not be so cowardly. This time Gu Jiao had put Ning Wang in a gunny sack in front of him. It was not that she was impulsive, but since he had already set his sights on her husband, there was no need for the two of them to continue pretending to be peaceful. Another reason was that Ning Wang was very popular in the capital. How many people wanted to secretly harm him and had the ability to do so? If she did not show her face, the first person to be suspected would be Yuan Tang. She was a good person. She would not implicate her new leak. No new friend for no reason. Gu Jiao was thinking about this when she suddenly realized that she had run to Vermilion Bird Avenue. And to be honest, she could not be blamed. Vermilion Bird Avenue was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. She could reach Vermilion Bird Avenue after walking a few more steps from that small alley. However, she was very confused that she had come to Princess Xinyang's residence. Gu Jiao raised her head to look at the half-closed courtyard door. Between going back the way she had come and being caught and beaten by the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard, or going inside to lie low and have afternoon tea, she chose the latter. She stood on the doorstep and inadvertently tightened the heel of her right leg. As a result, her calf cramped. Princess Xinyang was about to go out. Eugene had just opened the courtyard door when she saw Gu Jiao bending over with a cramp on her small face. Eugene was stunned. Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao stood up as if nothing had happened. The next second, the cramp became even worse. She lost control of her expression. A cramp in her calf was definitely the kind that could not be tolerated. Princess Xinyang glanced at her indifferently. What's wrong? Did you fight with someone? Is your leg crippled? Gu Jiao. No. Oh, Princess Xinyang said carelessly. Then you were beaten up and your leg is crippled? Gu Jiao. These words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Princess Xinyang raised her eyebrows. You couldn't have run away without fighting, and even crippled your leg. Gu Jiao. She obviously fought. Heh. Princess Xinyang turned around and returned to her room. Eugene turned to look at Princess Xinyang in a daze. Did this mean she wasn't going out? Eugene smiled and said to Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, please follow me into the room. Gu Jiao's right calf was cramping so badly that it was about to collapse. She could only limp step by step into the room. It could be said that she was very pitiful. Princess Xinyang liked to sit by the window. It had good lighting and ventilation, and she could smell the fragrance of the courtyard. Eugene led Gu Jiao to a chair opposite Princess Xinyang. She squatted down and pinched Gu Jiao's right calf. Does it hurt here? Let me take a look. No need, it's just a cramp, not an injury. I'll be fine in a while. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that she had grown too quickly and was lacking calcium. In her previous life, she had never cramped like this. After all, she had worked in the organization. Every agent had a professional nutritionist, so there was no shortage of trace elements. Let me give you a massage. It won't hurt as much, Eugene said gently. Thank you very much, Lady Eugene. She remembered that was how the crown princess addressed her. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Eugene, Eugene said with a smile. Eugene moved a small stool over and placed Gu Jiao's leg on her lap. She began to gently massage Gu Jiao. She was someone who had taken care of the seriously ill Princess Xinyang. Her technique was quite good. Gu Jiao almost fell asleep from her massage. Eugene said gently, Dr. Gu is only 15 this year, right? You're really young and promising. It would be difficult to find a doctor with better medical skills than you in the capital. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I think so too. Princess Xinyang, who had decided to practice her calligraphy out of boredom. This girl, could she be a little more shameless? Princess Xinyang calmed herself down for a while before continuing to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao glanced at her. My husband always makes me practice calligraphy. It's obvious that he learned it from you. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.hbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 439. Princess Xinyang's brush suddenly stopped. As Yujin massaged Gu Jiao's calf, she glanced at Princess Xinyang without batting an eyelid. In fact, Eugene couldn't tell what Princess Xinyang's attitude towards the young duke was. If she said she cared, she would ruthlessly deny him. If she said she didn't care, she would be so sad that she fainted. Not to mention fainting from anger, Eugene didn't believe it and wouldn't accept it. She probably still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She was afraid that if she treated the young duke too well, she would let down that dead child. Gu Jiao was being massaged too comfortably and became drowsy. Her little head began to peck at rice like a little chick. Eugene waved at a servant girl, indicating for her to bring a cushion over. The servant girl did as she was told. Eugene gave a look and the servant girl placed the cushion behind Gu Jiao's back, supporting Gu Jiao as she gently leaned against it. Princess Xinyang was immersed in practicing her calligraphy, and didn't know that Gu Jiao was about to fall asleep. Her gaze paused and she suddenly asked, Then who did you learn to fight from? Gu Jiao woke up with a start, but didn't forget to deny it. I didn't fight. Princess Xinyang didn't even lift her eyelids. Who did you fight with? Gu Jiao, Prince Ning. Eugene. You even fought with a prince. You've got guts. Princess Xinyang wrote another big, show character. Why? Gu Jiao bluntly said, I don't like him. Princess Xinyang. It's rare to find someone who doesn't like Prince Ning. Princess Xinyang's expression was calm as she continued to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. Then what about Princess? Does Princess like Prince Ning? In Princess's eyes, what kind of person is Prince Ning? Princess Xinyang said lightly, I don't have much contact with King Ning. If Princess Ning'an were here, she might be able to answer you. Yes, Princess Xinyang was married to Marquis Xianping, who was on the same side as Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince. He was in a different camp from Prince Ning and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang was very stingy, so she wouldn't allow Prince Ning to have too much contact with Princess Xinyang. However, when Prince Ning was mentioned, Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change at all. Did this mean that she never suspected that Xiao Heng's death had anything to do with Prince Ning? To be honest, there were only two people who had the motive to burn Xiao Heng to death 4 years ago. One was Prince Ning, and the other was Princess Xinyang. The less suspicious Prince Ning was, the more suspicious Princess Xinyang would be. Princess Xinyang did not suspect Prince Ning at all. Was it because she was the murderer, or because Prince Ning's disguise had successfully deceived everyone? Gu Jiao eventually fell asleep. At this moment, the sun was very bright and shone through the window lattice. The entire table was warm, and Gu Jiao even sweated a little. Eugene stood up gently and put Gu Jiao's feet on a stool. She also put a cushion under them so that they would be stable and wouldn't hurt. Princess, do you still want to go out? Eugene asked softly. Princess Xinyang practiced her calligraphy and said lightly, maybe another day. I don't want to go out today. Eugene made a sound of agreement and turned to walk around the greenhouse. She cut a few fresh flowers and put them in. The room was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the brush on the table, the low sound of pruning, and someone's even breathing. It was very quiet all around, but it didn't feel as lonely as it usually did. Blanket, Princess Xinyang said. She didn't raise her eyes. She was steady and engrossed in her calligraphy practice. Okay. Eugene put down the scissors and flowers and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She opened the wardrobe and took out a thin cashmere blanket. She walked over and was about to drape it over Princess Xinyang when she heard Princess Xinyang say expressionlessly, give it to her. Although she didn't specify which one, there were only 3 people in the room. Eugene should have said, give it to you. Eugene walked around the desk and came to Gu Jiao's side. She gently draped the thin blanket over her. Eugene squeezed Gu Jiao's palm. Sure enough, she had been sweating just now, but now she was cold. The sun was about to set and couldn't shine on her body. In addition, there was a thin autumn wind outside the window that happened to blow on her face. Eugene's position didn't allow the wind to blow. This was why Eugene didn't notice that Gu Jiao's body was cold. Eugene's smiling gaze fell on Princess Xinyang's beautiful face, which didn't seem to have been eroded by time. Princess. What is it? Princess Xinyang said calmly. Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. You also like Dr. Gu, don't you? She used the word also. She didn't know who else liked Gu Jiao. Was it Xiao Lulang or herself? Princess Xinyang said, I said, her life is very valuable. If something happens to her, who will treat this princess's illness? When Gu Jiao woke up, the sky was already dark. There was only the statue-like Long Yi beside her. Gu Jiao acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She almost reflexively sat up and said seriously, I won't stop writing. Long Yi, who had been holding a box of charcoal for the whole afternoon. Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Xinyang, who was watering flowers in the courtyard. She raised her eyebrows and said, it wasn't the princess who asked me to eat. I won't eat. I'm leaving. Hiss! Princess Xinyang watered the flowers and almost drowned them. Eugene couldn't help but snicker. Gu Jiao was just joking. How could she not know that without Princess Xinyang's tacit consent, Eugene wouldn't have the guts to ask her to stay for dinner? She really had something to do and had to go back quickly. Eugene said with a smile, "I'll prepare a carriage for Dr. Gu." Gu Jiao intended to refuse. She could go back by herself. Eugene said again, "Or let Longyi send you." Gu Jiao's face became serious for a second. "Carriage, thank you." Eugene ordered the servants to prepare a carriage and said to Princess Xinyang, "I'll send Miss Gu off." Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She took the kettle and changed to a potted plant to water the flowers. Gu Jiao actually didn't need Eugene to send her off, but she felt that Eugene especially wanted to send her off today. The two left the courtyard. Eugene said to the coachman, "This wooden stool is unstable. Go get a new one." She sent the coachman away. At the door, there were only two people and Longyi sitting on the wall with a box of charcoal in his hands. Eugene pulled Gu Jiao's hand and said in a low voice, "Miss Gu, you're one of us. I won't beat around the bush. I'll make a long story short. I hope you can understand." Sure enough, there was something. Gu Jiao nodded. "Go ahead." Eugene said seriously, "The matter of the young marquis. I don't know how much you've heard, but no matter what you've heard, please believe the princess. She really did hate the young marquis, but she hated herself even more. She hated those assassins who poisoned her son, as well as those who killed her son with their own hands. She probably realized that the identity of the person behind her was too sensitive, or she wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had already understood this step." Eugene paused and changed her words, "Murderer. The princess took the initiative to kill, but in the end, her heart softened. She couldn't do it. She didn't start the fire." Chapter 440. Gu Jiao nodded at Eugene. "Thank you for telling me this. The information you told me is very important to me. The wooden stool is here." The driver jogged over with a wooden stool. Eugene patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand. The driver placed the wooden stool beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stepped on the wooden stool and got into the carriage. On the way back, Gu Jiao carefully considered Eugene's words. If Eugene was telling the truth, then the only possibility left was Prince Ning, who set Shaoheng on fire at the Imperial College. If Eugene was lying and the arsonist was Princess Xinyang, then Prince Ning would definitely hurt Xiao Lulang this time. There was no way he could clear his name. No matter who the murderer was 4 years ago, the one who still wanted to kill Xiao Lulang was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook. Her lips twitched and she wrote a name on it, Qin Shuhan. Prince Ning's mansion. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Prince Ning was lying on his bed. His entire body was wrapped in cotton and he was half dead. He had been drugged by Gu Jiao and beaten to death. When the dragon shadow guards finally came, he thought he was finally saved. Who knew that the nightmare had just begun? The dragon shadow guards were temporarily sent by His Majesty to find Xiao Lulang. The dragon shadow guards' first mission was to find him, and their second mission was to protect him. Gu Jiao beat him very hard, but he could also take the beating. Thus, although it hurt, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. The dragon shadow guards determined that he didn't suffer any fractures, and could continue to find him. They grabbed him and got into the carriage. The driver was gone, so the dragon shadow guards personally became his driver. Other than not suffering from internal injuries, Ning Wang's entire body was in pain. The dragon shadow guard's driving skills were obviously not good. Ning Wang's intestines were about to break. His head hit the wall of the carriage 7 or 8 times, and his butt rubbed against the floor 17 or 18 times. Actually, he could turn over, but he didn't want to grind an iron rod into a needle. Therefore, he could only sacrifice his butt. Finally, his arm was dislocated, and the dragon shadow guard determined that his injury was in urgent need of treatment. Then, the dragon shadow guards carried him back to the palace. Only God knew how long his dislocated arm had been swinging in the air. It was so swinging that he didn't even feel that it was his arm anymore. This was simply a nightmare. "Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine." Qi Fei helped Ning Wang up. Prince Ning's entire body felt as if it had been crushed by a huge rock. Not a single part of his body belonged to him. Just the movement of sitting up and leaning against the bed head made Prince Ning break out in a cold sweat. He took the bowl with his other hand, which was not dislocated. Even though it wasn't dislocated, it wasn't very stable after being trampled by Gu Jiao. In the end, Qi Fei couldn't stand it and personally helped his master drink the medicine. Prince Ning leaned against the cushion behind him and recalled what happened today. He still felt that it was inconceivable. How dare she? That's right. How could a commoner's daughter dare to go against a country's prince? Even if she hugged the two thick thighs of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, in terms of closeness, he was their blood relative. Other than Princess Ning'an, he was the only person who could receive the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. So where did that girl borrow her courage from? She didn't think that just because she helped the Empress Dowager and the Emperor a little, she would be able to enjoy endless favor for the rest of her life, right? She was overestimating herself. Accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. She still didn't understand this principle. Qi Fei asked in confusion, Master, this subordinate can't figure out why Dr. Gu would do this. You burned down her workshop, but didn't she also empty your treasury? She was the one who took advantage of you. Why would she bother to not let you go? Prince Ning snorted coldly. What other reason could there be for her to not care about her life? Qi Fei wasn't stupid and immediately understood. Could it be? She knows that you dealt with Xiao Lulang? Prince Ning coldly said. Although this prince doesn't have any evidence after thinking about it, this is the only reason left. I just don't know how much she knows about Xiao Liulang's identity. Does she know that he used to be the young Marquis of Zhaodu? If she knows, has she guessed that the fire 4 years ago was caused by this prince through this incident? Qi Fei was stunned. As expected of His Highness, he had considered everything. He didn't think that much. Prince Ning thoughtfully said. But this prince still has a doubt. Did she find Xiao Liulang's whereabouts? Gu Jiao's actions could be said to have completely disrupted Prince Ning's thoughts. He had never seen someone who didn't play by the rules like this. He was the smartest of all the princes. He was familiar with the art of war, and had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Often a person only needed to take one step and he could calculate their next 10 steps. But Gu Jiao, this kind of troublemaker, it was too difficult for him to use his power. Qi Fei said, Master, how about you directly tell the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager is your grandmother, and also your great-aunt. She definitely won't be partial to that girl. Prince Ning lightly said, if I tell the Empress Dowager, then I'll be playing right into her hands. Qi Fei didn't understand. How could that be? Prince Ning was a patient master. He didn't have the bad habit of being spoiled like the crown prince. He wouldn't think that the servants couldn't keep up with his thoughts and scold them for being stupid. It was right that they couldn't keep up. Otherwise, if they were as smart as him, how could he still be an outstanding prince? He said, this prince said that she sneak attacked this prince. Do you have evidence? This prince can't even beat a girl. Does anyone believe it? Qi Fei's eyes widened. She gave you a drug. Prince Ning lightly glanced at him. You can find a drug that can knock this prince out in one go. The knockout drug still needed half a cup of tea's time to take effect. He didn't know what kind of hidden weapon was inserted into his body, but it actually knocked him out in an instant. People who didn't see it with their own eyes wouldn't believe it at all. Actually, there was a witness shadow guard long, but it was better not to have it. Prince Ning continued, also this prince can say that she sneak attacked, but she can't say that this prince captured Xiao Lulang? Qi Fei stammered. She doesn't have evidence. Moreover, Xiao Liulang's whereabouts are unknown. She's not afraid that the Empress Dowager will send people to search for him. Prince Ning coldly snorted. You also said that you don't have evidence. If the Empress Dowager doesn't believe her, will she believe me? There was no evidence. Either they believed it or they didn't believe it. What were the consequences of believing it? It was him, a prince of a country, who actually captured an imperial court official. And the other party's wife came to beat him up for revenge. Who was at fault? What were the consequences of not believing it? Both of them were talking nonsense. She was a girl, so it wasn't a big deal for her to lie. But he was the dignified eldest prince. Inverting right and wrong to slander a girl was too shameful, so no matter which one it was, he was bound to lose. Rather than worrying that he would complain about that girl, it was better to worry about whether or not that girl would complain about him. Will she complain about master? After listening to his master's analysis, Qi Fei began to worry. Prince Ning seriously thought about it. She probably won't. Qi Fei, why not? Prince Ning. She doesn't like it. Would someone who could use their hands and not their mouth complain about it? Kombiku Pavilion's mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 441. While they were talking, there was a faint breathing sound outside the door. Who is it? Qi Fei's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly shot out a hidden weapon. Stop! Prince Ning shouted. That was almost his subconscious reaction. Qi Fei saw that his master asked him to stop, but the hidden weapon had already been shot out. He had to use more strength to shoot another dart to hit the first one away. The two darts broke out of the window, creating sparks in the air with a clang, and then fell beside a pair of elegant embroidered shoes. Qi Fei rushed out of the door. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. Princess Ning almost died under this dart, and her face turned pale. Qi Fei hurriedly bowed. Princess, please forgive me. I didn't expect that you would. What would happen? Would she come at this time? Or would she secretly stand outside and listen to Prince Ning's conversation? Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and her eyes flashed. Her lips trembled a few times, and she didn't know whether it was anger or fear or both. The next moment, she turned around and walked out without looking back. Sushin. It was Prince Ning who chased after her. Regardless of the tearing pain all over his body, Prince Ning grabbed Princess Ning's arm. Qi Fei saw this and tactfully retreated. But with his hearing, he could actually hear it. But the important thing was that he wouldn't make Princess Ning feel embarrassed if he wasn't there. King Ning had run for a short distance, but many wounds on his body were bleeding. His lips were getting paler and paler, and the cold sweat on his forehead was oozing out again. Sushin. He endured the pain and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't go, listen to my explanation." Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief and looked at him with a complicated expression, and tears flashed in her eyes. Listen to what your highness explains? Explain why you took Dr. Gu's husband, or explain why your highness burned Xiao Hung to death 4 years ago. Prince Ning said, Xiao Hung didn't die. Princess Ning said loudly, that's because he's lucky. It's not that your highness didn't harm him. Sushin. I have my reasons. Prince Ning grabbed her arm tightly, and his eyes were slightly red. My mother was the 6th princess consort at that time. She was the wife that imperial grandfather appointed for imperial father. After imperial father ascended the throne, he only gave my mother the title of imperial consort. I was also reduced from a legitimate son to a concubine's son. Originally, the Eastern Palace was mine. The position of crown prince was mine. Everything was mine. I can't accept this. Sushin. I can't accept this. Princess Ning retorted. So you killed the innocent. Prince Ning explained, Xiao Hung is not innocent. He is not the son of Princess Xinyang at all. He is the flesh and blood of a female slave. It was because Princess Xinyang experienced the pain of losing her son that she placed her love on him. That child didn't need to die. The one who should die is him. He stole everything from that child. His death is not worth regretting. Princess Ning looked at him in disbelief, as if she was greatly frightened. Her body swayed and she took a few steps back. Prince Ning's face turned pale when he realized what nonsense he had said in his anger. He wasn't like this usually. It was because he was confused by the little female doctor called Gu Jiao today. He walked forward guiltily. Don't come over. Don't touch me. Princess Ning retreated again and raised her hand to stop him from coming closer. Okay, I won't come over. Prince Ning hurriedly replied. He looked behind her. There are steps behind you. Don't fall. As he spoke, he took a few steps back and motioned for Princess Ning to come closer. But Princess Ning didn't take a single step forward. Prince Ning saw the fear in her eyes and the disappointment that was gradually becoming difficult to hide. He couldn't help but walk forward. Don't come over, she said. Prince Ning hurriedly retreated and raised his hand to comfort her. Okay, Sushin, I won't come over. I really won't come over. Listen to me. I'm not only doing this for myself but also for you. When I inherit the throne, you will be the Empress of Zhao country. Princess Ning smiled coldly. Empress? Your Highness, can I really be the Empress? This sentence seemed to have opened a certain gate, and an even stronger emotion rushed out, overshadowing the panic and disappointment just now. She glanced at him coldly and didn't say another word. She turned and left the yard in a daze. Prince Ning didn't force her to stay. He just looked at her disappearing figure in the night and frowned little by little. Master. Qifei came over. Are you okay? Prince Ning covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he be okay? He was just pretending to be strong in front of her. Qifei hurriedly helped Prince Ning into the room. The wound on Prince Ning's body had split open. Qifei went to call the doctor to treat Prince Ning. They worked until the second half of the night before they finally got Prince Ning's injury under control. Qifei sent the doctor away and said to Prince Ning sincerely, Master, you can't do this anymore. It's too bad for your body. Has Princess Ning rested? Prince Ning asked. Qifei was stunned. Princess Ning had made Prince Ning like this. Why was Master still thinking about her? Qifei whispered, she has rested. Prince Ning said, it's good that she has rested. Qifei said, Master, I'm afraid it's not safe for Princess Ning. She is close to Princess Rui Wang and Dr. Gu. If she leaks the news. Prince Ning paused and said she won't. Qifei thought for a while and asked, should I send someone to monitor Princess Ning? Ning Wang shot him a cold glare. Qifei shrank his neck. Prince Ning pondered for a moment and didn't reject the proposal. Let them stay away. Don't offend Princess Ning. Also, remember to avoid them when they shouldn't. Qifei understood that they couldn't monitor private things like bathing and changing clothes. Prince Ning sighed. Forget it. I'll coax her when she calms down. The most important thing is to solve the problem of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. No, let's deal with Gu Jiao first. This woman was too good at playing tricks. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. Prince Ning had never been afraid of any opponent. Gu Jiao was the first person who made him feel uneasy. Qifei said, Your Highness, it's better to send someone to kill her. Prince Ning said coldly, have you forgotten how the masters who went to assassinate Yuan Tang died? Qifei argued she was there. She might not have done it. At that time all the masters died. They didn't come back to report. They judged that Gu Jiao was there from the footprints and fallen herbs. Prince Ning touched the jade thumb ring next to his pillow. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we send too few people, we won't be able to kill her. If we send too many people, it will be too noisy. Qifei frowned. Is there no way to deal with her? Prince Ning looked at the jade thumb ring. Don't worry. She's more anxious to deal with me than me dealing with her. When the time comes, I'll beat her at her own game. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.